At school, he was the one everyone called a loser. But then, one day, everything was different. This raw power felt impossible. His body was a tightly coiled spring, so powerful he half joked he might go bald from the sheer force of it. The running test. He shattered the school record. The push-up exam. He did it again. Then came the weightlifting test. There simply weren't enough plates in the room for him to lift. Every student just stared, their shock turning to fear. This was the same kid they used to torment. He was never this strong. If I'd known he had this in him, I would have kept my distance. But the truth is, it wasn't always like this. Not long ago, this same boy was the only student to fail the hunter qualification exam. While the rest of the class cheered their success, Kanagi Minato stood alone, lost in an ocean of their joy. It was the third time he had failed. He was the one left behind, cleaning the ghost of a classroom. Alone with the silence, the weight of it all became unbearable. The feeling of being completely and utterly useless washed over him. A classmate suddenly appeared at the door, telling him all students were being called to the school's main entrance. The reason was a man who was more myth than student, Hizaki Kai's, a legendary A-rank hunter. He once walked these same halls before his name was known across the country. Now, he was back to film a documentary celebrating the story of his own greatness, a model student, long before the fame. But the truth, hidden from the camera's glare, was something far darker. Hizaki Kai's was a monster who made Minato's life a living hell, day after agonizing day. Just the memory of him sent a tremor of pure ice through Minato's veins. Yet, what Hizaki Kai's fed to the cameras was a complete fabrication. A story where Minato was his dearest friend, the one who always helped him through their studies. He even spun a tale about Minato helping him with money, twisting Minato's family struggles into a prop for his own sainthood. Every lie was carefully crafted to polish his public image, to make the monster look like a hero. And Minato, trapped and powerless, could only stand there and swallow the poison, nodding along to every single word. With every flash of the camera, the real memories seared themselves into his mind, the pain, the humiliation. This wasn't dislike. This was a soul-deep hatred born from despair. Once the cameras were finally gone, a familiar, crushing emptiness washed over him, the suffocating reality of being too weak to change a single thing. It wasn't always like this. When he was just a boy, Minato would lose himself in books, in the epics, of the legendary founders who saved the world. He remembered the tales of when the Tower of Malevolence first appeared, a scar on the sky that nearly wiped out humanity with the horrors it unleashed. But then, in humanity's darkest hour, incredible people rose. They emerged from the ashes and saved everyone. They were true heroes. One legend told of a man who faced down 10,000 soldiers, armed with nothing but a single wooden stick. It could have been anything, even a simple pencil. A mage so powerful, she could weave spells with a thought, no words required. This wasn't a fairy tale. This was over 100 years ago, and now, those pioneers are legends. To have this mark burn itself onto your skin, it meant you had the potential to become one of them. An awakened, someone destined for power, for fame. But for Minato, that destiny was a cruel joke. He failed the test 3 separate times. His dream was dead. But as he walked away from the ashes of his future, a voice cut through his despair. Hizaki Kai's, his so-called classmate, said he had a proposition. He claimed to have convinced the association to grant Minato one final retest. The meeting point was set, the Founder's Sanctuary. Later that day, Minato's mind was a storm of confusion and suspicion. He knew Hizaki's character, but if this was just another ploy to polish his own golden image, he didn't care. So long as it gave him one last shot, a final, desperate chance. Minato was all in. At the Grand Founder's mausoleum, the scene was set. The news cameras were bright, capturing the final take. The lens zoomed in on Hizaki, standing heroically before the hallowed tomb. He delivered a perfect, calculated speech. When the interview finally wrapped, the crew was practically glowing. The reporters thanked him profusely, thrilled with the story they'd captured. Hizaki played the part of the humble hero perfectly. He couldn't wait to see their article, he said with a practiced smile. But the moment they were gone, the mask dropped. He turned and descended deeper into the tomb, where his men were already digging in the shadows. "Well," his voice echoed, cold as stone. "Did you find it? Is this the entrance?" he asks. With greedy eyes, they point towards a hidden passage. "Is this what you've been searching for?" But then, a voice cuts through the silence from behind them. Minato had just arrived. He was only there to retake an exam. Instead, he found them, desecrating this place. For him, this ground was sacred. The legacy of everyone he admired was enshrined here. He tried to stop the looters, a desperate, foolish act. In response, Hizaki Kai struck him with the full, terrifying force of an A-rank awakened. The impact, it was a sickening crack of bone and spirit. Minato felt something vital inside him break apart. The men just shouted, boasting they had taken everything of worth. All of it was supposed to be protected. The world swam before his eyes. This was how it ended. Yet even then, his only thought was of the sheer injustice. This was a line they could not cross. Hizaki Kais grabbed Minato by the collar, hoisting him up. "I know all about you, kid," he sneered. "The weakest student in the entire academy. Always hiding in the library, obsessed with the ghosts of the past." His perfect twisted plan was already in motion. He would hurl the boy's broken body into the river, let it wash up behind the sanctuary, and let a dead man take the blame for desecrating the founder's tomb. That first blow wasn't a warning, it was an execution. As he was thrown, the cold water rushing up to meet him, not an ounce of strength remained. As the darkness consumed him, flashes of his life raced before his eyes, every drop of sweat, every agonizing day of training. The sleepless nights spent chasing a dream that was never his to begin with. It had all been for nothing, and yet, at the very bottom of that crushing despair, ancient lights began to stir. The icy grip of the lake faded away, replaced by a profound warmth that bloomed from their ethereal glow. Whispers of the past echoed in his soul, calling him the chosen vessel of this era. These were the legendary heroic spirits, their power shackled to this forgotten grave. And in Minato's hand, the crest of nothingness pulsed with a faint light, a crest that granted no power of its own, but held the key to claiming the soul of any founder. Minato faced an impossible choice. Which legendary path would he bind himself to? The path of infinite magic, or the way of unbreakable endurance? Unrivaled swordsmanship, or the peerless art of the spear? He could only have one, but Minato rejected their terms, roaring a single defiant answer. He wouldn't choose, he would take them all. The spirits cried out such a thing was forbidden, impossible, but his will was absolute, dragging them one by one into the waiting mark. Every last heroic soul was consumed by the seal on his hand. Above, Hyaki and his cronies were still celebrating their victory, until a violent explosion ripped through the lake's calm surface. The sudden downpour sent them scrambling for cover, one of them fumbling with a pathetic umbrella against the deluge. Through the spray, the three thugs stared in utter disbelief. The figure hovering effortlessly above the churning water was Minato, the same weak, pathetic loser they had just sent to his grave. And as he descended to face them, an entirely different person landed on the shore. But the look in his eyes, it was someone else entirely. Their jeers, however, continued. They sneered that not even a cockroach was that resilient. Minato's gaze fell on a broken branch, and he picked it up. His two assailants howled with laughter. "You're seriously going to fight with a stick? Who do you think you are, some legendary hero?" Minato remained silent, testing the weight of the branch in his hand. Hizaki's voice then cut through the air, cold and sharp. "Make sure he returns to the bottom of that lake for good." One of the thugs grinned, his sword already unsheathed. "With pleasure. I'll throw Minato's corpse back in myself." He lunged forward. Steel flashed, a blur of impossible speed. The thug stopped, a confused look on his face, just before his body fell to pieces. Hizaki's jaw dropped. The larger goon stood frozen, paralyzed by what he'd just witnessed. This couldn't be him. This wasn't the same pathetic loser they'd left for dead. The remaining thug roared, gathering his most powerful spell. Minato was infamous for having 0 mana, so this blast should have erased him from existence. The protagonist simply lifted a single finger, no words spoken. A bolt of pure lightning descended from a clear sky. With a target that large, it was impossible to miss. Even so, a look of pure, unadulterated terror washed over Hizaki's face. Because that power. That was the impossible art of incantationless spellcasting. That sword form, it was as if the sword saint himself stood before him, a legend made flesh. And the magic crackling around him, it was the forgotten art of the archmage. Hizaki's mind shattered. All 106 founders, their souls now burned inside Kanagi. A new name will be written in the annals of history tonight. Kanagi's voice echoed, cold and absolute. And yours, Hizaki, will be remembered alongside it. A chilling pause. As the first evil to be purged by the hand of Kanagi Minato, he took a single, deliberate step. Hizaki was frozen, a statue of pure terror. The impossible truth crashed over him in a suffocating wave. The boy he cast aside as worthless had just devoured the souls of legends using the crest of nothingness. Within Kanagi, a tempest of souls raged. The founders roared with newfound life, unsealed after centuries of silence. They reveled in freedom, a chaotic chorus of power, already fighting over who would wield their new vessel first. Yet, through the maelstrom, one voice cut through the noise. The legendary swordsman, Hinoi Raichu, spoke to Kanagi's mind. His tone was casual, almost bored. "Not surprised, you know my name, boy. So, what's the play here?" He dismissed Hizaki with a mental scoff, as if swatting a fly. Because he's nothing. The real problem is standing right behind him. Kanagi's focus narrowed, a predator's gaze. He turned back to the immediate threat. To Hizaki, who could only tremble and stammer, his world utterly undone. Hizaki blusters, trying to throw his A-rank weight around. Kanagi doesn't spare him a single word. Just one punch. Hizaki is sent flying. Kanagi's gaze then snaps to the ominous bag. It's practically humming, bleeding a sinister aura. As his eyes lock onto it, an overwhelming surge of power erupts from inside. The raw energy stuns him. Hinwai, however, remains perfectly calm. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. Meanwhile, back in the city, a colossal three-headed wolf is tearing the streets apart. A desperate shout cuts through the chaos, calling for someone named Kisaragi to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, Kisaragi moves. A blur of impossible grace. He soars above the beast, his sword raised high. The blade descends. Asterisk. Waterfall impact asterisk. The A-rank monster falls in a single perfect blow. The crowd roars to life. A chorus of cheers for the S-rank hunter. Kisaragi gives a humble nod before asking, "Where is Hizaki?" One of his men sneers. "Hizaki's probably tied up in some interview." He adds with a bitter edge, "Must be nice being called the young hope." Kisaragi just brushes it off. His fame is good for the guild's reputation. Let him have it. But just as they prepare to depart, a suffocating pressure wave smothers the entire city. The cheers turn to screams. Pure panic grips the streets. Even seasoned hunters buckle, their bodies giving out under the strain. Kisaragi watches his own comrade gasp for air, choking on nothing. A ranks, B ranks, it doesn't matter. They're all falling. A cold certainty washes over him. He doesn't need a system window to know. An S rank has arrived. This suffocating pressure, this aura of pure dread. It's all flowing from the founder's mausoleum. Meanwhile, back in the heart of the forest, a trembling Hizaki scrambles to his feet. He can only stare as a nightmare-given form crawls from the bag. His voice cracks. Is that a demon? What in the hell is that thing? Kanagi's voice is like ice. By stealing those relics, Hizaki didn't just get rich, he shattered the seal on one of the tower's primordial horrors. But inside Kanagi's consciousness, Hinoi's ancient eyes analyze the abomination. He knows this presence. It's the embodiment of the void itself. This thing is leagues beyond any S rank. He remembers. Its poison aura alone could depopulate a nation, and in his era, monsters like this were a common threat. The truth is too much for Hizaki. His sanity snaps. He turns and bolts. Every instinct screams that to stay is to be erased. But Kanagi understands the mind of a predator. He shouts a warning, a desperate plea. Running just paints a target on your back. But it's far too late. The second Hizaki moves, the monster strikes, a blur of impossible speed. A monstrous tentacle lashed out, aimed right for his heart. He raised his sword a fraction too late. The appendage impaled him, bursting straight through his chest. The very sword that once slew a dragon was now utterly useless. The creature's vile tendrils crawled across Hizaki's body, siphoning the very life from his frame, as his final screams echoed into nothing. Kanagi, however, simply watched. He knew this was how it had to end. The hero was gone. In the silence, Hinoi's spirit placed a ghostly hand on Kanagi's shoulder. "Want to see my times one-handed sword-style asterisk?" he proposed, making a blatant grab for complete control of the body. Before Kanagi could even process the offer, the other founders erupted, grabbing Hinoi by the hair, snarling that he wouldn't hog their powerful new vessel. But it was Kanagi's voice that cut through their bickering. He laid down his own terms. "No single one of you gets control. This body is to be shared by all of you." He declared that the day would come when he would surpass every last one of them, proving his worth through pure strength. "If you want to use my body, then you will have to show me what real power looks like." Stunned into silence by his sheer audacity, Hinoi's shock twisted into a predatory grin as he readied his blade, the first to accept the challenge. Hinoi takes the lead. His consciousness floods into Kanagi's, a silent takeover. A command echoes to the other spirits. "Follow." As Hinoi's will lifts the sword, Kanagi's body moves as one with it, aiming for the monster's limbs. An ancestor's flawless technique guides the strike. The blade sings. A massive arm is severed in a single perfect arc. The beast roars, retaliating with a crushing blow. But this is no longer just Kanagi's body. Another founder's spirit surfaces, a ghost of pure agility. He moves like a phantom, the attack finding only empty air. One spirit after another, power layering upon power. A new soul grants him impossible strength. He catches the creature's own tentacles and slams it violently into the ground. The monster reels from the impact. In that moment, Kanagi snatches a bow. Arrows rain down, piercing its thick hide like paper. The true onslaught has just begun. Asterisk, raging tempest asterisk, asterisk, dragon's breath asterisk, asterisk, glacial shard asterisk. A storm of skills erupts. The beast attempts a desperate sneak attack from below. Kanagi's eyes flare with a golden light. The archmage within awakens. A bolt of raw lightning lances down, charring the creature's flesh. Then, one final, earth-shattering leap. Kanagi hangs in the air above the monster. Hinoi's spirit assumes full control. His hand closes around the hilt of Hizaki's broken sword. He readies himself, channeling his signature one-handed technique, the Giru-Tachi wave-cutting blade. A flash of silver light, and the demon is cleaved clean in two, silencing its rampage. As the two halves crash to the ground, a weary, triumphant smile finally claims Kanagi's face. But he wasn't alone. From a nearby tree, a single raven had watched the entire battle unfold. Far across the city's glittering expanse, a man stood atop a skyscraper, the wind whipping at his coat as he answered a call. His expression tightened. The monster was dead before he'd even arrived. Who was it? Which one of the top guilds responded? But the voice on the other end was hesitant. "Sir, our Raven's footage shows. It was an academy student. He took it down alone." Silence. The man, Chihara Midori, known to the world as its strongest awakened, finally spoke. "I want to meet this student." The next morning, Midori sat on a throne made of fresh monster corpses, casually dialing the academy's director. He got straight to the point. "That S-rank monster from yesterday. I wasn't the one who beat it. According to my Raven, the kill belongs to Kanagi Minato." The name gave Midori pause. Wasn't that the same kid? The one who failed the hunter exam for 3 straight years? A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his face. "Director, I'm going to need a small favor from you." Meanwhile, back at the academy, the air was thick with whispers. They all remembered it. That suffocating, terrifying aura from the day before, the pressure that had left them all paralyzed. And now, they were hearing the impossible. Whispers filled the air. Who was the hero that slayed such a monster? But while they gossiped, Kanagi could only stagger across the campus grounds. Leaning on a branch, his body racked with violent tremors. He heard their excited chatter, their theories. His secret victory, his private hell, was already just background noise. Then, a sudden jolt. A careless shoulder slammed right into his. He crumpled to the ground, the guy scoffing from above. "An S-rank slayer? You? Get real. You can barely stand." If only they knew. The irony was a bitter pill. He had defeated the demon, yes, but only by becoming a puppet for the Founder's power. And now, the strings were cut, and the price was due. The recoil was a fire in his veins, an agony that threatened to consume him. As his arms trembled, failing to push him up, a voice, sharp and mocking, echoed in his mind. "Hinoi, didn't you make a bold promise? To surpass us?" The tone was a challenge, a jab meant to provoke. "Get it together, boy. This display is pathetic." The words struck a chord deep inside Kanagi. His vow. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain. He pushed. He rose. He stood on his own 2 feet. "Asterisk I will. Asterisk," he swore to himself. A dry chuckle was his only reply. "That's more like it. Show me some of that resolve." The ancient spirit's focus then shifted, sweeping over the nearby students with a palpable sigh. The awakeners of this generation are no different from regular humans. A shadow of what the warriors of his era used to be. Hinoi's thought was a cold premonition. If the tower were to appear now, they would all be dust. His own world felt on the verge of collapse. But that spiral of despair was shattered in an instant. The air itself seemed to crackle, a suffocating pressure descending nearby. He saw it in Hinoi's form, a flicker of pure, undiluted alarm. But just as quickly, the spirit masked it, hiding the truth. A professor's voice cut through the tension, barking Kanagi's name. He braced himself for the final humiliation, the expulsion letter. Each step forward felt like a walk to the gallows. 3 failures. 3 times he'd been branded worthless. This was it. There were no more chances left. But the words that came weren't of dismissal. The professor ordered him to the field for a re-examination. Kanagi's mind went blank, the world grinding to a halt. Faces began to press against the classroom windows. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. A hunter re-examination. It was unheard of, simply impossible. Out on the field, the eyes of the entire academy were on him. Kanagi dropped into a sprinter's stance, muscles coiled tight. His body still screamed in protest, but his will was iron. The first trial, a 100-meter sprint. The same student who'd mocked him before started running his mouth. He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Failure. The word hung in the air as the starting pistol fired. A collective gasp swept through the onlookers. A blur of motion. A gust of wind. Kanagi was already past the finish line. The timer read 1.2 seconds. The academy record of 2.7 wasn't just broken, it was obliterated. Next up, the 30,000-meter run. He finished it in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Another legendary record turned to ash. And for every test that followed, it was the exact same story. Push-ups, bench presses, sprints. It didn't matter the test. He didn't just break the records. He obliterated them, more than doubling every single one. A stunned silence fell over the crowd of students. Even Kanagi couldn't believe it, wondering if the founders were giving him some unseen boost. But Hinoi just shook her head, a proud smile on her face. This is all you. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Midori's eyes scanned the updated details in Kanagi's file. The headmaster let out a heavy sigh. His new physical scores are monstrous, almost unbelievable, but the core problem has always been his magic. For 3 long, agonizing years, every single magical assessment came back the same. Mana levels at absolute 0, a complete void, utterly undetectable. That single fact was why he was branded a hopeless case. Midori's secretary, however, just smirked from the corner. He had a feeling the show was just getting started. Back on the training grounds, the final challenge awaited. Kanagi stood before the instrument of his greatest failure, the mana measurement test. The professor's voice droned on, explaining how he had to channel his mana into a massive fan, forcing it to spin for 30 seconds. The current record to beat was 4,022 rotations. As Kanagi placed his hand on the cold device, the ghosts of failure flooded his mind. This same test, this same humiliation. He remembered the desperation, the raw, burning effort he had poured into this before, and he remembered how the fan had never moved. Not a twitch, not a tremble. It was his curse. The inability to sense mana had been his cage for his entire life. But this time was different, wasn't it? But this wasn't like before. For the very first time, he could truly feel it, a torrent of power coursing through his veins. It ignited from his right foot, a single spark. Then it spiraled upward, a hurricane of energy consuming his body. A complete, perfect circuit. He finally understood. His own breath was the key, the throttle to this engine. He could command it, and unleash it all from the palm of his right hand. The professor gave the signal to begin. Kanagi let it loose. Instant chaos. The fan exploded into a violent, screaming blur. The counter went wild. Numbers flashed by, too fast for the machine to even process. A gale-force wind ripped across the field, blinding the observers, making the digits impossible to see. The speed just kept climbing. Higher, faster, beyond all limits. With a shriek of tortured metal, the machine blew apart. The fan blade broke free from its housing. It shot across the field like a silver guillotine. Students screamed, scrambling for cover. It hurtled toward the main academy building. A thunderous crash echoed as it smashed directly into the headmaster's office. Inside, a storm of debris. The headmaster dove to the floor, barely escaping the deadly shrapnel. He collapsed in a heap, utterly paralyzed by the shock of the attack. Midori's secretary was frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to process the sheer destruction she'd just witnessed. But Midori remained perfectly still, completely unfazed by the pandemonium. A quiet chuckle escapes him. To his eyes, the boy's power was an undeniable mirror of his own. Midori's words echoed in his mind. There had only ever been one. Just one person before Kanagi to ever produce a score that broke the very scale, and that person was him. The professor, reeling, struggled to process the impossible sight before his eyes. He finally announced that Kanagi had passed the hunter examination. The room erupted. A tidal wave of cheers and disbelief crashed over the students. It wasn't just that he'd passed. Kanagi hadn't just shattered every standing record. He had completely obliterated every last expectation. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi felt a tremor run through him. For years, he was the boy with no magic, the failure, the outcast. And yet, this impossible power had been sleeping inside him all along. From the edge of the crowd, a slow, knowing smile spread across Hinoi's face. This was exactly as he had foreseen. Kanagi knew, in that one moment, his entire world had just been rewritten. He had surrendered his body to the founders, and in return they had awakened something ancient, a potential buried so deep he never even knew it was there. Hinoi couldn't suppress a low laugh. This kid, he thought to himself, was on a completely different level. Marked by the faded crest of nothingness, it felt as if destiny itself had just been given the signal to begin, a moment he had waited for over a century. But before that thought could settle, an absolute presence crashed down upon them. The air itself cracked, sending out a concussive wave. The pressure was so immense it stole the breath from his lungs. His mind scrambled, failing to grasp the source of the blast. But Hinoi knew. He instantly recognized that monstrous aura. It was the same one he had sensed at dawn. And there, standing before them, coalescing from the very air he crushed, was the legend himself, Midori. Kanagi's heart stopped. It was him, the strongest hunter in all existence. Midori's feet touched the ground, his eyes already locked on Kanagi. He spoke, his voice calm as he acknowledged Kanagi's performance in the hunter exam. They were words of praise, but Kanagi couldn't force a single sound from his throat. Then, Midori presented a new challenge. An additional test. His demand was simple, impossible. Land a single hit on me, the world's strongest hunter. At those words, Kanagi's entire world froze. This was Midori, only 23 years old, a prodigy who became a full-fledged hunter at the unheard-of age of 9. Now, that living myth stood before him, his achievements casting a shadow over everything. a man whose power was unmatched in all of recorded history. In a blink, he turned thousands of demons to dust. His power is an absolute force, so overwhelming that other hunters dare not even meet his gaze. 10 years ago, he personally erased the pandemonium outbreak from history, and 5 years ago, he crushed the Kyushu outbreak all by himself. This man is a living singularity, and as he explained the challenge, Kanagi's world began to fracture. But inside him, Hinoi was electric with anticipation, screaming for Kanagi to just hand over control. And yet, Midori laid out the terms with terrifying simplicity. Kanagi had 1 minute to land a single strike. It didn't matter if he succeeded. It didn't matter if he failed. There would be no repercussions. Midori would only attack once every 10 seconds. A handicap so immense, he dared to call it fair. There was nothing to fear, nothing to doubt. Any skill was on the table. Any weapon was at Kanagi's command. Midori, on the other hand, would use nothing. And to prove his point, a galaxy of armaments materialized from nothingness. He gave Kanagi a simple offer. Choose anything you want. Legendary weapons, artifacts of myth, appearing in a single instant. The sight was so impossible, it broke the very concept of the challenge. A fog of disbelief. It consumed Kanagi's every thought. So this was it. A one-on-one duel with the legendary Midori. The reality of it felt like a crushing weight. Doubt coiled in his gut. A cold, venomous snake. Any weapon is really okay? The words escaped him, a desperate plea for some small advantage. For an answer, Midori simply lifted a katana, his grip casual, almost dismissive. A sharp crack echoed in the silence. He'd snapped the tempered steel with his bare hands, as if it were a dry twig. Then, he spoke. His voice was a calm, level thing, utterly devoid of ego. My body is sharper than any blade you could ever find. Kanagi's mind went blank. But before he could recover, a familiar rage erupted from within. Hinoi's patience was gone. Move, the voice roared in his head. Let me take care of this arrogant fool. He couldn't stand that suffocating, absolute confidence. The anger was a physical force, a searing heat. Talk like that, Hinoi's voice dripped with venom, is unforgivable. A torrent of raw power flooded Kanagi's senses. Hinoi was clawing his way to the surface, ready to unleash hell itself. And in that moment of chaos, a horrifying clarity struck Kanagi, the pressure rolling off Midori. It was on par with the Founders. Against a power of that magnitude, victory was impossible, but he was completely out of time for fear. At that very moment, students swarmed the arena, a hungry circle forming around the two figures. Without a word of warning, Midori's countdown began. A ghost of a smile played on his lips. The test had officially started. Kanagi. He gripped his sword and lunged. Pure determination fueled the charge. Is he insane? Hinoi yelled. He's going in all by himself. That's not even a fair fight. But Kanagi was deaf to the world, his eyes locked on his target. He knew this was probably hopeless. But if he was ever going to forge his own legend, it had to be with his own two hands. No more hiding in the shadows of the Founders' borrowed power. His blade sliced through the air, a silver arc aimed at Midori. Midori simply tilted his head, the steel missing by a hair's breadth. Kanagi unleashed a storm of steel, a relentless flurry of attacks. His opponent didn't even bother to put his phone away. So, Midori's bored voice cut in, "What's your handle? Because this little performance of yours is about to go viral." The crowd could only stare, their jaws slack with disbelief. He was dodging every single strike, effortlessly, while scrolling through his feed. But Kanagi's assault never faltered. That's when one student's eyes widened. He saw it, a flicker in Kanagi's form. Kanagi's sword rose, poised for an overhead strike. A feint. The vertical slash was a complete lie. In a blur, he switched a low sweep for the feet, then a high slash for the throat. 2 strikes, a single heartbeat apart. The execution is flawless. Kanagi is stunned. His body moves on its own, a perfect weapon. He feels no exhaustion, no strain. He wonders, is this the true power of the Founder? But his thoughts are shattered. A single finger rests against his forehead. Midori's. He's about to flick him. A casual voice cuts through the air. 10 seconds are up. Kanagi reacts. He barely dodges as a wave of force annihilates the training field behind him. Kanagi stares at the crater, at the utter devastation. A cold realization hits him. If that had connected, his head would have vanished. Midori glances at his own hand, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He felt no malice from the boy. Had he misjudged his own terrifying strength? Raw panic grips Kanagi. He's going to die. This man is on another level entirely. Desperate, he shuts his eyes. He reaches back, searching for that feeling. The memory of his other, stronger self. He finds it. A cataclysmic aura erupts from his body, forcing Midori back a step. Kanagi explodes forward. His speed isn't just increasing, it's multiplying. The students watching are losing their minds. They're moving too fast. The cameras can't keep up. Midori's expression hardens. Kanagi's entire presence has changed. This is no longer the same person. Is there a condition to unlock this power, or has this kid been hiding his true strength from the very beginning? Another 10 seconds bled away. Time was up. Midori decided this next touch would be a lesson, not a blow. He crouched, his finger coiled to flick again. But the attack shifted a casual open palm to Kanagi's chest. The impact launched him like a cannonball, shattering the wall behind him. Kanagi hacked up a mouthful of blood, yet a strange, exhilarating thrill cut through the pain. He was actually standing here. He was trading blows with the world's strongest hunter, the man he was just yesterday. The weak, pathetic version of himself. It would have been a red stain on the floor from that tap. A broken, bloody grin spread across his face. This pain was proof. He was getting stronger, but a cold reality washed over him. This power wasn't enough to pass Midori's test, so he abandoned finesse. With a desperate roar, he charged, pouring everything into one last brutal assault. A flicker. In an instant, Midori wasn't in front of him anymore. He was beside him. Kanagi's body froze, his momentum stolen by pure shock. I've seen all I need to. Midori's voice was calm, final. He leaned in close. Your 30 seconds are up. A single, precise chop landed on the nape of his neck. The world around him dissolved into darkness. As Kanagi's body crumpled to the cold floor, Midori stared down at him. He is a genius, no doubt. But he is nothing like his comrades. And that single difference changed everything. The power Midori sensed. Kanagi couldn't even begin to unleash it. He turns to his secretary. We're leaving. What a profound disappointment. But just as he turns his back, a hand grips a sword hilt and an oppressive aura explodes behind him. Midori freezes. He glances back to see Kanagi's entire body enveloped in a storm of raw power. A new voice. A different presence. It speaks through Kanagi's mouth. Looks like the stubborn brat finally fell asleep. Now, it's my turn to play. A single, deliberate step forward cracks the ground. How about we keep this party going a little longer? Trapped in the darkness of his own mind, Kanagi's spirit watches in horror. He's a prisoner in his own body, screaming as this entity pulls the strings. But on the battlefield, a slow, predatory smile spreads across Midori's face. There it is. This was the presence he was searching for. Is this some kind of advanced skill? Or is he fighting a completely different person now? It doesn't matter. He only knows one thing for sure. Kanagi has become a monster. In an instant, Manhwa launches himself forward. A brutal laugh echoes. Don't you dare space out on me. Midori's instincts scream. The clumsy movements from before are gone. This speed, this strength. It's on an entirely different level. Suddenly, cold steel sings past Midori's face. He drops low, narrowly avoiding the slash. The second swing is already on its way, forcing Midori to leap back, to make some space. The shock is still written on his face. He watches Kanagi reset, sword already positioned for the next assault. The blade sings through the air. Midori drops low, a fraction of a second to spare. Steel screams against the building behind him. Inside, a wave of terror. Students scramble, shouting in pure panic. The fight is real. The danger is here. Midori sees it now. Kanagi's slashes are chaotic, unpredictable. And yet, he can feel the current in the chaos. A flow he can anticipate. It feels ancient, like a forgotten art of the sword. A relentless river of steel, impossible to stop. He holds up a single palm, halting the storm. A laugh escapes him. So this is the power needed to face an S rank. His hand lifts again, the gesture familiar. Time to put this child back to sleep. He smirks. It's only been 40 seconds, but in that instant, Kanagi vanishes, reappearing right in front of him. The sword descends. You won't get the chance, Kanagi roars. Midori throws himself backward, dodging by a hair's breadth. His laughter rings out, louder this time, genuine. Now that's more like it. The crowd of students is utterly silent. They can't process what they're seeing. The untouchable Midori is on the defensive. Kanagi's voice cuts through their disbelief. You're boring me. Stop holding back and fight for real. He warns Midori that if he dares to look down on him, he'll be eating the floor. With no warning, Kanagi explodes forward. But Midori just smirks, his laughter echoing a clear bring it on. With a single, contemptuous kick, Midori sends a pebble flying toward the weapons rack behind him. In an instant, the entire armory levitates into the air. He vaults upwards, catching Kanagi completely by surprise as he snatches a weapon, plucking a gleaming sword from the sky. A manic grin spreads across Kanagi's face. Finally, he roars, you're taking this seriously. They clash in a dizzying mid-air ballet of destruction. Steel screams. Feet meet flesh. The students below can only watch, their minds reeling from the spectacle. They grab every weapon within their grasp, only for them to shatter under the sheer force of their blows. Meanwhile, deep within Kanagi's soul, the founders witness Hinoi finally cut loose. They're in disbelief. To think Midori could actually keep pace with that monster, the old man's spirit grumbles, wanting to join the fray. But another founder silences him with a sharp rebuke, calling him a tactless old fool. The great wizard, however, watches in silence, his eyes widening as he realizes Kanagi's true goal. He's been studying Hinoi's every move. He's not just fighting, he's learning. He sees it now, Hinoi shifting his entire center of gravity to launch from below. But just as he processes the move, the sword in his own hands disintegrates into dust. This junk blade shatters in his hand, useless. A flash of pure rage burns through Hinoi. But across from him, Midori, he's laughing, absolutely reveling in the chaos. However, a cold reality sets in. There are no more swords. Is a gun his only option now? A predatory grin spreads across Midori's face. Only 10 seconds left, he roars. What's the play, hero? Time's up. Hinoi's eyes dart sideways. He sees it. He launches himself toward the building, not for cover, for a weapon. He rips the sword from the hands of the same coward who shoved Kanagi. Instantaneously, a shadow descends. Midori's fist, a human cannonball, hurtles toward him. The wall behind him erupts. A deafening boom of shattered concrete and steel. But Hinoi is already gone, a blur reappearing right in Midori's face. Steel meets flesh. The mid-air brawl resumes. A maelstrom of strikes and parries. This is incredible, Midori screams, his voice alight with pure ecstasy. Don't you dare let this end. Far below, a new sound cuts through the air. The students watch in horror as the building groans, threatening to buckle. Their fight spills onto the rooftop, a stage of concrete and sky. Midori's secretary observes the utter destruction with a chillingly detached gaze. Midori lands hard. His hand closes around the housing of a massive industrial fan. Metal screams and concrete spiderwebs under his crushing grip. With a guttural roar, he tears the entire unit free and aims it at Hinoi. With a surge of power, he hurls the weapon. It screams through the air, a blur of deadly intent. But Hinoi is ready. A sudden, shocking counter. His one-handed sword becomes a silver flash. He meets the attack with his time's dice-style sword art asterisk. The fan-like weapon explodes into 1,000 useless fragments. A wide, manic grin spreads across Midori's face. Not bad, but Hinoi offers no reply, only action. He launches his own blade straight at Midori's heart. It strikes true, and shatters on impact. Midori simply raises his hand, palm open. His voice is chillingly calm. 60 seconds are up. He thrusts his palm forward. The impact sends Hinoi crashing toward the earth. A curse escapes Hinoi's lips, but before he can move, Kanagi is there, a sudden weight on his back. He shoves Hinwa away, back toward the other founders. As Midori's killing blow closes in, Kanagi meets it with an impossibly soft, redirecting motion. The lethal force is turned aside. Hinoi and Midori can only stare, utterly stunned by the move. But the sound of bone snapping cuts through the silence. Kanagi's hand is broken. He doesn't even flinch. His eyes burn with pure resolve. His one good hand smashes into Midori's face. From inside the vortex of their battle, this war between singularities feels like it will never end. A desperate, brutal clash, for a prize no one else can see. It was a perfect dance of destruction, a battle of equals where every move was met with a flawless counter. Though the air crackled with immense power, Hinoi knew the entire exchange had lasted mere seconds. He watched, a flicker of pride in his eyes. Kanagi hadn't just fought, he had carved out a new reality, a path to victory where none should exist. But for Kanagi, the world stopped. His fist was caught, halted by an unbreakable grip just inches from its target. A bitter wave of frustration crashed over him. He had poured everything into that one attack, and it still wasn't enough. And then, the impossible. A slow, knowing smile spread across Midori's face. He took Kanagi's fist and pulled it forward himself. A willing impact, a sign of ultimate respect. "You pass," Midori declared, his voice absolute. Before another breath could be drawn, their strength gave out, and both fighters crumpled to the ground. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd of students. None of them could comprehend what they had just witnessed. Midori struggled to rise, cradling Kanagi's limp form. He called out, his voice strained but steady. "Ren, it's time to go." In a flash, his secretary was there. "The result, sir?" she asked, her tone even. Midori glanced down at the boy. He made the cut. A rare hint of intrigue touched his voice. "This one, he's different." His gaze then fell to the fighter's arm, twisted at an unnatural angle. "I seem to have broken his arm, though. Heal him." "Of course," she replied without a moment of hesitation. But the students could only stare, their world completely upended. The whispers started, rippling through the stunned crowd. They couldn't believe it. Had Kanagi actually done the impossible? Then, the dam of disbelief broke. A single shout became a roar. Cheers exploded from every corner, a wave of pure hype. Kanagi had landed a punch on Midori. The sound dragged Kanagi from the blackness. As he opened his eyes, Ren's healing light was already knitting him back together. "Stay still," she commanded, her voice tight with focus. He obeyed, his voice raspy. "Thank you." A rare, genuine smile touched her lips. "You passed. Congratulations." Passed? The word felt foreign, impossible. He shot up, ignoring the pain that flared through his body. "I did it? I hit him?" Before he could even begin to process the victory, a shadow fell over him. Midori was there. An amused smirk played on the master's lips. He cut straight to the point. "A pass is a pass," Midori declared, his voice silencing the crowd. "I'll admit, halfway through that final barrage, I stopped holding back." Midori's eyes, usually unreadable, held a flicker of respect. "Your skill," he began, his tone serious now. "The way you dodged my strongest assault. Your movements were beyond impressive. Take pride in this victory, kid. You earned it." Kanagi looked down at his trembling fists. The boy who always failed was gone. He met Midori's gaze, the shock replaced by a core of steel. He didn't waste a single second celebrating. His focus was already on the horizon. So what comes after passing? The question hung in the air, sharp and hungry. Ren looked from Kanagi to Midori, completely bewildered. For the first time, Midori himself looked uncertain. He was grasping for an answer. Later that night, the world felt quiet again in Kanagi's home. He helped his mother in the kitchen, the familiar routine, a stark contrast to the day's chaos. "So, how many are we expecting?" she asked, her voice light. Kanagi hesitated, the reality of it all still sinking in. "Just one, I think," he finally answered. A proud smile spread across his mother's face as she looked back on the day. "This was a big deal, you know," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "You didn't just pass the hunter's exam. You caught the eye of Midori herself." She looked at him, her belief unwavering. "I always knew you could do it. Anything you set your mind to." Kanagi stood in silence, letting her words wash over him. The warmth felt good. But then her expression shifted to one of pure panic. A new worry creased her brow. "Wait, someone that famous is coming times here asterisk?" She laughed nervously. "They'll think they've walked into a kennel." Kanagi sighed, a faint smile on his lips. He quickly shut down her fears. "Mom, she's not like that. She won't care." After the last dish was put away, and the kitchen was finally quiet, he escaped to his room and collapsed onto the bed. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind was a battlefield of its own. His gaze drifted to the simple card Midori had left him. A cold wave of doubt washed over him. Why? Why hadn't she seen it? Why wasn't she more careful with her choice? The roar of the battlefield echoed in his memory, a stark reminder of the truth. The memory surfaced, unbidden. Ren had Midori pinned, her grip twisting his leg until it gave. He could still hear it, Midori's sharp, agonized scream as the pressure mounted. Even then, through the pain, Midori had looked straight at him, gasping out a reminder of some promise. He claimed Kanagi had agreed to become his comrade if they won. But Kanagi, he had no memory of such a deal. He'd denied it outright. Ren's patience wore thin. Her grip on Midori's leg tightened, a silent, brutal threat. Midori hissed that there were too many eyes, too many ears. He urged Kanagi to come to his home that night, where they could speak freely. He swore he would lay out all their choices and reveal who the true enemy was. The true enemy? Kanagi couldn't fathom who that could possibly be. The founders had already shattered the tower. The duty of today's hunters was simple: eliminate the monsters spilling from the dimensional crack. Was there something more? Some hidden truth? The question echoed in his mind as sleep finally took him. It didn't last long. Hinoki's frantic shout ripped him from his dreams. Hinoi and the founders stood over him, their faces grim. Disoriented, he demanded to know why they were there, what was happening, but Hinoi's answer was a cold dismissal. He said they were just finishing a discussion in his room, while he slept. Something was terribly wrong. Kanagi's hands flew to cover his body, his voice trembling as he asked, "So, have you decided who gets me?" Before Hinoi could utter a word, a sharp ring from the doorbell cut through the tension. "That must be Midori," Kanagi mumbled, relieved for the interruption. "We can finish this later." He turned and walked toward the entrance. The hallway was swallowed by shadows, and a cold knot tightened in his gut. Then, his world stopped. His mother, crumpled on the floor, a silent scream tore through his mind. "Mom?" He lunged forward, his heart hammering against his ribs. He froze. A figure was sitting at their kitchen table, the man. The stranger was calmly eating the dinner his mother had made. He hummed in appreciation, a sickeningly pleasant sound. All of it, while completely ignoring the wreckage of the room and the woman lying unconscious nearby. A cruel smirk twisted the man's lips. "You really should teach your mother some manners," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. He gestured with a piece of food. "And if you want to impress a guest, you'll need to serve something far better than this." Ice flooded Kanagi's veins. "Who the hell are you?" he snarled. "What did you do to her?" The man didn't so much as blink. His voice dropped to a low growl. Watch your tone, boy. He leaned back in the chair, a portrait of absolute power. The name's Hitani Goru, S-rank hunter, and a colleague of your dear friend Midori. Hitani gestured lazily toward the back room. Grab your luggage. We're moving you to the base. In that instant, something inside Kanagi shattered. No thought, no fear, just pure rage as he launched his fist at Hitani's face. But Hitani was a phantom, vanishing from sight only to reappear directly behind him. His voice, a low hiss. Are you trying to pick a fight with me, boy? Kanagi's world went quiet. Her voice echoed in the silence. A promise made in the shadow of loss that she would raise him alone, with her head held high. The memories flooded in. Her shoes, soles worn thin, a testament to her quiet sacrifice. You need new sneakers, she'd always say, ignoring her own needs. And just this morning, her proud smile as she congratulated him. A promise of his favorite tonkatsu for dinner tonight. That promise, now broken. A fire ignited in Kanagi's eyes as he turned, his voice a low growl. What did you do to my mother? From the sidelines, Hinoi's eyes widened. He recognized that energy, a ghost from a bygone era, an S-rank hunter. Hinoi gritted his teeth. He was sick of this guy, this pale imitation of Midori. It was time to step in. The founders exchanged a look. They'd witnessed his battle with Midori, but this was something else entirely. Their entire assessment of the boy was changing in that single instant. Hitani just laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. That look on your face. It's almost cute. His hand rose, arcing through the air for a dismissive slap. Kanagi didn't move a muscle. He was an unshakable mountain. The strike closed in. Then, a hand shot out. A perfect catch. With a single, fluid motion, Kanagi used Hitani's own momentum to send him spinning. The old founder's pipe nearly fell from his gaping mouth. That move. He knew it from their old hunts, back when they fought monsters side by side. In an instant, Hitani was airborne, pitched clean through the window. He smashed through the backyard wall in a shower of splintered wood, but he twisted in midair, landing without a sound. Hitani rose, brushing dust from his shoulders as he walked back inside. His mind reeled, trying to process that impossible throw. Could that have been Aikido? His thoughts flashed back to Kanagi's duel with Midori just that afternoon. He'd felt the crushing weight of Kanagi's aura then, seen his mastery with the blade. But there was something more, a subtle power he couldn't quite grasp. Hitani let out a low whistle of appreciation. You're made of tougher stuff than hockey, I'll give you that. Kanagi's jaw tightened, the last of his patience evaporating. His voice was low, dangerous. Answer me. What did you do to my mother? He could hear her muffled cries from the other room. He could picture her twisting in agony as the venom spread through her veins. Hitani just laughed, a hollow, grating sound. You really don't have a clue what's happening, do you? He mocked. A cruel grin stretched across his face. The truth? Your mother was in the way, so I gave her a little something to help her rest. Hitani's smirk was sickening. If she's strong, she might just wake up with a few minor complications. All the fire in Kanagi's eyes went cold. I don't understand. The calm in his voice made Hitani pause, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why? Kanagi asked, his voice steady. Would you harm the family of someone you want as an ally? Hitani just scoffs. Comrade? The word is pure poison on his tongue. He vanishes. A whisper of movement, and he's already behind him, blade descending. A desperate twist avoids the killing blow. But the assault is a relentless storm, strike after strike. You were never one of us, Hitani hisses between attacks. You're nothing but a puppet, dancing on their strings. The taunts cut deeper than any steel. When we take those you love, make them our leverage, you'll have no choice but to break. Hitani's smile is a cruel slash, so utterly naive, there's no time to process the words. A foot stomps down, pinning him. A silver arc flashes across his cheek. Was I right? Hitani sneers, as he stumbles back, creating space. A searing fire erupts on his face. He reaches for the wound. Dark, corrupted veins are already spreading from the cut. Hitani grins, raising his hand. Glistening, venom-laced needles extend from his fingertips. Too late, he whispers. It's already found a home in you. His power is a living apothecary of death. My body can create dozens of unique toxins. This one is my personal favorite. Asterisk. Phantom bug's poison. Deadly vision. Asterisk Hitani sighs. A sound of pure boredom. This entire mission is such an inconvenience. He flexes his poison-tipped fingers. If I were truly unleashed, I could flood a 5-kilometer radius with a fatal neurotoxin. He shrugs, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. But we can't have that kind of fun in the middle of the city, can we? His gaze turns cold, locking on. Still, this simple poison is more than enough to kill you. He has 1 minute to join their organization, or he's finished. The deal is simple. Hitani will hand over the antidote. Otherwise, the poison will claim him. He can feel its deadly chill spreading. For anyone else, this would be it. An inescapable death sentence. He glances down at the black veins spreading across his hand. A quiet whisper escapes his lips. Valentine, god of medicine, are you in there? The founders stare at Valentine. Her face is a canvas of pure, unadulterated shock. He offers a faint, confident smile. Sorry for the sudden call. Later, could you teach me how to neutralize this poison myself? Her jaw hangs open. She manages to stammer out a yes. Furious, Haitani launches another wave of toxic mist. What is this nonsense you're mumbling? He screams. He dodges it with impossible ease. That Aikido technique I used, it belonged to Kudu Huma, the god of hands. Within him, the ancient master is stunned. He perfectly copied my art. After seeing it only once, he continues the roll call. Manhwa, the slasher of 10,000 armies, Shimamur Kalkus, the blue spear of destruction, and Margaret, the heavenly bow. I didn't just study the records, I memorized their very souls. His gaze locks onto Haitani, cold and sharp. The founders you once revered are now a part of me. Haitani's face twists in disbelief, but there's no fear in his eyes, only pure, unadulterated rage. He roars, I'll show you the true meaning of pain. Haitani lunges forward, a blur of motion. Poison needles gleam. I sidestep, a hair's breadth from death. The attack is dodged. His strike slams into a nearby tree. Bark blackens, leaves crumble to dust, life snuffed out. He doesn't pause. He's on me again, a whirlwind of malice. Kneel, he screams. Beg for your life, and I might grant you an antidote to dull the agony. He sneers. Once this poison consumes you, there's no coming back. Your mind will shatter into madness, but I remain still, calm. I watch his corrupted hand get closer, closer. At the last possible second, I pivot. My palm meets his chest. I unleash Time St. Wantok's fist asterisk. Haitani chokes, blood spraying from his lips. Even Wantok is stunned by the raw force. He's launched backward, crumpling a steel light pole on impact. No time to recover, no mercy. I'm on him, following up with Time's Earson's feet of light asterisk. The kick sends him skipping across the asphalt like a stone. A gasp from within my soul. It's Earson. He's in awe of this newfound power. But through the dust, Haitani staggers to his feet, wounds already closing. Before he can even register it, I'm there, right in his face. He lunges, a storm of two-handed strikes. Haitani's needles fly, but he weaves through the deadly barrage. Venomous shards shatter against his advance. He counters. Asterisk sharp beak corral asterisk. The blow slams directly into Haitani's gut. Kannagi doesn't stop, channeling Rowan's own power against him. He unleashes the devastating Time's Dragon's Claw asterisk. Deep within, the real Rowan is frozen in disbelief. Utterly stunned, Kannagi seizes him. Then he calls upon another power, activating Time's Laylax flipper asterisk. Haitani is thrown, helpless, tossed through the air like a rag doll. As he tumbles, his mind races, trying to understand. This is impossible. The poison should have clouded his mind. It should have already destroyed his nervous system. But Kannagi isn't just moving. He's stronger, unharmed, unstoppable. Kannagi raises his hand, gathering the magus of truth. He unleashes Time's Melta, Silentius Times directly upon Haitani. A blinding flash of energy erupts, shocking every single person watching. Hinoi. He turns to the other founders, his voice laced with awe. Did you see that? He tells them. The moment Kannagi won, he began to perfectly replicate their techniques. Every last one, from their physical arts to their deepest magic. Hinoi's eyes gleam with a dangerous light. I don't care. If his power comes from the crest of nothingness. That boy is the most interesting thing I've seen in centuries. The founders could only nod, their faces etched with shock and agreement. A slow, calculating smile spreads across Hinoi's face. We should train him. Imagine the power he could wield, under our guidance. He would become the strongest hunter in the world. But at that very moment, in the heart of the city, cloaked figures vaulted across the skyline. Faster, one of them hissed. Nemo's entire guild is moving on Kannagi. We have to secure the target, before they even get a chance. A shadow detached from the darkness directly behind him. All this noise, a low voice murmured. For what? Midori asked. The man's blood ran cold. Midori's tone was dangerously calm. If there are 15 of you, that makes you the last one. A single finger traced the air near the man's forehead. A flick of the wrist. The rooftop met his face with brutal, unforgiving force. Midori activated his link. Asterisk Raven's call asterisk. Ren's voice was immediate. I've arrived, she stated flatly. The perimeter is secure. No other hunters detected. Her next words, however, stopped him cold. Someone else beat us to it. Midori remained silent. He listened as Ren explained the scene. The intruder was Hitani, an S-rank hunter, the infamous master of poisons. He came for Kannagi, and was utterly dismantled. Midori's eyes drifted across the urban canyon. There, on an adjacent rooftop, a body lay sprawled like a discarded doll. Hitani, broken and unmoving. An S-ranker, neutralized without a fight. Just what kind of monster had done this? A short time later, they stood inside Kagi's home. Midori clapped his hands together, a wide grin breaking across his face. His eyes were locked on Kanagi, shining with praise. I'm genuinely blown away. I honestly never expected it, that you'd be the one to bring Anne down. His expression hardened slightly. The poison. Were you hit? Kanagi scratched his cheek, a sheepish look on his face. No, we're clear. My mom and I are both okay. Hinoi let out a cynical huff, arms crossed. He cut in, his voice sharp. You'd be dead by morning if Valentine hadn't stepped in. The moment her name was spoken, Valentine groaned, slumping with pure exhaustion. But Hinoi wasn't done. He gave her a nod of grudging respect. Synthesizing an antidote in 5 seconds is absurdly fast. Valentine just shrugged it off. Hardly, she muttered. When the creator of the poison is sitting right there, you just need a few blood samples to reverse engineer the cure. Simple. Kanagi's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. But a darker question surfaced, one that refused to be ignored. He finally voiced the thought that haunted him. Hinoi, was he lying when he claimed to be your comrade? Midori's cheerful expression vanished instantly. It was all a lie. He casually mentioned how countless people try to leverage his name for their own selfish reasons. With that trivial matter dismissed, his sharp gaze returned to Ren. Is it done? He asked, his voice calm. In that same instant, she appeared silently by his side and gave a single nod. All damage has been restored, she confirmed. Kanagi's eyes shot wide, his mind refusing to process what he was hearing. He whipped his head around, his gaze fixed on his house, and there it was. The shattered window, the crumbled backyard wall, both were flawless, as if the battle had been just a dream. A brilliant, knowing smile then spread across Midori's face. Now then, he said, shall we head inside and discuss your future? Kanagi stood frozen, a statue in his own yard. A tidal wave of exhilaration and a chilling undercurrent of dread washed over him. The next morning arrived all too quickly. A sleek black car idled at the curb, waiting for him. His mother stood with him at the gate, her face a mask of forced composure. Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. But Kanagi just shook his head, trying to sound braver than he felt. I'm fine, Mom. You worry too much. She watched him, scarcely believing the boy she'd raised was truly leaving for a place like Midori's. Midori's words echoed in her memory, a solemn promise that he would not only watch over Kanagi, but that he would personally forge him into a peerless hunter. For Kanagi, that promise was a wildfire of excitement. For his mother, it was a seed of gnawing anxiety. She hid her fear behind a fragile smile. She pressed a lunchbox into his hands. You didn't eat breakfast, she said softly. Make sure you have this. He knew provisions were the least of his worries now, but he took it without a word of protest, a final, silent comfort for her. His mother's voice cut straight to the heart of her fear. Will my son be in danger? Midori's answer was immediate, unflinching. Yes. She then laid bare her soul, confessing that Kanagi's entire life had been one long, painful struggle. Entrusting him to Midori was the single greatest leap of faith she had ever taken. But even so, as a mother, a knot of pure dread remained tightly coiled in her stomach. Midori's voice, however, was a bastion of confidence. He made a solemn promise to forge Kanagi until not a single weakness remained. Hearing that ironclad resolve, she finally, truly, let her son go. Inside the car, the silence was heavy. Ren, gripping the wheel, glanced over at Midori. Are you sure that was wise? She murmured, making a promise like that to his mother, especially when they had no idea what terrors awaited them. For a split second, the weight of that promise settled on Midori's shoulders. His eyes flickered to the rearview mirror. He saw Kanagi's mother, still there, still offering a frantic flurry of last-minute advice. She was telling him how to do his laundry. Such a simple, mundane thing, reminding him not to sleep shirtless, warning him he'd catch a cold. That fierce, ordinary love. It burned away all of Midori's doubt, leaving only a core of pure determination. He made a silent oath. He would not fail her. In that same moment, Kanagi swallowed the lump in his throat and managed his final goodbye. But as his hand reached for the car door, his mother's voice called out one last time, "Come home for New Year's." With that final, hopeful plea hanging in the air, they drove away. You holding up, Kanagi? Midori's voice was low. Kanagi just shook his head, admitting, I had to lock it all away. Midori leaned back, a long sigh escaping his lips. Don't, he said simply. Just do what you gotta do. Eat. Rest. Whatever. Just let it out. Kanagi's gaze drifted, his world feeling distant and muffled. That's when he saw at the lunchbox his mom had packed, sitting beside him like a silent testament. His hands were unsteady as he reached for it. Her last words to him felt like a fresh wound as he lifted the lid. His breath hitched in his throat. A small, handwritten good luck note was nestled on the pork cutlet. Such a simple thing, It broke through all his defenses. The dam of emotions he'd built so carefully began to crack. For a long moment, he couldn't move. He saw her face, remembered every sacrifice, every quiet act of love. A silent vow took root in his heart. A profound gratitude warred with the crushing grief as he finally began to eat. Each bite was a memory, a flavor seasoned with the sting of tears he refused to let fall. Nearby, Ren and Midori sat in silence. They exchanged a knowing glance, saying nothing. This was his pain to process, his path to walk, as the world outside blurred past. And then, the vehicle stopped. They were here. Kanagi's shock was absolute. He stared up at the impossible structure, a fortress of steel and shadow, the anti-prophecy headquarters. "Welcome home," Midori said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Only the chosen few ever get to step inside these walls. The sheer gravity of that statement pressed down on him. This was his new life, his new cage, his only hope. For a single, breathtaking moment, the world falls away. He finally sees the path he's about to walk. And inside, unseen eyes are already watching. A man's silhouette is framed against the window. His gaze, a silent, piercing weight, follows their arrival. His back remains turned. His voice cuts through the silence of the room. "They're here." A girl with a face like stone glances over. Her expression is a carefully guarded mask. "All this, for the new kid?" A younger man offers a slight smile. "It's not every day we get a new ally, you know." But another, his arms crossed in judgment, isn't convinced. His posture screams skepticism. "First, we find out," he states, his voice cold, "if he's even worthy of the anti-prophecy." Meanwhile, the world outside the headquarters blurs. He stands frozen on the threshold. His mind is a whirlwind, unable to grasp the sheer scale of it all. A single question burns through the chaos. The anti-prophecy unit. What in the world times that? And a darker thought follows. Does this all connect back to the Ichihara Guild? Ren sees the storm brewing in his eyes. "I know it's a lot," she says softly. "I'm sorry I couldn't explain sooner." She chooses her next words with care. "I couldn't tell your mother the whole truth. It's sensitive." She lets the silence hang for a beat. This is a top national secret. And with those 5 words, his entire world shatters. They walk toward the main building. Midori suggested dropping his bags at the dorm first. Ren offered a hand. He just shook his head, insisting he could manage on his own. But before he could take another step, a sharp voice cut through the silence. "Hold it!" The sudden command froze him in his tracks. He looked up to see the young man from before, looming over them from above. Without a hint of warning, the man declared, "I'll be the one to explain things to you." And then, he lunged. A blur of motion, a vicious kick aimed right for his face. Instinct took over. Arms shot up to block. The sheer force of the blow shattered the concrete beneath his feet. A tremor ripped through his entire body, but he held his ground. He wouldn't fall. A slow, impressed smile spread across the attacker's face. He acknowledged the solid defense. "Not bad," he conceded, a rare compliment. Catching his breath, he finally asked the question burning in his mind. "Who are you?" In a fluid motion, the man pushed off. He landed silently on the ground below. "The name's Hanada Hikotaru," he announced with a sharp grin. "Member of the anti-prophecy unit. And starting today, your comrade." The word echoed in the shattered air, leaving him completely stunned. But hesitation was a luxury he couldn't afford. Hanada was tasked with laying it all bare, and ready or not, the truth was coming for him. Meanwhile, Midori remained a picture of perfect calm. He just asked Ren to pour him some tea. Ren obliged with a silent nod, filling a cup as the clash of bodies continued. Midori watched them, his gaze unwavering and sharp. He cut through the noise. "Hanada, why are comrades fighting?" Hanada, without breaking his rhythm, explained it had a dual purpose. First, to welcome Kanagi into the fold of the anti-prophecy unit, and second, to see what he was made of. The words slammed into Kanagi's mind. An introduction? A test? What kind of brutal welcome was this? Before he could think, Hanada moved, a blur of precision. Another kick arced toward his head. Kanagi's body reacted on pure instinct. His arms snapped up, a solid block. The impact shuddered through him, but his feet didn't move an inch. Even in the heart of the storm, Hanada began to lecture on the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi absorbed the words, but his instincts screamed, "Trap." No one reveals their deepest secrets while trying to knock you out. As their exchange flowed like a violent river, Hanada paused mid-strike, an eyebrow raised. "And you are?" There was no fear in his voice, only resolve. "I am Kanagi Minato." From the sidelines, Midori watched, his tea forgotten in his hand. He saw the endless crucible being forged for one boy. First the academy, then himself, even an S rank. And now this relentless trial. He turned to Ren, his voice tight. Will they ever stop testing him? Ren's gaze never wavered from the fight. It is the price of being chosen. Greatness isn't given, it's demanded. Meanwhile, Hanada's kicks were a blur, a storm of relentless strikes, each blow meant to shatter. But Kanagi stood like a fortress, his guard an unbreakable wall. Then, a voice cut through the barrage. "Boy, what is the purpose of a hunter?" Kanagi's answer was instant, sharp as a blade. "To erase the abominations that spill from the cracks, to be the shield against the darkness." A faint, approving smirk touched Hanada's lips. "Correct. In the end, we're just exterminators." A simple, brutal, and necessary truth. Suddenly, the assault ceased. Hanada dropped low. The atmosphere shifted, growing heavy and cold. But what about the other monsters? The ones that don't crawl out of a dimensional crack? The question struck Kanagi harder than any physical blow. A flicker of uncertainty, a crack in his perfect defense. Other monsters? What do you mean? A cold, knowing smile spread across Hanada's face. His expression grew grim as he laid out the grim reality. The world is threatened by far more than simple dimensional cracks. He spoke of events that were etched into history as scars: the pandemonium, the castle of 10,000 demons, a nightmare from 10 years ago, and the great outbreak of Kyushu, only 5 years past. Kanagi knew the names instantly. They were legendary, catastrophic dimensional breaks, disasters that the world had never truly recovered from. But before he could even form a question, Hanada moved, a blur of sudden violence. Instinct screamed. Kanagi threw his arms up. A block. It barely held. The sheer impact sent him skidding across the ground. "Tough," Hanada acknowledged with a cold smile. "You at least remember the official story of those little incidents." He then promised that Kanagi would soon understand the terrifying truth behind them. All would be revealed once his training at the academy began. Kanagi finally managed to plant his feet, his stance firm. He fought to control his ragged breathing. But there was no time at all. In the blink of an eye, Hanada was above him, a shadow against the sky. Kanagi's mind went blank. He couldn't even process the impossible speed. Hanada's leg descended like a guillotine, a crushing axe kick, a desperate surge of adrenaline. Kanagi threw himself sideways, tumbling out of the way. Hanada's foot shattered the ground where his head had been an instant before. Instead, the blast slammed into a nearby tree, shearing it completely in two. Kanagi's breath hitched, his mind reeling from the raw power on display. Then, Hanada's demeanor shifted. He stood tall, the air growing heavy as his voice dropped, deadly serious. He revealed a chilling truth. Calamities like the Tower of Malevolence, the one from 300 years ago, were never just disasters. They were invasions, full-scale assaults from another dimension. The words crashed over Kanagi, a truth too heavy to comprehend. His entire understanding of the world was shattering. This wasn't some long-dead history lesson. It was a terrifying promise of what was to come. Hanada closed the distance, his eyes grave and unyielding. He confessed a deep-seated fear, admitting he couldn't understand why the awakeners of today were so much weaker than the legends from the Tower era. There were so few now who could even dream of matching the original founder's strength. And that simple fact, he admitted, haunted him. A storm of fear and a desperate need for answers raged within Kanagi. Finally, he voiced the one question that truly mattered. "Then what are we supposed to do?" Hanada's response was swift and absolute. "That is the very reason the anti-prophecy unit exists." He explained that the few who can actually see the future, who can predict these world-ending catastrophes, they don't broadcast that terrifying truth to the masses. That knowledge is a burden reserved only for the elite, the ones strong enough to face those threats head-on. And according to Hanada, those elites were the members of the anti-prophecy unit. At the mention of their name, Midori and Ren couldn't suppress the proud smirks that crossed their faces. It all clicked into place for Kanagi. Their entire existence was dedicated to defying fate itself. Hanada's gaze then locked onto him. His next words sealed Kanagi's future. "As of today, you're one of us." A genuine smile finally broke through Hanada's stern expression. "You know, you're the first one," he admitted, "who's ever blocked my kicks back-to-back like that." He extended a hand, a clear sign of respect. Kanagi grasped it, sealing the pact. As Midori and Ren cheered, Hanada glanced up to the rooftops. Shadows detached themselves from the tiles, silent figures materializing from nowhere. Hanada called out to them, "Come on down," but they only stared back, their eyes unreadable, and in a blink, they were gone, leaving Kanagi utterly stunned. "Talk about a dramatic exit," Midori scoffed. "They always act like the final boss." Hanada just sighed. "They just wanted to see the new kid for themselves." "Guess you made an impression." Hanada then turned to Midori. "I'll take it from here." She nodded once, then vanished. With the others gone, a quiet settled between them. Hanada helped Kanagi with his gear, offering to show him the way. "Your room's this way." A simple thanks was all Kanagi could manage. That night, alone in a room that was finally his, he knew his old life was truly over. Kanagi couldn't stop thinking about what this organization meant. It was all about handling prophecies in their world. He wondered if the founders had faced a similar crisis back in the Towers era, and if he was now fighting something that had been predicted. His thoughts got him anxious, but then a voice cut through his worry, saying he'd simply trained. Surprised, he turned to see Hanoi and the other founders standing right there. He quickly apologized for not talking to them sooner, but Hanoi told him not to worry. They'd already made a decision. As the founders, they decided to train him to be the strongest awakener, just like Midori. With their help, he could become the strongest awakener ever, one of their own disciples. Kanagi was really surprised, asking if they really wanted him as their disciple. Hanoi nodded, saying yes, but then teased that it would lead to a kind of battle royale between them. Kanagi, worried, begged them not to fight over him. Hanoi explained that's how things had started, but after watching him more closely, the founders had changed their minds. Instead of just using his body for their own benefit, to them, training him was becoming utterly fascinating. Hanoi then revealed a stunning truth. When Kanagi fought the poison user, he hadn't just won, he had instinctively copied every single one of their techniques. The execution wasn't perfect, not yet, but his ability to absorb the fundamentals was unnervingly fast. Hanoi pressed him, needing him to grasp the weight of this. Did Kanagi truly understand how monumental this was? He theorized it stemmed from his time's crest of nothingness asterisk. But that wasn't the whole story. Kanagi's true terrifying gift was his speed of comprehension. Hanoi's voice grew heavy with meaning. This single ability surpassed the innate talents of the founders themselves. As those words echoed in the silence, Kanagi's vision blurred, a hot sting welling in his eyes. He saw them again, the disappointed faces of his old instructors, the ones who had written him off, the ones who had branded him as talentless. Until this very moment, no one had ever expected a single thing from him. It all felt like a fragile, impossible dream. A dream built on the ashes of a life spent being treated like trash. He was the failure. The boy who was relentlessly mocked for failing the hunter's exam 3 times. He could still hear it. The sharp, cruel laughter of his classmates. Their mocking voices, a constant chorus telling him to just give up. His own name was a whisper, easily forgotten. Just another face in the crowd that no one ever bothered to remember. No one had ever believed he had a future. He had grown so used to being invisible, but that was before. But now, it was real. 2 of the most renowned figures in the world, Midori and Hanoi, were actually looking at him, seeing him. The recognition felt like a phantom limb, a feeling he couldn't trust. A cold question echoed in his soul. Did he truly deserve this light after a lifetime in the dark? For years, he'd looked up to them as distant stars. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine they'd place their faith in him. Hanoi saw the storm of doubt in his eyes. He closed the distance, a reassuring smile on his face. A firm hand landed on his shoulder, grounding him. "Get a hold of yourself," he said, his voice steady. "Emotion is a luxury we don't have." And then they told him the impossible truth. Their very souls were tethered to his own. A connection that grew strongest while he slept. This bond was more than a presence. It was a key to a classroom outside of time and space itself. With that reality hanging in the air, they laid out the brutal schedule for his new life. His afternoons were for the forge. He would train his body to its breaking point with the anti-prophecy unit. But his nights belonged to them. There, in his dreams, the real lessons would be taught. Peaceful sleep was a concept that no longer existed for him. He didn't care. He was ready for the fire. He accepted without a single shred of hesitation. Whatever they commanded, he was ready to obey. Night bled away, replaced by the unforgiving light of morning. Inside the shared bathroom, Hanada was splashing water on his face when the door creaked open. They exchanged a tired greeting. But Hanada saw it all, the dark circles, the hollowed-out look in his eyes. He was completely spent. He looked like a ghost, and with a ragged breath, he admitted that he still hadn't acclimated to the punishing routine. Hanada recognized the look instantly. He remembered his own hellish first days, the bone-deep exhaustion of starting at the dorm. But then, something beneath the surface caught Hanada's attention. A dormant power, coiling around the boy like a serpent. Curiosity sparked. He had to know for sure. Hanada moved, a flash of motion, a leg scything through the air. But the boy's reaction was almost lazy, a simple tilt of the head. He spat a stream of water onto the pavement and kept walking. He never even broke his stride. He waved off Hanada's little test without a thought. "I'm not in the mood for games this early," he said, his voice flat. "I'm heading to the cafeteria. See you." Hanada stood frozen, the ghost of his own attack washing over him. I'm faster now than I was yesterday, The thought screamed in his mind. And he dodged it like it was nothing. What in the world is he? Inside the bustling cafeteria moments later, Hanada scanned the crowd and found an open spot. He approached a table where a woman was methodically eating a piece of fruit. "Excuse me," Hanada began. "Is anyone sitting here?" He gestured to the empty seats. She gave a short, dismissive nod. That was all the invitation Hanada needed. He slid into the chair opposite her and waved his quiet companion to the seat beside him. That's when he recognized her, one of his comrades from the day before, but the battlefield camaraderie was gone. She was a wall of ice, her words clipped and formal. Her message couldn't have been clearer. You are not welcome here. But he tried anyway. He offered his name, a simple courtesy. The dismissal was instant, a wall of ice. She made it clear his name meant nothing to her, a name she had no intention of remembering. Then, she lifted her fork, aiming it at him like a weapon. Her declaration was cold and absolute. His name would only matter when he proved himself worthy. Until that day, there was only the mission. He was being dragged along to help erase a prophecy. But this wasn't just some vague prediction. Its origins traced back to 1945, when humanity unearthed the first book of fate, pulled from 3,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice. They gave it a fitting name, the Book of Doom. Its script was crude, like the frantic scribbles of a child, yet it painted a future of absolute horror. It claimed that in 80 years' time, the world would be consumed by an unspeakable terror, followed by a wave of world-ending disasters. The words were so terrifyingly specific, so utterly convincing, the world had no choice but to believe. Later, as the engine hummed, she broke the silence. She looked at him, her eyes sharp. Why do you think the world believed it? He paused, the question hanging in the air. He looked over at this woman, his new partner, whose name he still didn't even know. But before he could ask, she shut him down. Her voice cut through the air, sharp as glass. I don't need your name. I need your answer. He assumed the prophecies had to be true, a fatalistic acceptance in his voice. But her response was instant, vicious. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. She looked at him as if he were a child asking a foolish question. If even one single line in that Book of Doom comes to pass, she explained, her voice cold steel, this world ceases to exist. The weight of her words crushed him. As the silence stretched, he turned his gaze to Hinata, a new dread coiling in his gut. He had to know. How many? How many prophecies are in that thing? Hinata's guess was a quiet blow. Around 200. The number left him hollow, the air stolen from his lungs. A chilling thought crept in. Was it already too late for them? But Midori's voice cut through his despair. Don't lose hope, she said, a flicker of pride in her eyes. We've already prevented nearly 180 of them. He could only stare, the sheer scale of their fight, their victories, leaving him utterly stunned. His mind was still reeling, trying to grasp the impossible reality of it all. He had to ask again, but why? Why does the world put so much faith in one book? The woman began the story, her tone shifting to that of a grim historian. It began with an explorer, a man named Bernard Russell. He was the one who unearthed the Book of Doom. The very second Bernard laid eyes on its first page, the ink seemed to form just for him. Hello, Bernard. But that wasn't all. Below the greeting was a timestamp, impossibly precise. March 17th, 1945, 11:35 in the morning. On a clear, sunny day, it was the exact moment of his discovery. That single, terrifying detail was all the proof the world ever needed. Hours later, the history lesson was over. They had arrived. Below them lay Tokyo's Sumida Ward, and at its heart, an intermediate-level dimensional crack tore a hole in the sky. As they got closer, guards blocked their path, firmly saying the area was off-limits. But they just ignored the warnings, zipped past them with incredible speed, and left the guards momentarily stunned. He hesitated, wondering if it was really okay to go on, but Hinata quickly reassured him it was. The woman then started explaining the big crisis they were dealing with. She explained that big problems like the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, an invasive pandemic, and the floating trees were all considered emergencies. Out of those, the pandemonium outbreak, which Midori managed to stop, was an especially bad one. Even though the Book of Doom is pretty well known, it's just one of many magic books scattered all over the world. The anti-prophecy unit's whole job is to gather information, analyze predictions, and act before things happen. She then went through the different threat levels they dealt with. A rank 3, for instance, meant one or more regions getting destroyed. A rank 2 was a national emergency, while a rank 1 affected the planet's environment as a whole. Then there was the special rank, a last resort. For when the world itself stood on the brink of annihilation, he hung on her every word. The true weight of their mission began to settle in, cold and heavy. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. So this is it? He asked, his voice strained. It's all on us now? The woman's expression was like carved stone. She confirmed, yes, this is the burden we carry. This is the anti-prophecy unit. It wasn't long before they were spotted. Kisaragi and his squad moved to intercept as they stepped past the cordon. Their path was blocked in an instant. Kisaragi saw only reckless civilians straying from safety. Turn back now, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is a kill zone. But his warning was met with a chilling calm. Today's prophecy, she stated, is a rank 3 event. This dimensional crack before you, it may appear to be a mere intermediate B rank, but its appearance is a lie. It's a rank 3 cataclysm, codenamed Yellow Journal. Her eyes never left the shimmering tear in reality. It's about to expand. As if her words were the command, the fissure began to scream and widen. Kisaragi whipped his head around. Raw horror filled his eyes as the gateway ripped wide open. A flood of abominations poured forth, a tide of twisted flesh and jagged claws, each creature more grotesque than the one before it. "Engage!" he roared. "Hold the line!" The retaliation was instant, and it was savage. The creatures swarmed. His forces crumpled in seconds. A one-sided slaughter. Ice flooded his veins as a curse escaped his lips. He watched in horror as even his B-rank and C-rank hunters were torn apart like paper. Then, his focus was violently ripped away. Something far, far worse had arrived. A crushing pressure suffocated the air. The undeniable aura of a true boss-level threat. He saw the newcomers striding calmly into the fray. "Get back!" Kisaragi's voice was raw with desperation, but his words died in his throat. The woman simply placed her palm against the blood-soaked ground. "Asterisk, Trismegist asterisk," she whispered. Instantly, the earth erupted. Vicious spears of pure mana shot upwards. A brutal, merciless execution. Bodies dropped, lifeless, in expanding pools of their own blood. Before the last one hit the ground, Hanada moved. He was a blur of impossible speed, a living storm flowing through the chaos. He carved a path of destruction. Every monster fell, each movement, a perfect, calculated killing blow. Kisaragi could only stare, his mind utterly blank. He was an S-rank hunter, the pinnacle of strength, or so he'd always believed. But this was a level of power he never even knew was possible. He couldn't place them. Their origins, their purpose, a complete mystery. The woman's gaze locked onto Kisaragi. Her voice was cold iron. "Get back." To her, he was nothing more than a liability, just another civilian caught in the crossfire. His gaze fell to her hand. There, on her skin, was an emblem he knew all too well. A sudden, chilling recognition. His blood ran cold. This wasn't a coincidence. These were government agents. He had no time to process it, no time to think. A colossal hand clawed its way out of the dimensional tear. It ripped the fabric of space wider, screaming into existence. A nightmare stepped through the widening maw of the rift. Galea Olir, a name that meant something far beyond S-rank. The creature towered over them, a mountain of flesh and fury. Its sheer presence was a suffocating weight. No fear, no hesitation. The woman was a blur of motion. She moved in to strike. "Wait, don't be reckless." Kisaragi's warning was lost to the wind. She was already committed, deaf to his plea. She and her partner moved as one, a synchronized assault. They met the overwhelming threat head-on, without an ounce of fear. Hinata unleashed a storm of kicks. Each blow landed with brutal precision. But they were nothing, less than nothing. The beast didn't even flinch. The creature's armor was absolute. His strikes were useless. He was forced to retreat, just as the beast lunged for the woman. She didn't flinch. Mana flared to life in her hands, a counterattack already forming. But in the space of a heartbeat, a shadow moved between them. It was Kane. He stopped the monster's assault with a single, open palm. The resulting impact was catastrophic. The beastman imploded in a flash of raw energy, leaving everyone frozen in a stunned silence as the dust settled. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized that technique. It was the times penetration shock asterisk. But what truly staggered him was the impossible truth. Kane had just obliterated an S+ rank monster with one blow. This wasn't the same man from yesterday. Kane's power had grown monstrously overnight. Was all that force really necessary? The woman cried out. But he understood. When you're facing an enemy with impenetrable physical resistance, you don't break the armor. You annihilate them from the inside. A lesson he had learned from Wantak, the Fist Saint. A man who had shown him the fundamentals of the times, penetration shock times, just the night before. With the threat gone, Kane turned to the girl. "I saved you," he stated simply. "The least I deserve is your name." Her face, a mix of awe and wonder, broke into a smile. "My name is Ain." No time to think. Hanada pivoted, his focus snapping back to the fight. His energy flared, ready to meet the new threat. A fresh tide of horrors surged from the rift. But the woman, she remained completely unshaken. She moved first, unleashing a torrent of her own. Liquid silver coated her enemies, a beautiful, deadly sheen. A single word, and Time's mercurious reject times turned the battlefield into a volatile inferno. In perfect sync, they carved a path forward. Kane's words echoed in their minds. He had been right. To shatter the enemy, you had to strike at its heart. Her eyes hardened with resolve. A sharp glance was all it took. Hanada understood instantly. Together, they charged straight into the gaping maw of the dimension itself. Kisaragi could only stare, frozen in utter disbelief. He knew what lay beyond that tear in reality was not their world. It was an alien place, a hostile realm, teeming with dangers they couldn't possibly comprehend. To enter it was suicide. He hadn't even processed the thought before they were already moving. They plunged into the shimmering portal without a shred of hesitation. And just like that, Kisaragi was alone. The silence was deafening, broken only by the settling dust around the still warm corpses of A-rank beasts. And in that silence, a chilling realization struck him. They weren't just hunters, the rumors he'd dismissed. They had to be part of Time's organization. Meanwhile, on the other side, the world they stepped into was one of pure, suffocating malice. A tide of creatures, a living wave of claws and teeth, was waiting for them. Akane's gaze swept over the horde, cold and calculating. She saw them. The same monsters as before, just more of them. Her hand rose, fingers outstretched. A silent command was given. A storm of liquid metal erupted, a barrage of Time's mercury javelins asterisk. They pierced flesh and bone in an instant. Kane, still charging forward, saw the absolute carnage and finally grasped the sheer scale of her power. In that moment, he understood. He saw why she was called the Master of Area Denial, the strongest crowd control specialist in the entire anti-prophecy unit. The smaller threats dissolved into nothing. Now, only one remained, a colossal bear fiend that towered over Akane. She prepared to end it, but a blur of motion shot past her. Hinata was first to the fight. The bear swiped, its claws carving the air. Hinata was already gone. He vaulted, landing effortlessly on the ceiling above. Then he descended, a tempest of kicks battering the beast from all sides. Kane watched, mesmerized. Hinata moved like water, flowing and unstoppable. He was actually laughing, but then, Kane did something that left everyone breathless. He charged the bear himself, unleashing the exact same fluid barrage of kicks he had just witnessed, a perfect copy. He even shot a grin at Hinata. "How's my form?" Hinata froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. But the shock quickly melted into a wide, impressed smile. Working in perfect sync, they felled the giant. They pushed onward into the deepening gloom. Akane felt it first, the unnerving silence. The further they walked, the more the monsters vanished. They emerged into a vast, circular chamber, a gladiatorial pit carved from the very heart of the dungeon. Then, it happened. A suffocating pressure slammed down, a wave of pure, unadulterated killing intent. They were no longer the hunters, they were the prey. A shadow fell over them, and with a ground-shattering impact, it landed. A beast of nightmare, a minotaur wreathed in an aura of utter rage. This was no common field monster. Its eyes were scarred and milky white, a blind berserker. The system screamed a warning, a triple S-rank threat. Hinata and Kane were paralyzed, their minds reeling from the sheer, overwhelming presence. But Akane stood her ground, her expression unreadable. She almost seemed disappointed. Is this it? The master of this floor? Suddenly, the air split apart as dozens of ethereal spears erupted from a newly formed portal. "Give it your absolute strongest attack." Akane's voice cut through their fear like a blade. "Now, I'll deal with the rest." Spurred by her command, Hinata began to weave his mana into a devastating spell. Kane watched from the back line, a spectator to a battle of gods. He was in awe of their power, of their courage. But a cold, hard truth settled in his heart. He knew, with chilling certainty, it wasn't going to be enough. Hinata's concentration broke as he heard Kane's whisper of despair. "You doubt us?" Even as he spoke, their volley of high-level magic crashed against the beast's hide. The Minotaur didn't even flinch. It simply swung its colossal axe in a lazy arc. The impact didn't just shake the ground, it annihilated it, leaving nothing but a gaping crater. The impact shattered the ground, sending shockwaves across the entire arena. But as the dust cleared, their hope turned to ash. The beast stood without a single scratch. All that power, for nothing. Still, the team braced themselves for another assault. But as Kanegi raised his guard, a voice echoed in his mind. It was a cold assessment, praising Akane's raw talent. He knew that voice. It was Kellic, the spirit of his founder. The ancient alchemist worried that a prodigy like Akane, one with such pure spirit and flawless agility, and absolutely devastating strength, was about to have her potential snuffed out in this hopeless battle. Kellic admitted Akane had given it her all. But this Minotaur, it existed on a completely different plane of power. She had fatally underestimated the monster's physical resistance. It was a perfect 100%. Panic creeping into his voice, Kanegi demanded to know what he could possibly do. But Kellic only laughed. A cold, calculating sound. On the field, Hinata and Akane were being overwhelmed. A desperate thought struck them. They needed a mage. Akane risked a glance back at Kanegi, and she froze, taken aback by the sight. An alien energy was pouring from his body. Kanegi had surrendered control. Kellic was in command now. The ancient spirit raised a hand, chanting words of forgotten power. Asterisk. Mercurius asterisk, he whispered, aiming directly at the beast's foundation. In an instant, liquid silver erupted, encasing its lower body in solid metal. Akane was completely frozen. It wasn't just that Kane was wielding her own kind of power. It was how he had twisted her art into a perfect cage, utterly paralyzing the beast. Keelik, still wearing Kane's body, shot her a look of pure contempt. You fool. He scoffed at her one-dimensional approach. Your technique is rigid, inflexible. You still need to learn, he lectured. A true alchemist must control a substance in all three of its forms to achieve mastery. Even as the words left his lips, he was flooding the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. The liquid silver began to weep from the monster's mouth and eyes. Then he cast his spell, asterisk, boil asterisk. The mercury inside the beast instantly superheated. It was being cooked from the inside out. A toxic fog rolled through the arena, making the very air a poison to breathe. Akane watched, her mind shattered in amazement. He hadn't used brute force. He hadn't needed to. He simply used extreme temperature to unmake his foe. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhed in a silent, final agony. Its own body turned into a boiling cage. Amidst the horrifying spectacle, Keelik spoke to Kane, his tone chillingly casual. I'll take her as my disciple. Kane just brushed it off, treating the deadly serious claim like a joke. In a final searing wave, the boiling mercury consumed the miner, leaving nothing but a lifeless, molten heap on the ground. And just like that, the boss was dead. The Level 3 prophecy mission was a success. Akane stood frozen, her mind refusing to process. She simply could not comprehend what she had just witnessed. Kane had unleashed a power that should have been impossible, a skill reserved only for an awakener bound to a crest. She knew he was a summoner, the same class as Hiko. And yet, he had just wielded alchemy with the precision and power of a master her equal. Her shock hardened into cold suspicion. Stepping forward, she demanded to know who he truly was, but he just met her gaze with a confident smile. Kane simply extended his hand, introducing himself as if they were strangers. Akane hesitated, her irritation warring with a burning curiosity, before she reluctantly took his hand. Oh, believe me, she said, her voice low. I'll be remembering you. Nearby, Hinata could barely contain his joy. Finally, Kane was getting the recognition he deserved from Akane. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Kisaragi and his men were on edge. Their unease turned to alarm as the dimensional crack began to collapse. Just as the shimmering portal was about to seal itself shut, the trio leaped through, landing just in the nick of time. Kane casually dusted himself off, asking if the mission was officially a wrap. He was met with a curt reply. Their only remaining task was to report back to headquarters, but as they began to discuss their next move, it was clear this was far from over. Kisaragi approached, his face a mask of relief and respect. He spoke of his team, of the lives they owed them. He gave his word, a solemn vow, their identities, the truth of what happened in that place. It would die with him. Akane gave a slight acknowledging nod. She told him there was only one thing he needed to include, just the details of the emblem they discovered. For those who needed to know, that symbol would explain everything. As the three of them turned to depart, their mission finally over, Kisaragi called out, a desperate offer of future aid. Akane paused, but did not fully turn. Our paths will not cross again, she said, her voice leaving no room for argument. Go back to your world. Forget this ever happened. The words struck Kisaragi with the force of a physical blow. He finally understood. They weren't soldiers or agents. They were from a reality he had only touched for a moment, a world he could never truly enter. On May 11th, a flash of crimson light blazed through the streets of An Prefecture Village. A sentry's eyes caught the blur. It was gone in an instant. A trick of the light? A phantom? Then, the sound came. A deafening roar tore through the sky, shaking the very soul of the village. Back at Anti-Prophecy HQ, the air was still. The trio climbed out of their transport, weary but whole. Akon broke the silence, the mundane task of paperwork ahead. We still have to file our report for headquarters. Just then, a sharp chime cut through the air from Hinata's phone. He read the message, his expression shifting. We're being summoned, he stated, a note of confusion in his voice. To the lab, right after a mission, without a debrief. This was not standard procedure. Something was wrong. Drawn by an urgent summons, they arrive at the Anti-Prophecy HQ lab to find two figures waiting in the stark silence. One man stood poised on a stage, while another watched from the empty stands, an unspoken authority radiating from him. Without even turning, the man in the stands spoke, his voice cutting through the air. His tone was laced with ice as he criticized Akane. You took far too long with a simple rank 3 disaster. Kanagi froze. He knew that voice. It was the same red-haired man from before. Akane's fists clenched, fury boiling in her gut at his sheer arrogance. He wasn't the leader here. Who gave him the right to act like it? Before it could escalate, Hinata stepped between them, his expression calm but firm. He addressed the man on the stage. "Director Kurihara, why have you called us?" The true authority in the room finally made himself known. With the tension simmering down, the director activated a large screen, displaying a file from the analysis team. On it, an object that looked like a piece of burnt charcoal glowed with a malevolent crimson light. "This," the director announced, "is a prophecy grimoire," he continued, his voice grave. "We recovered it from the heart of a volcanic region, and we've been trying to decipher its secrets ever since." Kanagi stared at the charred relic, skeptical. How could anyone possibly read a book that was burned beyond recognition? But Director Kurihara simply adjusted his glasses, a knowing look on his face. "We've managed to extract fragments of its text," he revealed, using a combination of advanced AI and X-ray technology. "The full prophecy remains a mystery for now, but the pieces we have uncovered, we point to something truly terrifying." Unlocked was a single prophecy, and its focus was terrifyingly clear: Japan. The room went silent. Akan, more than anyone, looked as if he'd seen a ghost. This wasn't a reinterpretation. It was a prophecy that had never existed in their records. The director's voice cut through the tension. He explained that their anti-prophecy research was the most advanced on the planet, a network that gathered intelligence from every corner of the globe. To find something completely unknown was supposed to be impossible. But this was different. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. He understood instantly. This wasn't a request. The four of them were being sent in. A flicker of approval in the director's eyes. "Sharp as ever," he acknowledged. "This mission would typically fall to our main team," he continued, "but they're currently off the grid." The words clicked into place for Kanagi, so that's why Midori was gone when they returned. The director's next words were a command. "Move out. Immediately. Your full briefing will be sent electronically." Kanagi's head was spinning. Another mission? Already? But the red-haired man was unfazed. "You'll get used to the pace," was all he said. A cold dread settled in Kanagi's gut. He clenched his fists, the chilling reality sinking deep into his bones. This time, the entire world was truly hanging in the balance. Suddenly, Suo's palm slammed against the table as he shot to his feet. His voice, dripping with arrogance, echoed through the room. "I'll be taking charge of this mission, along with Mai." So, just 3 of his subordinates were being sent to handle it. Akane's jaw clenched, always playing the commander. As they turned to go, the director's final words cut through the air. He warned them to proceed with absolute caution. They were stepping into a situation of unknown severity. And he made one thing crystal clear. If the prophecy truly began to unfold, they were to hold their position and wait for the main force. No exceptions. Inside the car, the silence was suffocating. A cold knot of dread tightened in Kanagi's gut. Too many unknowns. From the driver's seat, Suo's voice finally broke the tension. "Get some sleep." He mentioned that Kanagi was just coming off his very first mission, but Akane, fueled by a bitter pride, immediately refused. She spat that he had no authority to command her. To her utter shock, Haneda and Kanagi were already slumping in their seats, their breathing evening out in moments. That left Akane, stubbornly fighting to keep her eyes open, a lone soldier on watch. But as the road stretched on into the deep night, her own exhaustion betrayed her. She was gone. Later, the sudden lack of motion woke her. The car had stopped. Akane's eyes snapped open to an empty vehicle. Panic flared. She burst out of the car to find the others already on a cliff's edge, staring down into the darkness at a strange, pulsing light. Her gaze followed theirs, and the sight that met her eyes was simply impossible. A colossal magic circle bled across the ground, its scale dwarfing anything they had ever witnessed. Ice flooded Haneda's veins. He finally understood the true gravity of their mission. This was so much worse than they could have ever feared. The prophecy. It was on the verge of fulfillment. Skeletal forms clawed their way from the earth, each one entombed in a massive, pulsing crystal. Their spectral glow bathed the clearing in a deathly, unnatural light. A chilling certainty settled in their hearts. They might already be too late. These were the 23 villagers from the report. Their souls, now fuel. Suo's face tightened, a dark memory surfacing. He'd seen this pattern before. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion vanished without a trace. A dimensional rift almost tore the world apart. As the chilling words left his lips, the central pillar of the circle erupted, vomiting raw energy into the sky. The sight spurred him to action. Suo's voice cut through the chaos. "We have to move, now!" The hiss of steel filled the air as Haneda drew his blade. "What's the plan?" Suo's eyes were grim, his resolve absolute. "We stop this ritual, no matter the cost." Akane's voice was sharp, a desperate reminder of their protocol. "The director's orders. We were told to stand by for further instructions." But there was no time left for debate. An immense pressure slammed into them from behind. They spun around and saw Kanagi, bathed in a sickening dark power, crackling with immense power, spoiling for a fight. The air grew heavy. Everyone felt it. Kanagi's power was on a completely different level now. But even then, Suo didn't flinch. A confident smirk spread across his face. He exploded forward. "Let's go," he yelled, and the team charged right behind him. Akane shouted after him, "Don't be reckless." They descended upon the glowing magic circle. That's when Hinoi and the mage caught a strange scent on the wind. A scent that was chillingly familiar, the kind of smell that always meant death. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Then, with a deafening explosion, a colossal hand erupted from the ground beneath them. Hinoi's eyes widened in pure horror. He recognized that smell now. He knew exactly what it was. It was the unmistakable stench of a forbidden art. The very same one prophesied in the ancient book of scorching heat. Hinoi's voice was grim as he explained. Long ago, during the Epsi period, there was an awakener named Bandu Shijima. He was the leader of the Dark Magus, and he was responsible for a great slaughter. The Onmyoji finally managed to strike him down, but not before an entire village was sacrificed in the conflict. Shijima had harvested the blood of those fallen innocents to paint a magic circle, a dark promise, to guarantee his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His ambition was absolute, to consume all life and reign as the one true demon king. But before his fall, he had woven a final, forbidden incantation, a dark promise, fueled by the sacrifice of countless souls, to ensure his return. And now, in this new era, Shijima is reborn a being of unknown rank, a catastrophic anomaly. His purpose remains unchanged. To finally unleash the prophecy of the final, scorching dawn. He stared at his own hands, a deep scowl twisting his features. This new vessel, it felt weak, a pale shadow of the absolute power he once commanded. Had the ritual been incomplete? Not enough blood spilled to fuel his glorious return? His gaze swept across the familiar, desolate landscape. A flicker of dark amusement crossed his face. Even after 1,000 years, this cursed ground remained frozen in time. But his amusement warped into a predatory grin as he saw them, the fools who dared call themselves the anti-prophecy unit. They weren't heroes. They were merely the final offering he required. He raised a single hand. Dark energy swirled. Asterisk. Plate of yin, asterisk. The ground erupted. A violent blast tore through their disciplined charge. Kanagi's heart stopped. Hanada, Akone, they were engulfed in the chaos, but as the smoke cleared, they stood, battered but alive. The relief was poisonously short-lived. A sinister glyph now blazed beneath their feet, an intricate web of dark magic. This wasn't just an attack, it was a cage, the dark art known as the Time's Death Realm asterisk. From the circle, hundreds of spirits claw their way into existence. Spectral hands lunge, grasping, pulling Hanada and Akane into the abyss. They're trapped, drowning in a sea of phantoms. This monster, Shijima, he was on an entirely different level. Shijima watches the beautiful chaos unfold, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Then, a sudden spike of killing intent from his blind spot. Kanagi. A silent blade screams through the air, aimed for his back. Effortless, a blur of motion. Shijima sidesteps the blow as if it were in slow motion, his smirk widening. Amateur, he stomps. Asterisk, plate of yin times erupts from the ground beneath his attacker. A blast of dark energy consumes the spot, but Shijima's eyes narrow. Through the dissipating smoke, Kanagi stands completely unscathed. His retort is immediate, a blinding flash of times, thunderbolt Haydad asterisk. A wall of pure darkness rises from nothing, swallowing the lightning whole. The attack vanishes without a trace. For a moment, Shijima seems impressed. A well-played move. But the smoke hasn't even settled. A new threat emerges. Suo, appearing from the shadows, unleashing the Time's chrysanthemum spell asterisk. A hailstorm of razor-sharp knives. For a split second, surprise registers on Shijima's face. Then he's gone, launching himself into the air as the blades whistle harmlessly below. He hangs there, a perfect target against the sky. Suo just grins. That was the plan all along. That first attack was never meant to hit. It was bait. Suo slams his weapon into the ground with shattering force. Now, for the real storm. Asterisk, autumn skill, asterisk. A rain of spectral blades descends from the heavens, yet Shijima's expression is one of pure boredom. You call this power? It's nothing but a shower of pretty lights. Shijima's hand twisted into a grotesque blade. Suo met it head-on. The resulting shockwave sent shudders through Suo's entire body. From that single, brutal exchange, Shijima's condescending smirk vanished. This one was the real threat. Watching from the sidelines, Kanagi felt a cold dread creep into his heart. Shijima's power was a bottomless abyss. This wasn't an enemy. This was a force of nature unlike anything they had ever conceived. The pressure he exerted felt even more absolute than the founders themselves. As that terrifying realization gripped Kanagi, desperate screams tore through the chaos. His friends, they were in trouble. He whipped around, his blood running cold at the sight. Akane and Haneda were ensnared by vile tendrils of Time's black art asterisk. They tore themselves free, wounded but their eyes burning with defiance. Together, they charged. A desperate gambit aimed at the monster still battling Suo. As they closed the distance, Shijima, without even a glance, summoned 3 skeletal horrors from the ground. The abominations rose to intercept Akane and Hanida's frantic assault. A bone-white demon materialized directly in Hanida's path. He lashed out with a ferocious kick. It connected with a dull thud. The creature didn't even flinch. These monsters. Their bodies were harder than the minotaurs they'd fought in the labyrinth. All the while, the duel between Shajima and Suo raged on, their blows shaking the very earth. Another skeletal guardian planted itself directly in front of Kanagi, an impassable wall of bone cutting him off from his friends. Shajima's cruel laughter echoed over the battlefield. "Look around you," he taunted Suo. "Your friends can't help you now." But he had spoken far, far too soon. Suo's blade carved a line across his shoulder. "I don't need your help," he snarled, leveling his sword at Shujima. "Stay back. I'll win this with my own strength." Shujima merely smeared the blood from his wound. A low, manic chuckle rumbled in his chest, growing into a roar. "Need anyone?" he bellowed, eyes wild with madness. "I don't need anyone to devour you all." In a flash, he was on Suo. Steel screamed. The attack stopped mere inches from flesh and bone. Suo's arms trembled with the strain. He was being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. Then, a voice cut through the chaos from behind him. It was Kanagi, a blur of motion charging straight for Shijima. A flicker of shock crossed Shijima's face. "Kanagi? Here? Impossible." He'd assigned a demon to deal with him personally. His eyes darted back, seeing the others still locked in their desperate fights, but the space Kanagi had just left was occupied by the 2 perfect halves of the demon sent to kill him. Shijima's brief moment of disbelief cost him everything. A fist landed. The impact was a sickening crunch of bone and power. He was sent flying, skipping across the ground like a stone. Suo's eyes widened. That single punch held unbelievable force. "Let's finish this together," Kanagi said, planting his feet. For a heartbeat, Suo was frozen. The offer hung in the air, heavy and unbelievable. Just moments ago, Kanagi and Akane were barely holding their own. But now, he stood here, victorious, offering a hand to the one who scorned him. But for Suo, his pride was a wall thicker than any shield. But his pride won out. He threw Kanagi's offer right back in his face, his voice laced with arrogance. "I don't need help from anyone. I am more than enough on my own." Kanagi stood there, stunned by the sheer foolishness. But their standoff was violently cut short. In a blur of motion, Shijima was upon them. He unleashed Time's Magatsu's breath asterisk. A torrent of raw, destructive energy screamed toward them both. Suo's blade met the blast, his arms trembling from the force. But Kanagi was defenseless. The wave of power caught him head-on. He was thrown backward, a rag doll in a storm. The impact shattered bark and bone as he slammed into a massive tree. Blackness swarmed the edges of his vision, pulling him under. As the world dissolved into shadow, 2 figures materialized in the void before him, Hinoi and the mage. "Hinoi, you have fallen," she explained, her voice a soft echo. "So we have brought you here, into the quiet of your own mind." The ghost of agony lingered, a memory of a body broken and battered beyond its limits. Despite it all, Kanagi forced his spectral form to its feet. "Send me back," he begged, his voice cracking. "I have to get back to the fight." But before they could respond, a new voice entered the space. It was deep, resonant, and held an unshakable authority. "Your battle here is over." Meanwhile, in the real world, the fight raged on. Suo was losing ground, his defense crumbling under Shijima's relentless storm of attacks. A cruel smile played on Shijima's lips. "To think," he mused, "that you and I are so very much alike." They were arrogant, believing they needed no one to fight their wars. With a monstrous grin, fueled by an insatiable hunger to consume all, Shijima gathered his power. A single overwhelming attack. The impact shattered Suo's blade into 1,000 pieces. Suo staggered back, stunned but not broken. He willed another sword into existence, lashing out with desperate fury. But Shijima dodged with contemptuous ease. His body bent backward, an unnatural, horrifying arc. A low chuckle rumbled in Shijima's chest. Suo's struggle was nothing more than entertainment. Meanwhile, from the cold silence of the spirit realm, Kanagi's astral form could only watch the slaughter unfold. The truth was a heavy weight. Shijima was on another level entirely. Inoi's voice was grim. "Kanagi, you can't handle this." The mage's words cut through the silence. "His precision is inhuman, terrifying. If more souls had been here to harvest, if this place hadn't been so empty, Shijima would already be a demon king." She looked at Kanagi, her eyes filled with dread. "If he consumes you, his power will surge, and he'll burn our world to the ground." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Finding that grimoire. It was a complete accident." Then, Hinoi's resolve hardened as she stepped forward. She faced Kanagi, her gaze unwavering. "Lend me your body. We will deal with this." But to their utter disbelief, Kanagi shook his head. He offered an apology, but his voice was iron. "This isn't a drill, this is my reality." He told them this was a wall he had to break through on his own, a trial he would face again and again in the battles to come. His shoulders squared, his gaze unwavering. He looked them in the eye, a silent challenge asking for their trust. The mage started to protest, his words catching in his throat. But Hinoi cut him off with a sudden booming laugh. He looked at Kanagi, a proud glint in his eye. "You've already surpassed our lesson." Hinoi clapped a heavy hand on Kanagi's shoulder. "You once told us something, didn't you? That you would become greater than any of the founders. Now go, show us what that means. Do it your way." Hinoi's words were the final spark, a fire ignited in Kanagi's soul. He turned, his eyes fixed on the raging chaos of the battlefield. "Watch me," he whispered, a promise to the legends behind him. There was no more hesitation. He became a blur, a streak of pure resolve aimed at the heart of the storm. There, Shijima and Suo were locked in a brutal dance of death. Suo was a ruin, battered, bleeding, barely standing. His eyes fluttered open, revealing only a world of pain. Shijima's blade struck. A sickening crack echoed as Suo was launched into the sky. He tumbled through the air, helpless, a broken doll. Below, Shijima coiled, preparing the killing strike to end it all. Suo closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. But the impact never came. Instead, a hand seized him from the empty air. Kanagi. He had caught Suo, and his sword, in one fluid motion. Suspended between heaven and earth, a new battle was about to begin. He snatched Suo's blade in a blur of motion. With a powerful twist, he launched Suo towards the earth, yanking him clear of Shijima's searing beam of magic. Suo hit the ground, the impact jarring him to the bone. Shijima's gaze instantly snapped upward, locking onto Kanagi, who hung suspended in the air like an avenging angel. Shijima unleashed another blast of times, Magatsu's breath asterisk, a torrent of pure destruction aimed straight at him. But what he saw next made his blood run cold. Kanagi, poised and serene, assumed times Hinoi's one-handed sword-style asterisk. His focus was absolute. With a single, elegant arc, Kanagi's blade met the blast head-on. It didn't block it, it cleaved it. The dark energy split perfectly in two. Then, with terrifying speed, he closed the distance and struck Shijima's arm. The limb separated from his body in a clean, silent cut. Shijima stared at the stump, his mind refusing to process the horror. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Trembling with a rage born from humiliation, he screamed his own name, his own power. But Kanagi's face was a mask of cold iron. "This was not the same boy," he replied, his voice devoid of all warmth. "I am the one who will surpass the founders." The watching mage turned to Hinoi, his voice a whisper. "Can he actually defeat a dark magus?" Hinoi didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on the boy he'd trained. "I'm not sure, but I know this much. Kanagi isn't stupid." A thought sparked in his mind. He had a theory. Something must have changed while he was asleep in the car on the ride over. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Hinoi's face. He felt a thrill of excitement. Had Kanagi truly tapped into something that even he couldn't grasp? Su could only stare, his shock absolute. He watched Kanagi move with an impossible, lethal grace. Just moments ago, he'd spat on Kanagi's offer of help. And now, that same offer was the only thing keeping him from the grave. Kanagi's assault was relentless, a storm of steel pressing Shijima. Shijima warped backward, again and again, desperate for space. He snarled, countering with his dark art. Asterisk, pomegranate, asterisk. A volley of pure energy screamed through the air, aimed straight for Kanagi. Kanagi weaved. He dodged, but they followed. Every blast was locked onto him. He leaped. He vaulted across the battlefield. The blasts were relentless, a pack of hungry wolves nipping at his heels. Then, a memory surfaced, a technique from the founders. Asterisk, aftershock, asterisk. He slammed his foot into the ground, pouring power into the earth. A wall of solid stone erupted before him, catching the storm of energy just in time. Shijima's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. He didn't hesitate, launching another wave of attacks. But Kanagi was already reacting, commanding the shattered remains of his wall into a swirling shield of rock. In that brief moment, he saw his opening. Two skills merged into one. Kanagi vanished, reappearing directly behind Shijima. Blade poised for the kill. Shijima twisted away at the last possible second, a hair's breadth from disaster. The counter was instantaneous. Shijima spun, unleashing his times, plate of yin blast, times point blank into Kanagi's chest. The force of the impact sent a shockwave tearing through the air. Kanagi staggered back, but the blow that should have ended him was somehow absorbed. He vaults off a floating rock, a living projectile aimed straight for Shijima. Every movement is a page from the founder's playbook. Shijima dodges, a flicker of movement. But Kanagi's barrage is a storm of techniques Shijima can't predict. Even from the sidelines, the founders can only stare, stunned by the explosive growth, the relentless assault. But Shijima is far from beaten. A dark light fills his eyes as he invokes a forbidden art. Skeletons shatter and twist, fusing into a towering monstrosity of bone and rage. The colossal creature casts a shadow of death over the battlefield. Its aura is a suffocating wave of pure evil. A twisted grin spreads across Shijima's face. This is your end. The bone giant's hand, a weapon the size of a building, plummets toward Kanagi. From the distance, the founder's voices crack with desperation. Kanagi, run! But he remains rooted to the spot, utterly still. He watches the crushing blow descend, his mind racing against time. A bitter truth settles in his heart. What he has now is not enough to win. Even if he burned every last drop of his strength, he knows it's not enough. He needs more. He has to shatter the very ceiling of his power. And then, a flicker of memory. The mage's wisdom, Hinoi's strength, the crackle of the times, shining flame asterisk, the perfect balance of Hinoi's one-handed style. He can see it now, Hinoi's patient instruction, the fluid arc of the times, waveblade asterisk, the countless slashes he practiced until his arms screamed. He never perfected either one alone, but what if he combined them? In the face of certain death, Kanagi begins to channel a brilliant, shining light. He draws the flame into his palm, channeling Hinoi's very essence into the steel, a blinding transformation. His sword is reborn as a blade of pure, roaring fire. The mage and Hinoi are frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. What Kanagi just did, it breaks all the known laws of magic. He grips the hilt of his new, impossible weapon. Kanagi stands, a figure of incandescent power. A name forms in his mind for this new creation. Asterisk, blazing fire, cutting blade asterisk. Not a moment's hesitation. He explodes toward the skeletal beast. His fire-wreathed sword carves an arc through the air as Shijima stares, his world shattering. He remembered Hinoi's lessons on the sword. He remembered the mage's intricate arts. But simply mimicking them was never going to be enough for him. Fueled by that burning desire for something more, he shattered his limits, birthing the time's blazing fire-cutting blade asterisk. The sword ignites, engulfed in a storm of hungry flames. One clean swing, a flash of light. He cleaves the skeleton perfectly in two, and the slash continues, bisecting Shima in the exact same motion. A wave of shock ripples through the onlookers. To combine two completely different magic systems, it was a feat no one had ever witnessed. The alchemist founder, however, looks on with a calculating glint in his eye. He whispers a single word for what Kanagi has become. An irregular, a variable that could break the entire system. He had seen potential, but he never anticipated the boy could merge disparate techniques as if they were his own. A chilling thought crosses his mind. If this is what he can do now, what is his true ceiling? And in the blink of an eye, the alchemist vanishes without a trace, leaving Hinoi utterly speechless. But the mage, she heard the unspoken threat in his power, and a cold realization dawned. They had dangerously underestimated what Kanagi could become. A sliver of fear pierced her confidence. Was it truly wise to unleash a monster like him upon the world? And yet, Hinoi felt nothing but a raw, electric thrill, hungry to see the limits of this boy's terrifying growth. As Kanagi's feet finally touched solid ground, every muscle fiber screaming in exhaustion, his eyes shot open in disbelief. Shijima, the man he had cleaved in two, was stitching himself back together from the spilled pools of his own blood. A guttural, inhuman rage echoed from the reforming creature. Shijima snarled, "If that had been my head, boy, I might have actually died." Abyssal energy swirled, gathering in his palm. He condensed the darkness into a perfect sphere of destruction. A times death ball asterisk. Now, I'll end this myself. But his final word was stolen from him. A blur of motion, a whisper of steel. Su appeared from nowhere, his blade already at Shijima's throat. Shijima's head tumbled from his shoulders. The monster, caught completely unaware, collapsed in a heap of flesh and bone. Su moved just as quickly to catch Kanagi, whose consciousness had finally given out. Holding the boy's limp form, a ghost of a memory, long buried, resurfaced. His older brother had once carried him just like this. He could almost feel the biting frost of that night, huddled beneath a bridge. Snow had covered the world in a silent, cruel blanket of white. "I'll get us food in the morning," his brother had whispered, a promise that felt as fragile as their breaths in the air. As his younger self drifted towards a fitful sleep, he remembered hearing the distant sounds of a grand parade somewhere far above. Music and laughter from another world. Others were celebrating life, while they were huddled below, forgotten and freezing in the dark. The gnawing hunger in their bellies. That memory. The reason Tuo chose to walk a path of solitude. Shijima saw that emptiness and tried to wield it against him. But that was before. His gaze falls upon Kanagi's still form, and a truth settles in his soul. He isn't alone anymore. And even if he were, he could bear it now. With that new resolve, fractures of light splinter across the dome. Akane and Han surge through the breach. Their eyes find Kanagi, motionless, A cold dread grips them. A frantic check, a shaky breath. He's only unconscious. Akane's gaze snaps upward. The prison of light, it's imploding. Her voice is a blade. We're out of time. Han's voice is strained. What happens when that thing blows? Suo, whose knuckles are white on the hilt of his sword. His answer is grim. It will crush us into dust. We have one shot. We throw everything we have at its core and try to push it back. Suo's voice is a rock, betraying none of the doubt inside. Because deep down, he knows, in their state, this is suicide. But it's a choice they have to make. They plant their feet, ready for the end. And then, a flicker from Kannagi. His arm rises on its own, ethereal power swirling around the blade. Suo's eyes widen. Impossible. Within the silent prison of Kannagi's mind, a new will awakens. Hinoi assumes control. His body is no longer his own. Just as the world shatters around them, they unleash everything they have. At the center of the storm, Hinoi makes his move. Asterisk one-handed style. Splitting cloud attack. Asterisk beyond the shimmering barrier. A man with fire-red hair races toward the chaos, his two men struggling to keep pace. "Captain, the barrier won't hold," one of them yells. In that instant, it shatters. They brace for the worst, fearing they're too late. But what they see stops them cold. A blinding pillar of pure, azure light erupts from Kannagi's blade, piercing the heavens. The red-haired man's eyes go wide, his breath catching in his throat. He knows that light. It's the mark of a perfect sword strike, one born from absolute certainty. This is Tuo Makoto, captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Gazing at the spectacle before him, a single question burns in his mind. Who on earth did this? Sometime later, high above the mountains of Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto. He's in disbelief. The new kid actually stopped an unknown class prophecy. Meanwhile, back on the ground, in Japan, Makoto's call is anything but a celebration. He's already staring down a rank 1 prophecy. And this one is on another level entirely. It's nothing like what they encountered before. The call ends. Midori isn't inside the plane. He's sitting right on top of it, the wind whipping past him. A small smile plays on his lips, remembering how they used to barely hold on. Now, the anti-prophecy unit is growing stronger, even without him. He was there, seeing it all with his own eyes, but his amusement died on his lips. Because Makoto revealed the one who stopped the prophecy was Kannagi, the very same kid who'd been on the team for only 2 days. A stunned silence fell. "Who is he?" Makoto demanded, his voice strained. "Who is he really?" Midori's answer was immediate, and it was chillingly confident. "Kannagi is the end, the one who will finally silence all prophecies. We always knew someone would come. We've been waiting for him for a very long time. That feeling you have about him, that sense of destiny, it's because he's the one we were all waiting for." Makoto scoffed, the sound hollow. "You're pinning all our hopes on him? How can you be so sure about a complete unknown?" There was no argument, just a simple command. "See for yourself." Makoto changed the subject, his tone sharpening with urgency. "Midori, get back here. We need you on the line. We're up against an equal. And fighting without you is a losing battle." A low chuckle echoed back. "My apologies," Midori said, though he didn't sound it. Suddenly, a different voice broke through. It was Ren. His voice was tight with terror. "A grand prophecy. It's appearing right now. It's a monster. A super-rank catastrophe. The source of the self-destruction plague. Ishtam. The monstrous thing charges." "Makoto, just hold on," Midori says, his voice steady. "I'm finishing this now." His hand flashes out, unleashing a torrent of time's divine wind turbulence asterisk. At that exact same moment, in a sterile hospital ward far away, Kannagi's eyes snap open. A sharp gasp escapes him as he bolts upright. A nurse, alerted by the sudden movement, rushes to his side. "Easy now," she soothes. "You've finally woken up." She tells him he's in the anti-prophecy infirmary. He's been completely unconscious since the end of the mission. Just unconscious? Kannagi's mind fogs. The sleep had been a bottomless black, so deep he never once crossed over into the spatial realm to train with the founders. "You're fine now," the nurse reassures him, pulling back the thin privacy curtain. "Call us if you need anything at all." As the curtain slides away, his eyes land on a figure. Sue, sitting in a chair nearby, arms crossed, watching him in silence. How long had he been there? Just watching over him the whole time? Kannagi scans the rest of the quiet room. Hinata and Akane are nowhere to be seen. "Where are they?" he asks, his voice a dry rasp. Sue's gaze doesn't flicker. Training. The sting of his own weakness in that last fight was a fresh wound. He felt utterly useless. Suo's voice was low, devoid of pride. "Your power." It was overwhelming. Kannagi froze. To hear that from a man like Suo, it was unthinkable. But before the shock could settle, the atmosphere shattered. Suo shot to his feet, a desperate fire in his eyes. "Who are you? Really? It's been less than 2 days since you showed up." His voice grew louder, an accusation. You've already beaten a rank 3, and faced down a potential rank 1 boss. And that time's fusion spell asterisk. I've never seen anything like it. He stepped closer, his shadow falling over Kanagi. Tell me your secret. Tell me how I can be strong like you. The air crackled with his raw desperation. But before Kanagi could answer, a cold voice cut through the tension. Are you the one they call Kanagi? Kanagi turned, confirming his identity to the stranger in the doorway. Suo flinched, his face paling. Brother, what are you doing here? Makoto walked right past him, not even a flicker of recognition in his gaze. Kanagi watched the cold dismissal, his voice hesitant. You're actually his older brother? The words had barely left his mouth. A flash of steel, Makoto's blade was drawn. It sliced the air, stopping just inches from their throats. A silent, lethal warning that caught them both completely off guard. Kanagi dodged on pure instinct. His mind raced. Asterisk, is this some kind of test? Asterisk, Makoto's expression gave nothing away. The captain was just as stunned. How could a mere trainee have possibly evaded his strike? Makoto's expression softened, confirming it was all just a test, and as for Kanagi, he had passed. Without a shred of hesitation, he finally introduced himself as the captain of Suo's own squad. Su Makoto. The name crashed over Kanagi like a tidal wave. It was true then. This was Suo's older brother. After a tense, weighted pause, Makoto announced that because of Kanagi's unprecedented performance against the rank 1 disaster, he would be temporarily assigned to his elite squad. The words left Kanagi completely speechless, but if Kanagi was shocked, Suo was absolutely shattered. A cold, bitter envy coiled in the pit of his stomach. He was Makoto's own flesh and blood, his younger brother, and yet, that was an honor even he had never been granted. Brushing the sentiment aside, Makoto ordered Kanagi to follow him for an immediate briefing. As they walked away, Suo's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned bone white. A silent, impotent rage so strong, his own nails drew blood. Meanwhile, in the sterile light of the training area, the anti-prophecy unit's remaining duo trained relentlessly. Akane was a whirlwind of steel, unleashing a flurry of different weapons. Haneda was a wall, focused entirely on deflecting her barrage. But no matter how hard they pushed, how much sweat they poured, a crushing reality hung over them. The power Kanagi now wielded felt like an insurmountable peak. But they kept fighting anyway, chasing a shadow they might never catch. The door flies open, and Midori strolls in. Got some chocolates from Peru, he announces, a carefree grin on his face. But the room's atmosphere is ice. They surge past the offered sweets, their eyes locked on him. How long? They demand, their voices laced with an unnerving urgency. How long are you staying in Japan? Midori blinks, taken aback. 1 week. That was all they needed. Train us, they command, a unified front of desperation and resolve. They weren't just asking, they were refusing to be left behind by Kanagi. The sudden intensity was staggering. Midori had never seen this burning fire in their eyes before. A slow, intrigued smile spreads across his face. Fine, let's do it. But what about Sue? He asks, glancing around. The words have barely left his mouth. The door slides open again. It's Sue. His face is a mask of pure, unyielding will. Count me in. Elsewhere, down a long, echoing corridor, Kanagi matches Makoto's every powerful stride, never falling a single step behind. Back in the tense training room, another voice cuts in. The group turns, stunned to see Suo, his expression mirroring their own desperate drive. Suo's voice is low, heavy with the truth. Kanagi, he was scouted. My older brother personally recruited him for a temporary spot on his squad. The revelation lands like a physical blow. In that single moment, they understood the terrifying distance Kanagi had put between them. To be personally chosen. To be acknowledged by Makoto himself. That was a world away from where they stood. But for Suo, the news was a personal indictment. It was a glaring spotlight on every single one of his own failures next to Kanagi, convinced that he had to become so much more. Meanwhile, walking down the hall, Kanagi, his curiosity piqued, finally asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto keeps it brief, revealing it's about their next assignment. They move out first thing in the morning. As they continue down the corridor, Makoto abruptly halts, his voice dropping. He asks if Kanagi is close with his younger brother. Kanagi's mind flashes back to their last battle, to the moment Suo had entrusted him with his own sword. A genuine smile touches his lips as he confirms they are. Makoto puts on a mask of indifference, but beneath the surface, he carries a silent, heavy worry for his own brother. This cold distance has led Suo to a heartbreaking conclusion, that his older brother despises him, that he couldn't care less. But that was never the truth. That day, Makoto visited them. He didn't ignore Suo out of spite. The reality was, he couldn't bear the sight of his brother's injuries. But all Suo saw was a brother who wouldn't even look at him. He saw only rejection. and that single, crushing moment became the fuel for his fire, driving him to risk his own life to grow stronger, all for a glance from Makoto. On the other side of this tragedy, Makoto never wanted Suo to become stronger. He just wanted him to be safe. This profound misunderstanding is the very core of Suo's resolve to overcome Kanagi, because in his mind, that is the only path to earning his brother's acknowledgement, and one day, he dreams of being strong enough to defeat Makoto himself. Elsewhere, the quiet conversation continued. Kanagi pressed on, sensing a truth hidden just beneath the surface. Finally, Makoto's stoic facade cracked. He confessed that, despite everything, he truly cared for his little brother. For a moment, a genuine warmth spread through Kanagi, but on the training grounds, the mood was anything but warm. Suo was laying bare his ambition, his entire reason for fighting. To Akane, however, none of it made sense. He spoke of surpassing his brother, of forging his own legend, yet every word was shadowed by a deep, unwavering admiration. As she continued her drills with Hinata, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. Akane spoke the simple, cutting truth of it all. In the end, all he really wants is for his brother to notice him. Hinata found a tragic beauty in that sentiment. But for Suo, hearing it spoken aloud was like a spark on dry tinder. A sudden, violent rage consumed him. Meanwhile, the briefing pressed on. Kanagi was learning the 3 laws that define the squad. The first, be swift, end it before it begins. The second, maintain relentless offensive pressure, never let them breathe. The third, overcome your weakness, because it is your greatest enemy. Within the entire Counterforce division, Makoto's squad was legendary. They were considered the undisputed masters of combat. Their structure was a testament to their purpose, a minimum of 7 members, a small, elite force built for impossible odds. Their mission profile was terrifyingly simple. They only hunted threats ranked 1 or higher. The helicopter's blades sliced through the air. Makoto's squad was being deployed, a weapon aimed at the heart of a nightmare. Inside, a squad member named Jakaru leaned back with a casual grin. He dropped a fact like it was common knowledge. 90% of this team's power is just the captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kanagi is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jaru is explaining this, Kanagi is distracted, busy on his phone. Jaru points this out, prompting Kanagi to apologize, explaining that he needs to contact his friends. Jaru, confused, asks what he means by contact. Kanagi is trying to contact the other members of the anti-prophecy group, as the founders keep nagging him about it. While the group is training, they receive his message and reading it shocks everyone, especially Sue, who wonders what the hell Kanagi is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each tailored for a different person. The detailed guidance on how to get stronger impresses Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing it as a challenge, everyone accepts, especially Sue, who is enraged that Kanagi has essentially salted their wounds. Back on the plane, Jakaru informs Kanagi that they have arrived at their destination. He wipes away the frost, clearing a small patch of the window, and through it, Kanagi beholds a world utterly transformed. A sprawling, desolate wasteland of ice and snow stretches to the horizon. Jagged, colossal crystal spires tear through the frozen earth like broken bones. This is their target, a rank 1 prophecy. They call it Frozen Earth, a cataclysm poised to encase the entire world in a tomb of ice. The frost is spreading, a creeping death consuming land faster every hour. If they fail here, everything will be consumed by the endless winter. Nothing and no one will be left. And this isn't the only front in this war. 17 of these disasters are erupting across the globe, all at once. Worse, many are in the heart of our most populated cities. Millions of lives are trapped in the crossfire. Vice Captain Kashi's voice cuts through the tension, his briefing sharp and grim. Listen up, he stresses, his tone leaving no room for argument. We have no time to waste. The reports are undeniable. This glacial curse, this thing, it's accelerating beyond all our projections. At the head of the squad, their leader stands resolute. Makoto's command rings out over the roar of the rotors. The chopper can't get any closer. We jump from here. But before they take the plunge, he turns to face them. His eyes lock onto every single member. Remember our first priority, protect the innocent. He raises his fist, his voice a rallying cry against the coming storm. Our code, the 3 rules, shout them with me. A single, unified roar erupts from the squad, a promise hurled into the frozen abyss. Standing at the back, Kanagi's voice joins the chorus. But his mind is on his last battle, on the man he was then, and the man he must be now. In the end, he'd been a burden, forced to rely on Hanoi yet again. This mission was a chance to change that. He had to become stronger. He watched the veterans around him. This was his opportunity to absorb everything they knew. As the helicopter's ramp descended, They leaped into the frozen abyss. This time would be different. A silent vow. He would complete this mission with his own 2 hands. His first rank, 1 prophecy. The time was 10:17 in the morning. Boots crunched onto the icy ground. Everyone had landed. The air wasn't just cold, it was a physical force. Jakaru, an awakener, was already shivering violently. He couldn't understand how the cold was cutting through his defenses. Kashi's breath turned to mist. The reports were wrong. This cold is far worse than they predicted. He knew this had to be the reason for the anomaly. This entire area is a wasteland, he announced to the squad. We'll have to establish a base camp midway. At those words, a thought sparked behind Makoto's eyes. But he kept it locked away, his expression unreadable. Breaking the silence, Kanagi approached Jakaru. The times frozen earth times prophecy. Is it documented in any of the books? Jakaru shook his head grimly. You won't find this one in any text. The anti-prophecy unit, he explained, foresaw this using our own unique methods. There are countless prophecies out there, but this is the first time a team member has successfully identified a rank 1 threat before it manifested. And that was it. That's why Makoto's squad, the best of the best, was sent here. The mission was just that critical. Kanagi's question had been answered, and the weight of that truth was heavier than the cold itself. But Kashi's sharp eyes caught at the slight tremor in his hands. She told him nerves were a weapon, far better than blind arrogance. But he couldn't let that weapon turn against him. A heavy hand clamped down on Kanagi's shoulder. It was Jakaru, his voice a low rumble echoing Kashi's warning. You're with the best damn crew in the anti-prophecy unit. Act like it. Kashi's voice cut through the air like a whip. Jakaru, this isn't a field trip, he snapped to attention. My apologies, Captain. Then, Jakaru's hand shot up, his entire demeanor shifting. Contact, 2 o'clock. Range is approximately 200 meters. Kashi gave a single nod, and simply wasn't there anymore. She reappeared a breath later, not a single hair out of place. Her report was delivered with chilling calm. 30 hostiles confirmed. Estimated rank, S+. They were ice gargoyles of the Tai tribe. That was all Makoto needed to hear. His order was a single, brutal word, eradicate. The unit moved as one. A synchronized wave of death surging toward the enemy. Their synergy was flawless, their awareness absolute. Kanagi could only stare, his own world seeming to slow down. Back in training, they were clumsy recruits. But this was a dance of predators on a completely different plane of existence. It finally hit him. These weren't just soldiers, they were living weapons. A fire ignited in his soul, and he turned to Makoto, his voice steady. Permission to engage? Makoto gave a simple nod. He saw them as nothing more than S+ fodder. The moment he got the signal, Kanagi exploded into motion. His foot connected with a monster's skull, but instead of a crack, there was a deafening blast. Crystal shards tore through the air around him. Kashi weaved past a blinding energy beam, his movements a blur. He shouted a warning over the chaos. Watch it! We've got some heavy hitters mixed in this mob. At that same moment, Kanagi's blade ignited, wreathed in roaring flames. He unleashed his time's Crimson Severance asterisk and vaporized the creature in a single searing arc. The sight froze Jakaru in his tracks. A Fury-class skill? From time's him asterisk? The power was unthinkable. A slow grin spread across Kashi's face, but Makoto was already finishing the job. A flash of steel, a clean cut. The rest of the pack fell apart like paper. His gaze, however, lingered for a moment. He focused on Kanagi's smoldering blade. So that's where that strange blue flare came from earlier. Interesting. The last monster hit the ground, and an eerie silence returned. The team quickly made camp. The smell of rations, a welcome relief in the cold mountain air. As they ate, Kashi broke the silence. Jakaru, what's the radar look like? Jakaru checked his monitor. We're clear. No boss-level signatures within a 10-kilometer radius. The tension in the air seemed to vanish. Kashi let out a long, slow breath. But was the danger truly gone? With confirmation, they could make camp for the night. But a question lingered in her mind. Where were Kanagi and the captain? Elsewhere, under the cover of darkness, Kanagi was a silhouette against the flickering flames of his own fire. His focus was absolute, attempting to weave his spells into one. He had to recreate the miracle he'd managed just once before. As raw mana swirled between his palms, a shadow fell over him. The captain, appearing from nothing. His voice cut through the silence. Burning the midnight oil, kid? The sudden intrusion shattered his concentration. Kanagi nearly launched himself into the air. He hadn't heard a single footstep. How did Makoto move like a ghost? Once Kanagi's heart returned to his chest, Makoto settled onto the log beside him, the firelight dancing in his eyes. He asked, first time roughing it out in the wilds? Is it getting to you? Kanagi, trying to sound tougher than he felt, insisted he was perfectly fine. But the captain's next words caught him completely off guard. Makoto sighed. Man, I'd kill to be home right now, having a smoke. Kanagi's jaw went slack. The captain? The pinnacle of strength and discipline? He couldn't picture it, but that wasn't even the half of it. The next words out of Makoto's mouth sent a chill down his spine. Honestly, I'm just desperate to get a hit of my cat. Kanagi's mind reeled, alarms blaring in his head. A hit? Of his cat? Was that some new street concoction he'd never heard of? The strongest hunter he knew was talking about getting high. He stammered, his voice cracking. Your cat, sir? Makoto leaned in, a conspiratorial grin spreading across his face. He whipped out his phone, shoving the glowing screen toward Kanagi. Here, take a look. So, what's his name? Kanagi asked, leaning in. Aribe, Makoto said, his tone flat. As Kanagi looked closer at the picture, he saw at the eyes of a tiny, furry demon. But he ignored that. You must really miss the little guy, huh? Makoto let out a bitter laugh. Not a chance. He explained that Aribe wasn't a pet, but a walking catastrophe. The cat shredded his furniture and left disgusting messes everywhere. He was, in every sense of the word, a menace. And yet, after listing all his crimes, Makoto's voice softened. He's still damn cute. He looked away, a shadow crossing his face. Just like my little brother, Suo. Kanagi had never seen the captain look so broken. He didn't say a word, just let the silence hang between them. A fragile hope then entered Makoto's voice. He confessed that all he wanted was to talk with Suo one day. Just like this, the way he was talking to Kanagi right now. Being an only child, Kanagi couldn't fully grasp the pain. But he offered the only advice he could think of. Maybe you should just treat Suo the same way you treat your cat. The simple logic hit Makoto, and a real smile finally broke through. Yeah, maybe. He then scrolled through his phone, pulling up a video for Kanagi. What Kanagi saw made his jaw hit the floor. It was the stoic captain, baby talking and cooing at the tiny demon cat. Kanagi couldn't hold back his laughter. Makoto grinned. See, you really think this is a good idea? But then, the humor in his eyes faded, replaced by a quiet sincerity. He looked directly at Kanagi. So, will you practice with me? In his mind, a new path was already forming. Kanagi's reluctance was obvious, but before he could voice it, Kashi's arrival cut through the moment, her eyes searching for them. She called for them to return to the camp immediately. A stark reminder. They were to set out at the crack of dawn. Makoto offered no argument. But as night fell, a shadow stirred. Unseen by Makoto and his crew, a mysterious figure stepped into the vast, snowy expanse. The stranger walked with an eerie nonchalance, clad in clothes fit for a beach as he ventured deeper into the frozen hellscape. When a patrol finally stopped him, his words were chilling. He was on a mission. He was here to fulfill the prophecy of this place. In his hand, he held a small, unassuming book. This, he announced, is a mission of the highest order. He was a solo awakener, and he was walking toward the very same mountain that held Makoto's destiny. In the safety of the camp, Kanagi's sleep offered no rest. His spirit was dragged into that familiar dreamscape, training under the watchful eyes of the founders. Tonight's lesson was the bow, a trial not of strength, but of absolute unbreakable concentration. He fought to draw a bow that felt as heavy as stone, Margaret's voice, his only guide. She was pushing him, demanding more than he thought he could give. Seeing the sweat pouring down Kanagi's face, Margaret's question was a sharp prod. Is it painful? Holding your focus steady? As they honed his mind into a weapon, Hinoi's loud protest shattered the quiet. Why isn't it a sword day? The mage, however, silenced him with a single look. She reminded him sharply that his turn was yesterday. Yet, despite the chaos around him, Margaret watched, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Kanagi was a statue, completely unshaken. The change was undeniable, a world of difference in his ability to maintain a razor-sharp focus since they first began. Kanagi's voice was low, steady. It's this team, he explained. I'm on a mission with people who are just incredible. They make me want to be better than I ever was. His world narrowed to a single point. He loosed the arrow, a silent, deadly release. It struck the bullseye with a resounding thud, a perfect shot. Margaret couldn't hide her astonishment at the flawless precision. The tension broke, and Kanagi dropped to the ground, exhaling a long, weary breath. Don't you dare, Margaret's voice cut through his relief. Forget that feeling. That's enough training for one day. The moment he realized the session was over, Hinoi's eyes lit up with a familiar battle-hungry fire. His sword was already drawn. On your feet, Kanagi, now we begin. But the challenge never came. Just as their training was about to escalate, a voice from another world pulled Kanagi from his trance. His crew was shaking him awake. Their journey had to continue. Before they departed, Makoto gathered them, his expression grim. Listen up. Today we hunt the boss from the prophecy. Today we end this. As they pushed deeper into the treacherous lands, a new threat emerged from the canopy. This time, it was a living storm of feathers, a massive flock of bluebirds. The squad surged forward without a second's hesitation. Within Kanagi's mind, the ancient founders chuckled. With this team's overwhelming power, one mused, this mission should be child's play. But they couldn't have been more wrong. The mage's gaze hardens. One of the older founders is visibly on edge. He can feel it in the air, a wrongness that settles deep in his bones. This isn't just another fight. With the last of the lesser monsters falling, the way forward is finally clear. Makoto doesn't hesitate. Jakaru, scout ahead. The report comes back, laced with panic. Contact. Approximately 2,000 meters out. It's a boss-class entity, and it's making a beeline straight for us. Then, his voice drops, thick with dread. It'll be here in 10 seconds. The world seems to hold its breath. A towering silhouette carves its way through the darkness, the forgotten god, Calamitous, charging in. Its face is a twisted canvas of pure, manic rage. The pressure emanating from it is suffocating. It's nothing like the beasts they've slain before. This is a true predator. Makoto's voice cuts through the fear. Engage! In a flash, the crew moves as one. A perfectly honed weapon aimed at the heart of a god. Jakaru unleashes his chains, shackling the monstrous form. Kashi becomes a blur of steel, his blade striking from impossible angles. But a cold wave of disbelief crashes over them. Their attacks leave no mark, not a single scratch. Their flawless combination, the very strategy that had won them every battle until now, was utterly useless. And just then, as the god prepares to unleash its devastating counter, its head snaps upward, sensing a new threat. It's Kanagi, descending like a meteor with his sword poised for the final blow. And in that instant, everything they fought for was on his mind. What Akane and Hinoi taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force. Combining his power, Kanagi attacks with his blazing fire-cutting blade, sending a beam of fire toward the boss. However, to his shock, it has no effect. The boss immediately counters, swinging her own sword and sending Kanagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Jakaru momentarily believes Kanagi has just died. However, Kanagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She glances toward Makoto. It is now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jakaru instantly shackles Kanagi and lifts him out of the fight, claiming that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with all her might. The sheer force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kanagi worry for Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack inches away from hitting him. The boss swings again, and again. Makoto meets the blow without even flinching. There's no hesitation, just a blur of motion and a devastating counterslash. The boss's arm hits the floor, severed clean. Hinoi's eyes light up, pure awe etched on his face. "Let me in, I want to do that." But a cold dread washes over Kanagi. "Absolutely not," he snaps, his voice tight with alarm. Unfazed, Makoto stands over the maimed creature. His voice is calm, almost chilling. "I wanted you all to get some experience, a taste of what a true boss feels like. But playtime is over. I'm ending this now." At his word, the crew scrambles, a protective barrier shimmering into existence around them. The moment it's up, the air itself crackles with power. Makoto's sword ignites, channeling the time's red dragon's roar asterisk. A vortex of raw flame erupts from the blade. He merges it with a blinding flash of time's crimson light asterisk. The inferno surges forward, a tidal wave of destruction. It doesn't just burn, it vaporizes nearly half of the creature's body in an instant. Kanagi can only stare, his own power feeling like a flickering candle in a hurricane. That technique, it was a flame sword, just like his own. But the scale, the sheer destructive force, was on an entirely different plane of existence. He knew with chilling certainty that without their barrier, they would all be nothing but ash. A quiet whisper escapes Kanagi's lips. An apology, not to the monster, but for what he was sworn to do. "It is our duty to protect this world." Then, from the settling dust, something stirred. He lets out a bizarre, cat-like cry. A wave of stunned silence washes over them, followed by a collective, awkward grimace. Kanagi's eyes were glued to the fight. This wasn't Hinoi's rigid style. This was something else entirely. Every one of his movements was fluid, precise, and devastatingly efficient. He was on another plane of existence. Awe struck him. He had to learn from this man. Just then, Makoto's blade sang through the air one final time. The beast was cleaved clean in two, but in that moment of victory, a blinding flash tore across the battlefield, searing pain. Makoto looked down. His arm was gone. He spun around, only to see a gaping, bloody hole punch through Jakaru. Kanagi's world tilted. His head snapped from side to side, trying to process the sudden, silent massacre unfolding around him. One after another, his comrades were being rent asunder. Crimson painted the cold, hard ground. They were dropping like puppets with their strings cut. He saw Jakaru collapsing and lunged forward to catch him, but with his last ounce of life, Jakaru shoved him back, hard. Kanagi stumbled, his eyes wide with a horror he couldn't process. The men he had just shared a battlefield with were now just bodies, falling to the earth. Even as the light faded from his eyes, Jakaru's face was a mask of pure, agonizing regret. It came from a blind spot his senses never saw. A single mistake that cost him everything. He's falling now. A whispered apology for his captain escapes his lips as the world rushes up to meet him. Just let them see. Let them see where the monster is hiding. Kashi, by some miracle, is untouched. But the light carves through others, their screams cut short. It punches through their bodies as if they were nothing more than air. Makoto grips the stump of his arm, blood gushing between his fingers. Scatter, he roars, his voice filled with agony and command. Use the terrain for cover. That's a skill. Go now. There is no hesitation. Only the desperate scramble for survival. Kashi glances back, screaming a name at a man on the ground. Get up! We have to move! But he doesn't rise. His eyes are locked on their captain, on the blood staining the earth around him. The beam that took Makoto's arm, nothing could have stopped it. Barriers shattered like glass before it. It's a power that doesn't just destroy, it annihilates. Then, another blinding flash. The beam screams straight for Makoto's heart. He launches himself into the air, escaping death by a mere inch. Kashi can only watch, a cold dread creeping into her soul. The boss is a whirlwind of death, unleashing attack after relentless attack, and the wounds they manage to inflict are already sealing shut. They have one shot at this, one final, overwhelming assault to end it all. She whips her head toward Kanagi, their final hope. He's on his knees, his weapon fallen, his eyes vacant with shock. Kanagi knelt among the bodies of his fallen comrades. His voice, a fractured whisper, reached out to the founder. Valentine, please, can you bring them back? A look of profound sorrow crossed her face. I'm so sorry, Kanagi. That is a power beyond even my own. The last flicker of hope died in his eyes, followed by a long, shuddering breath. He then called out to all the founders. I thought I could handle this alone this time. He was wrong. Now, I need your strength once more. There was no hesitation. Hinoi stepped forward, and a new power flooded Kanagi's body. Meanwhile, Makoto pieced together the attack. It was silent, invisible. It had completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Jakaru's perception was a shield, but one that only extended for 3 kilometers. This meant the strike came from much, much further. A single attack. One that not only took Jakaru's life, but also his own arm. This was all the proof he needed. Their hidden enemy was at least his equal. He would not let Jakaru's sacrifice be in vain. Makoto pushed. He would shatter his own limits right here, right now. Power he had no right to wield surged through him. He focused it all into a single point. His senses screamed, stretching far beyond the 3-kilometer threshold, and through all the interference, through all the distance, he found his target. His knuckles turn white, gripping the hilt. Their faces flash before his eyes. All of them, gone. Their final moments are now his burning resolve. For them, he will not fail. Crimson light bleeds into the steel of his blade. He unleashes everything he has left. The earth cracks as a torrent of fire rips through the ruins. A wave of annihilation scours the battlefield. And through the smoke and embers, the caster is finally revealed. It's him, the boy who just appeared, standing there untouched in his casual clothes. A slow, mocking smile spreads across his face. Not bad, he says, for the captain of the so-called strongest squad. But Makoto can only stare. His heart plummets. That attack, his final gambit, was completely devoured. The boy scoffs. You know, if you still had your left arm, that little fire show might have actually scratched me. He raises a hand. Orbs of pure void coalesce around him. A spell he calls Time's Darkness Asterisk. He takes a single, deliberate step forward. One orb shoots forward, silent, lethal. Makoto's sword flashes. A wall of ice erupts. Asterisk, glacial shield, asterisk. The moment it shatters, he's already gone. Asterisk, flash step, asterisk. He appears behind the boy, his blade arcing for the neck, but the steel never connects. A blinding, world-ending light. It's the same attack that took everything from him. Flesh and armor ripped from his torso. But the boy, he stands untouched. His voice is a chilling whisper. I saw that coming a mile away. But then, he gestures to Makoto's mangled body. You're the one who's already dead. A spark on gasoline, a raw, guttural roar escapes Makoto's lips. He summons every last shred of his will, pushing past the agony. He lunges. His blade screams through the air. The boy doesn't even flinch. A simple sidestep, a brutal, punishing kick. It connects, right into the gaping, bloody wound. But it was a trap, all of it. The kick created the only opening he needed. Makoto smashes the flat of his blade against him. The impact sends the boy hurtling toward the earth. Makoto watches, gasping for breath. A thought cuts through the haze of pain. That beam attack. Why hasn't he used it again? Its power was absolute, overwhelming. But there must be a limit, a cooldown. And then, it all clicked. The boy can't just fire it at will. That power has a cost. In a battle of pure endurance, they might actually be evenly matched. Down below, the boy lands gracefully on his feet, his ragged breathing confirming everything. But he just scoffs. Evenly matched? Take a good look at yourself. The state of his body was a brutal truth. One arm gone, a hole where his ribs should be, and yet, Ard Makoto had long since erased the word disadvantage from his mind, because there were only 3 rules that mattered. The rules of the Makoto squad. He draws upon their memory, a final, desperate strength. A fire ignites within him, consuming all fear. He will end this here, or he will die trying. His resolve hardens into steel. Fiery energy crackles around his body. He sears his own flesh, the pain a grim focus as the bleeding stops. And through the haze of agony, he roars their squad's 3rd rule across the blood-soaked ground. Overcome your weakness. With that vow, he unleashes time's scarlet blaze asterisk. Across the battlefield, the boy's eyes narrow in understanding. He sees it now. Makoto is burning his very life force to fuel this last attack. A grim smile touches his lips. He will match the wager. He pours his own essence into the devouring darkness. Makoto feels his fallen comrades at his side, their spirits his final shield. He glares at the monster before him. His voice, raw with grief and power, thunders out. You dare look down on my squad? But the battle rages on more than one front. Kanagi, desperate, begs his patrons for more power, a chilling change. His hair bleeds to white. Hinoi is in control now. The remaining squad members try to flee. Their escape is cut short. The boss blocks their path, her severed arms regrowing in a gruesome display. Kashi watches, her heart pounding. A cold dread washes over her. She knows, she cannot defeat this thing alone. Her eyes dart to the rear, her voice a desperate cry. Kanagi! But the figure kneeling there, is it still him? It looked as if the fight had bled right out of him. After watching his squad get wiped out, something inside him just broke. You couldn't blame him. He was just a rookie, barely a person before all this. And yet, she watched, stunned, as Kanagi forced himself back to his feet. In a blinding surge of defiance, he launched himself forward, slamming a thunderous kick into the boss. The impact sent her flying. On the other side of the chaos, Makoto's own duel raged on, a maelstrom of steel and shadow. They were locked in a brutal exchange. Makoto, gripping the hilt of his broken sword, unleashed a desperate times, scarlet light asterisk. His enemy barely twisted aside, the crimson energy searing the air. He dodged, but a cold dread was sinking in. The fight was slipping from his grasp. Makoto's fire. His darkness was supposed to have devoured it completely, but it was returning, clinging to him, burning him all over again. On top of that, there was a limit to how long he could manually command the abyss. He could feel that limit screaming. Panic set in. He threw a desperate barrage of shadow orbs at Makoto, but Makoto moved like lightning, weaving through the assault. He saw the opening, lunged, and with a single clean arc, severed his opponent's arm. In that instant, the tables had turned. But even with one arm, the man shot forward, ramming his knee straight into Makoto's wounded limb. Makoto's world crashed to the ground with him. Agony screamed through his nerves as slow, deliberate footsteps drew near. A shadow fell over him, cold and absolute. An arm? The voice was laced with pity. That's a trifle. Not when I've already punched a hole clean through your gut. A soft, chilling laugh echoed in the silence. You know, I expected more. I saw this entire strategy unfold from your very first attack. I knew, you were always going to close the distance. Your decisiveness has always been your greatest asset, Makoto. You always make the most brutally efficient choice. Never a wasted movement, never a second thought. But that same strength is your most pathetic weakness. It makes you utterly, painfully predictable. And that is why you're bleeding out at my feet. His hand moved, not for a weapon, but for a bag at his side. He pulled out an old, leather-bound book, presenting it like a death sentence. Your end was written long before this battle ever began. The blood drained from Makoto's face. That symbol, the Book of Doom. The man opened the tome, its pages whispering of fate. He spoke as if explaining the simplest of universal laws. Your order was created to defy destiny, to stop the prophecies. Line merged for flow. Did you truly believe there wouldn't be an order to ensure they are fulfilled? The words struck Makoto with a force no fist ever could. An entire organization, working to bring about the end. He never knew. The man's smile was a final, cruel twist of the knife. And as for who I am, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He called himself the 12th of darkness, the harbinger chosen to enact the final prophecy. Makoto's mind reeled, unable to process the words. Why, he choked out, the question tearing from his throat. Why are you so obsessed with destroying everything? The apostle simply stood there. He casually turned a page in his ancient tome. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. If I told you, would you even be able to forgive me? The mockery shattered Makoto's control. He lunged forward. His blade screamed through the air. It tore deep into the apostle's shoulder. A flash of victory. Makoto knew he had him. The man's mana was spent. His body was broken. This had to be the end. To be certain, Makoto unleashed his final power. Asterisk. Crimson Dragon's Dominion asterisk. This would finish it. But across the battlefield, the apostle, blood pouring from his wound, was smiling. "No," he whispered, "this is your time's end." And with those words, he raised a vial to his lips and drank. A blinding explosion of light erupted from his body. Makoto saw nothing. Then, through the glare, a fist. Impact. The world spun as he was sent flying. The dust settled around him. Makoto pushed himself up, his vision clearing, his body screaming. The apostle stood before him, untouched. Every wound he'd inflicted was gone. And just like that, his opponent stood fully restored. The man boasts, calling the potion he drank an artifact, a relic that wiped away every wound. Makoto grits his teeth, his one good arm raising his blade. He unleashes the Time's scarlet light blade times once more. A crimson arc of pure energy tears through the air, but the enemy simply swats it aside. Swirling Time's darkness orbs times absorb the blow, then retaliate in a vicious storm. A cold dread washes over Makoto. That artifact, it's impossible. Only entire nations should possess such power. Its might is too great, too world-altering. How could a mere organization get their hands on one? A brutal kick lands squarely on his bleeding stomach. The world spins as he slams into the earth. His lungs burn, each breath a shallow, rattling failure. Above him, his foe exhales, a sound of smug relief. He believes it's finally over. But down in the dirt, Makoto's vision blurs. Fragments of memory surface, a simpler time, the faces of his friends. His trembling fingers stretch toward the hilt of his sword. He remembers Kanagi's voice, her teasing words about his brother. The memory, so out of place here, makes a broken, bloody smile form on his lips. A final spark ignites. His fingers close around the grip. He raises the blade, a last act of defiance. Then, a searing beam of pure darkness strikes. The hand holding his last hope is gone. "Goodbye, Makoto," the man says, his voice dripping with victory. But it wasn't over. Just as the final blow is about to fall, a figure shatters the crystal wall behind the attacker. It's Kanagi, and he didn't come alone. The founders stand with him. They are here for one reason: payback, for the one who dared to make their disciple suffer. Makoto's eyes lock onto Kanagi. He feels a surge of relief, but also something more. This isn't just his master anymore. An ancient, crushing power radiates from him. The villain freezes, the suffocating aura washing over him. The boy he saw as nothing, the one he dismissed as a vulnerable target, now stands before him as an absolute predator, an existence that promises only death. Panic sets in. The monster snarls, "Don't move a muscle!" He presses his blade to Makoto's throat. One step, and the boy dies. The words barely leave his lips. A flash of steel. His arm falls to the ground. His eyes widen in disbelief. He didn't even see it happen. Across the room, Kanagi simply lowers his blade, unmoved. The impossible force of that single, long-range strike has already ruined the sword's edge. The founders take notice. One swing and the blade is already shot. One murmurs in awe. No matter, the alchemist founder steps forward. With a single gesture, a dozen new weapons materialize from thin air, all for Kanagi. Kanagi's eyes burn with cold, vengeful fury. He gives a single order to the legends at his back: leave nothing left. But as they move in for the kill, the creature's severed stump begins to bubble and reform. Hananoi's breath hitched in his throat. "It's time's reversal asterisk," the mage founder explained, her voice grave. A forbidden art she never thought a modern awakener could master. She theorized, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The artifact he wields, it's turning back time on his own body. It would keep mending his wounds, rewriting reality until its power finally broke. As the words settled in the air, Kanagi's arrow tore through the space between them, embedding itself in the man's skull. A perfect shot, a fatal blow. But the flesh simply knit itself back together, leaving not even a scar. Witnessing the impossible, one of the founders demanded, "Mage, how do we put this thing down?" Her answer was chilling. "We must end his life, again and again, until his very soul gives out." The creature unleashed a torrent of darkness as Kanagi drew back another arrow. Light against shadow. Kanagi let the arrow fly. The spell lunged to consume it, but the consecrated shaft ripped through the void. It struck true, one in the chest, another through the head. A hollow laugh echoed from the archer founder. "Did you truly think mere shadows could stop my legacy?" The wounds vanished in an instant. He answered with a volley of his own, orbs of pure darkness. But Kanagi was already moving. He flowed like a phantom, channeling the founder's ancient speed. He dodged. He closed the distance. A brutal kick smashed into the creature's face. He seized its arm, twisting it, and drove his palm straight into its jaw. In that split second of impact, one of the founders saw it. A flicker of weakness. He can't use his. He can't fire his time's annihilation beam times if his own orbs obstruct his vision. A fatal flaw, one they can exploit. This weakness makes every one of his ultimate attacks predictable. Kannagi closes the distance, driving a fist deep into his gut. The impact sends him spiraling into the fractured earth. The founders watched, their ancient patience wearing thin. How many more times would they have to kill this one man, only to see him rise again? With the enemy momentarily down, Kannagi turned, walking toward the broken form of Makoto. Through a haze of pain, Makoto looked up. "Kannagi? Is that really you?" The face was his friend's, but the voice was ancient and unfamiliar. "No, we are merely borrowing this vessel. We are the founders." A soft, warm light enveloped Kannagi's hands. Valentine's preservation. He laid his hands on Makoto's mangled arms, and the healing began. As sinew and bone began to mend, the founder's voice was grim. "Our time is short. This must end now." He watched the familiar back turn and walk away with an unfamiliar, terrifying purpose. It wasn't him. In that moment, Makoto truly understood. This was a battle of legends. Across the battlefield, a figure stirred. The enemy rose, staggering to his feet. Disbelief twisted his features, his magic, his absolute power. How was it being dismantled so easily? There was no time to process, no moment to recalibrate. Kannagi was on him, a spear of pure energy in his hand. It plunged through his heart, a flash of pain, then nothing. He reformed, only to be cut down again. And again. A relentless, inescapable cycle of death with no respite. One of the founders spoke through Kannagi, his voice a chorus of command. "Mage, if we leave the spear embedded in his heart, will that be enough to stop him for good?" But it's no use. The spear phases through him like a ghost. His flesh begins to knit itself back together, but as he reforms, a shadow descends. Kannagi. His heel connects with brutal force, smashing the creature back into the cratered ground. A cold thought crosses Kannagi's mind. If I atomize him, which piece grows back first? The monster's body begins to crawl back from a single, twitching hand. But when he finally stands whole, his lungs burn, gasping for air. This isn't a fight, it's a systematic erasure. Still, his pride rages. He will not be undone by a mere boy. A new plan forms. Kill the other one, Makoto, and escape. He lunges, a blur of desperate motion, but only to find Kannagi already sitting there, guarding his friend like a patient predator. A chilling, almost bored smile spreads across Kannagi's face. "You're too late." Then, Kannagi's eyes shift. Hinoi is in control now. The blade becomes an extension of an ancient will, a flurry of strikes, and the monster is reduced to a rain of falling pieces. Even as scattered flesh, a strange calm fills him. Death held no fear. After all, he was simply fulfilling his sacred duty to the prophecy. But then he looks up. That faith shatters against the pure, terrifying abyss he sees in Kannagi's eyes. As his body painfully pulls itself together again, he clings to the words of the prophecy, a desperate mantra against the encroaching dread. He will not let fear consume his purpose. His trembling hand dives into his bag, grasping for one last forbidden artifact. But before his fingers can even graze it, Kannagi moves. A flash of steel, and an arm tumbles to the ground. The artifact clatters loose, skittering across the stone floor. It erupts, unleashing a brilliant cage of golden light that engulfs Kannagi. This is the absolute prison, the time sand cage of time asterisk. The effect is instantaneous. The villain's unnatural healing sputters and dies. He stares in disbelief at the bleeding stump, which refuses to mend. A ragged, relieved breath escapes him. He believes he's just barely survived. But watching from afar, the founders' faces are grim with concern. They desperately search for their next move, for another way. Their enemy's greatest power, his regeneration, is finally sealed away. The one-armed villain, standing safely outside the barrier, begins to gloat. He sneers that not even his own darkness could shatter such a perfect cage. The implication is clear. Kannagi is trapped, powerless to reach him. But a nervous sweat beads on the villain's brow. He announces his departure, turning to make his escape. He doesn't get to finish the thought. Hinoi's voice cuts through the air, a sharp command. "Watch closely." An impossible pressure suddenly materializes behind him. He spins around, his eyes widening in pure terror at the sight. Makoto is standing, on his own 2 feet, and his body is still knitting itself back together, steam rising from his mended flesh. How can one man possess this level of monstrous power? How did he become this absolute unit? The answer was forged long ago, in his childhood, training under the greatest swordsman alive, Midori. But even then, Makoto was different. He was the student who defeated the master, besting Midori himself in a clash of blades. That single defeat led Midori to a humbling conclusion. He urged Makoto to leave, to find a teacher who could truly challenge his limitless potential. Heeding the counsel of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto embarked on a new path. He began a relentless hunt for masters, seeking anyone who could help him become something more. He sought tutelage from the absolute pinnacle of masters, yet he left every single one of them behind. It didn't matter if the discipline was swordsmanship, the arcane arts, or sheer speed. In less than a month, each master would concede, having nothing left to teach. One of them, in a final act of guidance, pointed him toward the most feared swordsman of the era, Hininoi Ichika. The younger sister of the legendary Hinoi, Icha became the last master Makoto would ever have. Under her, he would train for 3 grueling years. One day, amidst the clash of steel, Makoto voiced a question that had been burning within him. It was about a fabled sword art he'd read of, a technique called Time's Indomitable Asterisk. Even a prodigy like Icha was baffled by it. She couldn't begin to grasp its mechanics. It was a sacred art, she claimed, belonging only to Hinoi, the very founder of their style. But for Makoto, whose eyes had traced the words in that ancient book, it was a calling. But his journey was about to hit a wall. Icha soon confessed a heartbreaking truth. There was nothing more she could teach him. He had already perfected Hinoi's signature one-handed sword style. Makoto's spirit yearned for greater heights, to grow even stronger. But for the first time, his master had no path to show him. She couldn't see how he could possibly advance. She described him as a flower bud, brimming with potential, a vessel of immense power, forged through endless training. But she feared it was a flower that might never truly bloom in his lifetime. Her final wish for her student was a desperate one, that someday, a warrior even stronger than him would finally appear. And now, in the present day, it was happening. Right here, right now, before his very eyes. His focus narrowed, locking onto Kanagi. The man's blade moved in ways he'd never imagined, a dance of pure, lethal artistry. Icha's words echoed in his mind. A chance like this, it only comes once in a lifetime, and he would not let it slip away. A silent vow formed in the depths of his soul. Makoto brought the ruined stumps of his arms together. The sight stopped them cold. The founders could only stare, baffled by the crippled man's strange gesture. Even Kanagi, locked in his own desperate battle, felt a spike of terror for his captain. Exposed, unprotected, standing right beside the enemy. Then, it began. An aura, fierce and familiar, erupted from Makoto, the very same power flowing from Kanagi's blade. Far away, within the anti-prophecy faction's training grounds, Midori froze. A colossal pressure slammed into her senses, cutting through her spar with Suo. Then, the world exploded. Smoke and dust choked the air. When it cleared, a gaping wound was torn through the reinforced wall, and Midori had vanished. Back on the battlefield, the enemy's confidence shattered. How could this broken man, this armless wreck, radiate such impossible power? A cold certainty washed over him. He knew, with absolute dread, that he was about to be erased. Hinoi's voice cut through the chaos, calm and knowing, aimed at Kanagi. Every person is like a flower, waiting for the right moment. They only reveal their true, brilliant potential when they reach their absolute peak. For some, it's the height of their physical strength. For others, a spiritual awakening, or the mastery of an ultimate technique. Makoto has just found his. For Makoto, this was the moment he became a legend. From behind Kanagi, Hinoi's voice was a low, urgent command. Burn this into your memory, do not look away. And in that instant, Kanagi understood the weight of this fight. Power unfurled from Makoto's very core. His arms rose, hands gripping an invisible hilt. His eyes blazed with an unbreakable resolve. He was about to unleash Hinoi's lost, one-handed style. The ultimate technique, indomitable asterisk. The same technique he'd once only read about in a dusty old book. The enemy's shadow armor was a flawless, absolute defense. It didn't matter. He was cleaved in two by a blade that wasn't even there. A final, chilling thought echoed in the enemy's fading mind. Is this where it all ends? As the two halves of his foe began to fall, Hinoi could only whisper, his voice filled with awe. He forged a sword from nothing but his own spirit. Makoto stood, swaying, his mind reeling from the impossible power he'd just used. Yet, through the haze, one truth became crystal clear. This was who he was always meant to be, a true swordsman. He thought of them all, every face, a source of his strength. His family, his friends, his comrades, the people who had believed in the weak boy he used to be. Every painful memory, every scar, had been the price for this one perfect moment. If this was the end, if this was the cost, he accepted it. A final vision filled his mind. His little brother's smile, the warmth of his cat. A silent apology formed in his heart. I'm sorry, I can't come home. As his strength finally gave out, his world faded to black. He sees Kanagi walking toward him, lending a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto realizes that this death might not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation through Kanagi. Grabbing Kanagi's hand, He thanks him and collapses to the ground. As the cage vanishes after the guy's defeat, Kanagi rushes toward his captain, feeling a deep connection through the crest of nothingness. All the other comrades lie lifeless on the ground. But as Makoto is about to join them, Midori comes flying in. He grabs Makoto just in time as he falls. Makoto dies in Midori's arms at the age of 23 after the battle with the Darkness user PayF for respect in the chat. Holding Makoto's body, Midori is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time when he asked Makoto why he became the captain of the squad while they were training. According to Midori, in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest after him, and if he were to go all out, no one would be able to match him. Midori had asked Makoto if with all that strength, he thought it was better to fight alone. The question blindsided Makoto. He looked at Midori, his voice quiet. You don't think I'm suited for a team? But the truth was, this team meant everything to Makoto. He fumbled for the right words, unable to explain the depth of that feeling. Just then, a familiar voice crackled to life, calling his name through the guild's security cam. It was Jakaru, his voice booming with excitement. Captain, you won't believe it. Kuzushiro just aced that level 2 assignment he's been grinding. Kuzushiro's face, beaming with pride, appeared on the screen. I wanted you to be the first to know, Captain. Jakaru, practically vibrating with energy, jumped back into frame. We have to celebrate. Lunch is on me. Watching the easy joy between them, Midori saw it then, a bond he couldn't quite grasp. Makoto's gaze softened as he watched his friends. This, he said quietly, this is why, these people, they're my reason. If I were to fall on the battlefield, he confessed, I'd die happy, just knowing they were there with me. The memory shattered, leaving only the cold, harsh present. Midori cradled his friend's broken body, a hollow ache in his chest. You got your wish, Makoto. You fought for them until the very end. So many had fallen, so much had been lost, but two were still breathing. A single tear cut a path through the blood and dirt on his face. He gently closed Makoto's lifeless eyes. Rest now, Captain. You did your duty. It was a burden Midori knew he could never have shouldered. But Makoto, he never once hesitated. An honorable end. But for Kanagi, there is no honor here, only the cold ground, as the legendary founders tower over his broken form. A suffocating darkness presses in. It bleeds into the edges of his vision, threatening to swallow him whole. The mage murmurs the grim truth of it all. Kanagi has shouldered the full weight of their failure, the station's ruin, his own weakness, and it is crushing him. Every founder standing here knows this kind of pain. They've all felt the sting of losing comrades, of watching friends and family fade away. They remember the hollow ache as the last of their friends fell, and for some, like Hinoi, that wound never truly closed. The scars on their hearts remained, a constant, bitter reminder. Hinoi steps forward, his shadow falling over the kneeling boy. He calls Kanagi's name, but the response is a ghost of a voice, empty, defeated. I don't want to fight anymore. The words are a confession of a shattered soul. He was convinced that if he'd just let them handle it from the start, if he had stayed out of the way, then maybe everyone would still be alive. He finally sees the lie he's been living. He wasn't becoming stronger for them. He was just an empty vessel for the Founder's power, and he failed. Hinoi opens his mouth to speak, to deny the bitter words. But his voice can't reach him. Kanagi is drowning in the roar of his own failure. He can still feel it, that handshake. The memory of Makoto's grip now sears his mind like a hot brand. A promise, a legacy, a sacred trust that he has utterly betrayed. The Founders watch, tears welling in their eyes. But what Kanagi says next sends a tremor through their very souls. He makes a new declaration. It's no longer enough to just surpass the Founders. He will eclipse them with every single moment he has left. In that instant, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the heavens, engulfing Kanagi in its glow. From this day on, he will never allow another comrade to fall. His spirit has been reforged, now 1,000 times stronger. His resolve is absolute. 1 month later, Nagano Prefecture, Mitake Mountain. The air cracks with the sound of Suo and Kanagi locked in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Suo unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes. Kanagi flows through them, untouched. He finds an opening, countering with a sharp times penetration attack asterisk. Suo raises his guard, blocking the blow. But the sheer force of it creates a devastating shockwave behind him. Kanagi's eyes widen. Suo didn't just block the attack. He redirected the energy of the times penetration spell, times as if it were nothing. In that moment of shock, Suo strikes back. But the Kanagi from before is gone. He uses times Ikido asterisk, twisting Suo's momentum against him. Suo lashes out with a kick, even while airborne. Kanagi intercepts it perfectly, and answers with a powerful kick of his own. The hit is about to connect, a decisive blow, when a sharp voice freezes them in place. It's Icha, but how did things even reach this point? The memory of their squad's annihilation, left a deep, bleeding scar on the anti-prophecy unit. It all started during the funeral for the dead. Grief was a suffocating blanket, heavy on every shoulder. But Suo remained a statue, locked in place before his brother's photograph. Later that day, as Kanagi made his way down the hall, he saw Suo emerging from Makoto's room, clutching a stack of books and a small cat. Kanagi's breath caught in his throat. He recognized the creature as a reb. It was the very one Makoto always spoke of so fondly. Suo looked up, his face a canvas of shock. How could Kanagi know about his brother's pet, when even he, his own family, had been completely unaware? Before stepping across that threshold, Suo knew nothing of the little cat, the worn-out books, the favorite clothes, or the hidden thoughts his brother carried. He was a stranger, only now meeting the ghost of his brother through the things left behind. Kanagi's eyes then fell to the journals in Suo's arms, a silent testament he was about to carry away. These were no ordinary diaries. They were a final message, left by Makoto for his brother, a contingency for the day he might not come home. Every brutal training session, every dangerous mission, it was all documented within those pages. But that wasn't all. Suo discovered something else etched into the ink. After every entry, every single day, Makoto's final thoughts were always of him. He had written wondering how Suo was, worrying that the weather was too cold, and celebrating every small achievement in his younger brother's life. Alone in the silence of his room, reading those words, the dam of his composure finally shattered. Suo crumpled to the floor, drowning in the love his brother never got to speak aloud. It all clicked. Every word his brother had written was about him. Go ahead and drop a tear emoji in the comments, because this scene is absolutely heart-wrenching. As Suo poured his heart out, sharing this crushing realization with Kanagi, Kanagi revealed that Makoto was always the same with him, constantly talking about his little brother Suo and their cat, Oribe. And hearing that, the dam finally broke. Tears streamed down Suo's face as he made a vow, his voice thick with grief and newfound purpose. From this day forward, he would become so overwhelmingly strong that his brother would never have to worry for him again, not even from the heavens above. With that fire lit inside them, they went to find Hinoi Ichika, desperate for a master. At first, she was a wall of ice, her eyes filled with suspicion. But that wall crumbled the moment they spoke Makoto's name, revealing Suo was his brother and that Makoto was gone. The news struck Icha like a physical blow, a flicker of pain crossing her face before it was locked behind a mask of steel. In perfect sync, as if speaking with one voice, Suo and Kanagi bowed their heads and pleaded with her to forge them into weapons. Flashing forward to the present, Ika watches them, a flicker of pride in her eyes at the monsters she's created. Especially Suo. The progress he'd made wasn't just remarkable, it was terrifying. And what about me? Kanagi asked, fishing for a compliment. Icha just shot him an annoyed look. Teach you? There's nothing left for me to teach you. You're a prodigy who already absorbed it all. She smirked, her tone shifting to a playful taunt. Frankly, you should be giving me lessons at this point. With a sharp kick, she sent a wooden stick skittering across the dirt toward them. A manic grin spread across her face as she declared, "Enough talk. I am the blade. Now, come and try to break me." In an instant, they both charge. Suo strikes from the front, Kanagi attacks from above. As the chaos of their battle unfolds, Kanagi's resolve hardens with every blow he lands. This pain is just a stepping stone. This fight, a trial. He will become the strongest awakener this world has ever seen. Meanwhile, across the world in the rain-slicked streets of London, a lone figure in a hat and coat walks through the encroaching night. He turns into a darkened alley, a shortcut to nowhere. A voice cuts through the silence, calling out a name belonging to one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, Katra. The apostle freezes, recognizing the voice of the hunter who has found him. It's Midori. Midori's demand is delivered with the chilling finality of a death sentence. The location of your base, the names of your comrades. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Any other word will be your last. Katra responds not with words, but with power, summoning a grotesque heart-shaped pike. He levels the weapon, a sneer twisting his lips. Then come and get them. A sudden, violent spray of crimson erupts from the alley's mouth. Midori emerges from the darkness, completely unscathed. His allies from the anti-prophecy group are waiting just beyond the shadows. He doesn't even break stride. He tosses them a book, turns, and walks away. His voice is cold, a mere statement of fact. 7 remain. That makes 5 books they've collected. 5 members of the feared 12 apostles of the apocalypse, now just a memory. And Midori, their silent executioner, is already moving toward his next target. Deep within a fortress built to defy destiny lies the clandestine heart of the anti-prophecy unit. A worn ancient tome is presented, another relic secured by Midori. It is offered to an elder woman whose gaze holds the weight of centuries, Io. She is the superintendent, the unyielding will of this entire operation. The man delivering the artifact, Jen, stands with rigid posture. He confirms its origin. It is from Midori, ma'am. But his next words cast a long, dark shadow. These are the prophecy books of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. As the superintendent's aide, Jen's words carry the weight of a death sentence. Beside him, his counterpart, Shiki, watches with a sharp, analytical gaze. Her focus is locked on the book, dissecting its every secret. She offers a chilling hypothesis, her voice steady. These may not be separate volumes, but scattered pieces of a single butchered book. Io's fingers graze the cover, the silence broken by the whisper of turning pages. Her voice is quiet, yet it commands the room, hunting the apostles, retrieving their books. These are merely symptoms, not the disease. She looks up, her eyes pinning them in place. The true crisis is that Midori has gone rogue. He is a ghost in the field. Makoto's death didn't just leave a scar, it carved out his heart and left a void. Concern finally breaks through Shiki's composure. Superintendent, what are your orders? A calm, almost unsettling smile touches Io's lips. You will leave Midori to me. The certainty in her voice is absolute. When he finally returns from his crusade, I will have tea prepared for him. Jen and Shiki exchange a look, seizing the opportunity. With Makoto's squad annihilated, a dangerous gap has been left in our defenses. A vulnerability the anti-prophecy unit cannot afford. Let us forge a new squad. Give us the command. The bold proposal hangs in the air. Io's smile fades, replaced by a deep, calculating silence. Meanwhile, across the city, in the heart of Tokyo, a Rank 2 prophecy known as the Rebellion erupts into chaos. The streets run wild with its dark energy. Its master, the ominous god of Down. The anti-prophecy unit engages the god's foot soldiers, a desperate line against the tide. But they are being completely overwhelmed. Every enemy feels like an immovable wall, every victory paid for in blood. Desperation sharpens their voices. A single name echoes through the battle: Captain Hibiki, the leader of the Hibiki Setsuna squad herself. She moves through the fray, an island of calm in a sea of violence. To her, these grunts are nothing more than a tedious, boring chore. With an almost lazy glance, she looks back at Akane, the squad's newest recruit. Think you can handle a little cleanup? Akane doesn't answer with words. She answers with overwhelming power. Asterisk tis magista asterisk. A massive, shimmering orb of pure mercury materializes in the air. Stand back, she commands, her voice as cold as steel. The silver tide crashes down, flooding the battlefield in an instant. The enemy troops are trapped, their feet caught in the liquid metal. And then, the true masterclass in cruelty begins. She whispers the next incantation. Asterisk, gasification, asterisk. The mercury vanishes, becoming a toxic mist that chokes the very air from their lungs. But she isn't finished. With a flick of her wrist, the gas reverts to liquid. Only this time, it's inside them, flooding their lungs, their veins. The next spell comes without pause. Asterisk, crimson heat asterisk. The mercury inside their bodies boils. Screams are cut short, gurgled into silence. For the finale, she solidifies it all. Countless silver spikes erupt from within, tearing them apart from the inside out. The battlefield falls silent. The once struggling squad can only stare, utterly awestruck. The entire squad stood frozen, their jaws agape. Before them lay a field of utter devastation, cleared in the blink of an eye. A sharp snap echoed as Akane flicked her fingers. She turned, a calm smile playing on her lips. All clear. A slow, deliberate clap cut through the stunned silence as Hibiki approached, manipulating all three states of matter and weaving them into 4 separate attacks with a single skill. Impressive. She gently tilted Akane's chin up with her fingers. Such a waste, having a monster like you as a temporary hire. Hibiki's eyes glinted with ambition. When you're done with this little training exercise, you're joining my squad, permanently. A genuine, brilliant smile lit up Akane's face. I'll give it some serious thought. The other members buzzed with excitement. No way, is she really gonna join us? She's a total beast, and adorable. We have to get her. But their daydreams were shattered by their captain's cold pragmatism. Hibiki's only thought was of the future. With her power, our missions will be a walk in the park. The moment she was out of sight, Akane's phone was to her ear. Kanagi, she said, her voice all business. Lesson 7 is done. I have full control over the 3 states of alchemy. Send me what's next. On the other end of the line, Kanagi grunted in acknowledgement. He was too busy fending off a kleptomaniac cat trying to steal his lunch. Yeah, I'll send it over. But someone else overheard, and his reaction was far from casual. The founder alchemist's eyes widened. She's already cleared level 7. Kanagi, what kind of prodigy have you found? He asks the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, a request that is immediately granted. Kanagi passes on the news, and Akane's voice is filled with gratitude. But she quickly pivots, a competitive spark in her tone. Hanada, she reveals, has already mastered Lesson 8. And speaking of Hanada, in Saitama Prefecture, A rank 2 prophecy tears through Tokurizawa City. The threat, an earthing beast, commanded by a monstrous sphinx. Hinata arrives on the scene. He faces the beast. He unleashes his times, lightning kick asterisk. One strike. The boss is utterly erased from existence. With that single, devastating blow, he officially completes his 8th lesson. The captain of the elite Todoroki squad is speechless. He showers Hinata with praise for his overwhelming power and extends an immediate invitation to join their ranks. But Hinata, just like Akane, isn't so quick to decide. He wants to carefully weigh his options. He turns to Akane for advice, but she just laughs, her fighting spirit ignited. "It doesn't matter which squad you choose," she declares, a challenger's grin on her face. "Because I'm going to beat you anyway." Kanagi, listening in on their group call, feels a surge of pride. His friends were no longer the people he once knew. They were becoming monsters, and their progress lit a fire within him. "That's it," he says. "I have to get back to training too." But as Kanagi finds his resolve, a familiar complaint breaks the mood. It's Suo, getting jealous that Oribe the cat is cuddling with Kanagi instead of him. He grumbles and moans, a stark contrast to the high-stakes world they live in. And as he tries to pry the cat from Kanagi's lap, Akane's voice cuts through the static, suddenly serious. "Hey, have either of you heard the whispers about a new squad being formed?" Kanagi was completely in the dark. So, Akane laid it all out. A new squad was being assembled. They needed to fill the gaping hole that Makoto's unit left behind. As for the captain of this new squad, the position would go to the hunter with the most kills, the highest achievements. Kanagi barely reacted. To him, it was just more guild politics. But Akane's eyes told a different story. She was looking past the surface. "The real question isn't who becomes captain," she said, her voice dropping. "It's whether you are going to form a squad of your own." He almost laughed, thinking it was a joke. But her expression was stone cold. The world seemed to stop as the weight of her words crashed down on him. Kanagi's voice was barely a whisper. "Why would you say that to me?" She revealed the truth, a dangerous secret burning in her gaze. A desperate hunger is growing within the anti-prophecy movement. A need for a power. A force capable of erasing destiny itself. The revelation hit Kanagi like a physical blow. Akane pressed her advantage. "It's a power that I'm looking for too." She leaned closer, the air crackling with unspoken meaning. "Everyone is searching for a true leader, someone with an unbreakable will." Her eyes locked on his, pinning him in place. "I believe that leader is you, Kanagi." The moment stretched, heavy with the future she had just laid at his feet. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Akane's captain, summoning her. She gave him one last lingering look before turning away. The conversation was over. But for Kanagi, standing alone in the silence, something massive had just begun. The path of a lone hunter was gone, replaced by the crushing weight of a crown he never asked for. Meanwhile, Icha asks Suo about Kanagi, to which he reveals the discussion about him potentially becoming a captain. Icha also believes that if Kanagi wants to, he could easily take on the role, and Suo agrees with her. Lost in thought, Kanagi seeks answers from the founders, who appear just as uncertain about what to advise him. Since they had all devoted their lives to following a master, they lack experience in leadership. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kanagi in this situation. Hinoi then turns to the founder of military strategy, Rion, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kanagi. Before Kanagi can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear striking the ground inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Icha approaching, urging him not to waste his time overthinking and instead continue his training. With a maniacal grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kanagi agrees, leaping down from the rock and using flash step in. He combines it with time's ripple step, asterisk, landing without a sound. Icha stares, her breath caught in her throat. Who? Asterisk, what times is this man? In all her years, she's never seen a hunter grow this strong in just 6 months. It defies all logic. A memory flashes through his mind. Hinoi's brutal, unforgiving lessons, the endless, humiliating failures just to learn the basics of times, flash step asterisk. A dry, knowing laugh escapes Kanagi's lips. But before he can lose himself in the past, a sharp spike of energy rips him back to the present, Ika. She lunges, her wooden staff now crackling with raw power. He twists aside. Barely. The staff smashes into the boulder behind him, a clean break. The massive rock splits perfectly in two. Sue's jaw hits the floor, but Aicha isn't finished. Her eyes are burning. "I don't care if you're daydreaming. I'll force times you to get serious." The smirk vanishes from Kanagi's face. He's listening now. He sinks into his stance, and deep within him, Hinoi finally understands. Rion's words echo in his mind. She's the one, the guide Kanagi was meant to find. The great mage sees it with perfect clarity. Icha possesses a strength unheard of in this modern era. the kind of power that could only come from his bloodline, but that's impossible. I never had any children, Hanoi states internally. It must have been my brother's line. He had to admit it, Icha was the real deal. She was the one who forged a monster like Makoto, after all. In his eyes, she was nothing less than a living successor. But as that thought crossed his mind, a technique he had never seen before exploded from her time's Skyfall asterisk. This was an art that shouldn't even exist. A searing bolt of lightning shot straight for Kanagi's heart. He dodged, just barely. The air itself sizzled where he'd been standing. The sheer, overwhelming power of that single attack. In that instant, Kanagi understood. This wasn't a spar. Icha was trying to end him. She surged forward, a blur of motion. Her blade glowed with the light of her time's Purgatory Sword Time's technique. A devastating slash ripped through the air, aimed to cleave him in two. Hanoi watched from the sidelines, his blood pumping with pure hype. He realized what he was seeing. This was something new. Icha hadn't just mastered the old ways, she had reforged them into her own legend. The duel raged on. Kanagi slipped past the attack, and Icha's eyes widened in genuine surprise. It was a technique he had never faced in his life, and still, he found a way to evade it. She praised his form, that one-handed sword style of yours. It's almost a perfect mirror, a mirror of the founder himself. Her words struck Kanagi harder than any physical blow, and before he could find his voice, Icha twisted the knife. But you're worried, aren't you? Wondering if you'll ever be as strong as Makoto. Kanagi's world stopped. She had just spoken the one fear that had been eating him alive, and as he stood there, exposed, Suo, overhearing this, is also taken aback. Kanagi's grip on his sword tightens as he recalls witnessing Makoto's strength firsthand, how he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is the very reason Kanagi keeps questioning whether he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Icha tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She suddenly yells at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, Tangu dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's techniques. While these techniques may never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stop trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kanagi finally understands what she means. Icha then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great a Captain Makoto was, but from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kanagi in the beginning, but if he has skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she tells him to stop chasing Makoto's ghost and to start walking his own path, the one that was left for him. Her words hit home. His mind flashes back to Makoto's handshake, the weight of that final moment. He had been trapped in the past, a pale imitation, but now he understood. He had to look forward. He had to build his own future. A rare smile touches Icha's lips. To protect that future, she says, her voice steel, I will personally forge you into a weapon. And so it began, a crucible of sweat and steel. Every day they shattered their limits, only to rise again, stronger. 2 weeks later, inside the anti-prophecy headquarters, Hibiki and Todoroki, a pair of seasoned squad captains, scanned the list of candidates. Their eyes paused on two names, a list submitted by the superintendent herself. On it were the names, Kanagi and Icha. Whispers filled the room. This was an unusual choice. But just outside the fortress walls, a shadow moved. A hushed voice spoke into a burner phone. The package is inside the gates, it whispered. Infiltration complete. The new squad captain exam is in 3 days. The figure clutched a dark, ominous tome. The Book of Doom. And when it's over, the voice promised with a chilling certainty, I will be the new leader of the anti-prophecy. The spy in their midst was none other than Eva, a disciple from the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Eva wields a terrifying power, asterisk, heavenly demon asterisk. With it, she doesn't just kill her targets, she erases them, stealing their very existence. But her true objective lies hidden. She will seize command of the new squad, the elite unit of the anti-prophecy, and from the heart of their ranks, she will tear the entire organization down. Meanwhile, Midori's relentless hunt against the 12 apostles rages on. The casualties are staggering. More than half their number have already been annihilated. A direct confrontation with Midori is suicide, and they know it. Their new strategy is far more insidious. Sabotage from within. Their creed is absolute. They will sacrifice anything and anyone to see the prophecy fulfilled. 3 days pass. The grand training field of the anti-prophecy buzzes with raw power. The selection for the new squad's captain is about to begin. The candidates stand assembled, a sea of ambition and deadly intent. The instructor's voice cuts through the silence. There will be 4 trials. Only 4 of you will survive to see the final stage. This entire exam is a brutal battle for points. First place in any test claims a full 3 points. Second place earns 2. And third, a single, meager point. When the dust settles, the one with the highest score, will earn the right to command the new squad. From above, the superintendent observes the proceedings, his gaze sharp. The instructor's command echoes across the field. Show me you are worthy of this power. A unified roar answers him. Yes, and hidden in that crowd, Ava's plan begins. Every eye in the arena was locked onto Kannagi. 8 candidates stood on the field, each a champion in their own right. Koki, the pride of the Yagurama squad. Akihina of Yorizuya, Sonobe of Yashima. Hagi, the beast from the Kakab squad. Sakazaki, representing the formidable Tarzaki squad. The stoic Shikami from the Todoroki squad. And Jiru, the prodigy from the Hibiki squad. But a hidden threat lurked among them, Ava, one of the dreaded 12 apostles. A wolf hiding in plain sight. And then there was the outlier, the special recommendation. Kannagi. He stood utterly alone, a stark contrast to the others. His captain, Icha, was nowhere to be found, oversleeping again, no doubt. Still, her message burned in his mind. If you don't win, I'll personally make you regret being born. That threat was all the motivation he needed. He would not be eliminated, not before she arrived. Kannagi took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. Miles away, Icha was a blur of motion, racing toward the training grounds. Clinging to Sue's back, she urged the beast onward. Faster, she screamed into the wind. Every second was a lifetime. She couldn't bear the thought of missing his moment. She knew Kannagi would win, and she refused to miss the look on everyone's faces when he did. Back on the field, the air crackled with tension. The first trial began, a simple test of mana measurement, but what happened next would leave them all speechless. A torrent of raw power erupts from Kannagi, and the measuring device screams before it explodes into pieces. He just took first place by shattering the scale. Akihina of the Yoria squad, holding 5th place, just stares. His mind can't process it. That level of power, it shouldn't be possible. From his 3rd place position, Sakazaki watches intently. Sonobu, secure in 2nd, narrows his eyes. They both see it now. Kannagi isn't just another recruit, he's an anomaly. Sakazaki mutters to himself, you see this kind of thing every so often, an irregularity that breaks the curve. A true genius of either physical might or pure mana. His eyes flick over to the source of the destruction. That one's a mana prodigy, no doubt, just like Shikami, the one sitting in 7th place. The scoreboard flickers, updating for all to see. At the very top, Kannagi, leading with 3 points. The instructor's voice cuts through the stunned silence. Now for the second test, hand-to-hand combat. The real trial begins now. One-on-one, a true test of skill. Victory earns you 2 points. The instructor opens his mouth to call the first pair, but a hand shoots into the air. It's Shikami. He rises to his feet. His finger extends, pointing directly at Kannagi. I'll take him. A murmur runs through the crowd. Shikami is the undisputed king of close-quarters fighting. He's the other irregular they all whisper about. His story is a dark legend. When he was only 2 years old, he was swallowed by a dimensional breach, a nest of monsters. But that's not the chilling part. Helpless in a stroller, surrounded by chaos, the baby didn't just survive. He wiped out every last monster, all by himself, leaving even his own mother breathless. In that moment, by protecting her, he became a living legend. But from the stands, a different battle was brewing. Hibiki's voice cut through the crowd, pointing a finger at Todoroki. You're cheating. Putting Shikami in a pure hand-to-hand test? That's a low blow. Todoroki just laughed, the sound dripping with arrogance. What's wrong with playing my ace, my strongest piece? His grin widened. Shikami isn't just strong. He's a freak of nature, born with a master's magic and a titan's strength. He leaned in, his voice a proud, thunderous whisper. I've been forging that kid into a weapon since the day he walked through my door, and to this very day, not a single person has ever beaten him when it comes to fists and fury. A chill went down Hibiki's spine. This match, could it be over in an instant? He was facing a man whose reputation preceded him. A man whose close-quarters combat was said to be absolutely unbeatable. Down in the arena, as the signal to begin echoed, a tense silence fell. Shikami walked slowly toward Kannagi, his expression unreadable. Tell me, he began, his voice low. Are you really the one teaching Hanada? Kannagi's gaze seemed to look through him, his thoughts on the founders of their art. I am merely the one delivering the message, he answered calmly. Shikami scoffed, clearly unimpressed. What kind of cryptic nonsense is that? He continued. Someone is clearly coaching Hanada, pulling his strings. A kid who is, by all accounts, already a once-in-a-generation genius. His tone dripped with disdain. Let me be clear, even without your guidance, Hanada would have reached these heights on his own. Kannagi didn't argue. He didn't even flinch. He simply met Shikami's glare and agreed, a faint smile playing on his lips, a response that angered Shikami more than any denial ever could. Blinded by fury, Shikami unleashes time's violent bite asterisk. His body contorts, swelling into a monstrous shape. Then, in a flash of impossible speed, he hurls himself at Kannagi. Kannagi drops low, the attack a hair's breadth from his throat, but Shikami's claws are already scything down to meet him. From the sidelines, a predatory grin spreads across Todoroki's face. This was the beast he'd paid for. The monster swings with world-breaking force. Kanagi simply flows around the blow. In that sliver of an opening, he sinks into the Time's kudu stance asterisk. His hand clamps around Shikami's wrist like a steel trap, and with a guttural roar, he slams the beast into the earth. The ground erupts. A shockwave tears through the arena. Shards of rock and dirt blast outward, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. As the dust begins to clear, two figures hang suspended in the air. The other fighters can only stare, jaws agape. Kanagi hadn't even struck him. He'd only redirected the charge, and yet, Shikami's own redirected power had been enough to utterly annihilate the battlefield. Even Kanagi himself glances at his own hand, a flicker of genuine respect in his eyes. But Shikami only snarls, taking the silent praise as a taunt. After a throw that should have shattered every bone in his body, Shikami lands on his feet without a sound. A wave of disbelief washes over the crowd. How did he find his footing on that cratered, broken ground? Akihina's fingers dance across the keys of his laptop, data scrolling past. A cold smile touches his lips. This was always how it would end. Shikami's physical boost wasn't natural. The sheer toughness of his body, it was beyond any normal awakener. Shaking off the last blow, Shikami came at Kanagi again, full force. Kanagi knew instantly. Simply deflecting these attacks wouldn't be enough to win. He needed something more. Tapping into his founder's power, he met the charge with a deceptively simple kick. Then, that single impact multiplied into a storm. He unleashed the times, penetration times technique. Asterisk, luminance kick asterisk. A barrage of strikes hammered Shikami while he was still suspended in the air. The entire squad watched, stunned, as Shikami slammed into the ground. Broken. The instructor shot forward in a blur. He stopped the match before it could escalate. The winner is Kanagi. That's 2 more points to his name. The rest of the squad was speechless. He didn't just beat Shikami, he completely overpowered him. The same guy Akihina wrote off as a mere irregular. Speaking of Akihina, his fingers were a blur across his laptop's keyboard. He had never anticipated Kanagi's mastery of hand-to-hand combat. His initial calculation had been to just let Kanagi fail on his own. But now, Kanagi was no longer a random variable. He was a direct threat to his plans. Shikami's world swam back into focus. His eyes fluttered open, and above him was Kanagi. A soft glow emanated from his hands, weaving a spell over Shikami's broken body. Stay still. Kanagi's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the storm he'd just unleashed. I'm just mending what I broke. Healing? Shikami's mind reeled. A monster in combat, a prodigy with mana, and now a healer? It defied all logic. The man was an impossible existence. Stunned, Shikami could only whisper, "Is there anything you can't do?" For a fleeting moment, the power in Kanagi's eyes vanished, replaced by the shadow of a memory, the faces of his fallen comrades, the Makoto squad, and the crushing weight of his own failure to save them. The light faded from Kanagi's hands. That's all I can do. Try standing. Just then, the deafening crash of an impact echoed across the arena. Kanagi didn't even flinch, his gaze shifting toward the sound. Looks like the final match is reaching its peak. The final match? Shikami shot up, a jolt of panic hitting him. How long was I out? He thought hours must have passed. That he'd missed everything. Kanagi's reply was unnervingly calm. Only about 5 minutes. He explained that once their duel ended, the rest began all at once. The other matches were over in a flash. 2 pairs, 2 instant victories. But them, Kanagi gestured toward the noise. Akihina and Hagi are still going. Neither one is backing down. Neither gives an inch. A relentless storm of steel, every blow thrown with killing intent. Hizagi lunges, a blur of motion. A brutal counterstrike sends Akihina staggering back. Is this it? She sneers. No hidden power? No special tricks? She scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain. You possess no unique gift, and you dare call yourself a captain? Akihina plants his feet, his gaze steady. He meets her taunt with a cold calm. I was never meant for the spotlight. His voice is low, measured. A captain who relies on one flashy trick is a liability. They're just leading their squad to a grave, he continues, the weight of experience in his words. A true leader must adapt to any hell. They must be able to change the outcome of any fight, to raise the survival odds of every single member, even by just 1%. Akihina's eyes burn with conviction. That is my purpose, to ensure what happened to the Makoto squad never happens again. The name hangs in the air like a ghost. Kanagi flinches, a raw nerve exposed. To speak of his fallen brothers like that, Shikami's eyes narrow to slits. Watch your damn mouth, Akihina. But the fight waits for no one. Hizagi explodes into motion, unleashing her times, discipline of the whirling chain asterisk. Her blade becomes a vortex, a cyclone of pure energy screaming towards Akihina. He raises his weapon, bracing for the inevitable. The impact is immense, and the ground cracks beneath him as he's violently thrown back. She rockets forward. A follow-up strike, aimed to end it all. But just as her fist is about to connect, Akihina simply raises a hand. I forfeit. The instructor's whistle cuts the air, halting the match instantly. Hagi is declared the winner, but her face is frozen in disbelief. Another squad member has to physically hold her back. She's shaking, not from the fight, but from pure, unadulterated rage. He didn't even try. He stole a real victory from her. Akihina, on the other hand, is completely unfazed. He just mutters that the fight ended quicker than he anticipated. Why bother going all out? He's saving his energy for the real test to come. But as he walks off the platform, a ghost of a smile touches his lips. He knows the truth. He could have crushed Hagi without breaking a sweat, but revealing his hand this early would be a rookie mistake. Not now. Not with Kanagi watching from the sidelines. And so, the second stage of the exam, the brutal test of hand-to-hand combat, concludes. Kanagi dominates the leaderboard with 5 points. Tsunobu follows, holding strong with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute recess, a brief moment of peace before the third examination begins. Then, he drops the bomb. In the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores are out, no exceptions. As the break starts, a heavy silence falls over the group. Kanagi's mind, however, is elsewhere. On Icha and Su, they were supposed to be here, and they're still missing. Just outside the anti-prophecy headquarters building, Su finally stumbles to a halt, with Icha slung over his shoulder. His lungs burned with every ragged breath, but he froze when she pointed him away from the training hall, straight toward the desolate courtyard. What are you doing? He gasped. Icha's voice was a low whisper. I smell it. The ghost of an aura. The distinct, lingering scent of a life recently snuffed out. Her senses painted a grim picture. This wasn't just a death. It was an awakener, erased by a power so overwhelming it left a scar in the air. The word struck Su with the force of a physical blow. An awakener. Killed times here, asterisk? In their impenetrable sanctuary? It could only mean one thing. The anti-prophecy headquarters had been breached. This fortress, once their greatest secret, was now a tomb. Don't be a fool, Ika snapped. The 12 apostles have always been strong enough to find this place whenever they wanted. A cold dread, sharper than any blade, pierced through Su's exhaustion. But why? He stammered. What for? She ignored him, her gaze fixed ahead. Let's just get to the training venue. But in her mind, the truth was screaming. She kept the worst of it locked away. An aura that strong. The person who died here was no less than a squad captain. Yet there were no official reports, no alarms, no whispers. This wasn't just an infiltration. It was an execution, and someone was hiding it. Now, this was bigger than just Midori. Icha, Su, and most importantly, Kanagi. All of them were now pieces in the same deadly game. To avenge the death of Captain Makoto, the lunch break offers a brief respite, a moment to tend to wounds. Rations are distributed, a temporary fix for their exhaustion. Amid the low murmur of conversation, Akihina sits alone, a world away. His entire focus is on the glow of his laptop screen. Nearby, Kanagi shares a moment of peace with Shikami. His face suddenly brightens at the sight of familiar figures. Ika and Su have arrived. The air instantly grows heavy. Conversations die as everyone recognizes Icha, one of the legendary 5, an elite of the anti-prophecy unit, a name spoken with the same reverence as Midori's. As Su's eyes sweep across the gathered captains, a knot of dread forms in her stomach. Icha's report was clear. A captain had been killed. But she counts them now. 1, 2, all 7. Every single captain is present on these training grounds. Icha sees the confusion on their faces. A cold smirk touches her lips as she calls Kanagi over. She has something he needs to hear. She lays out the chilling truth for him. His blood runs cold at the implication. One of the captains standing before them is a traitor, an imposter, a member of the 12 apostles, hiding in plain sight. Icha's conviction is absolute. She could still feel the aura residue back in the courtyard, a power signature she couldn't mistake. The person who was slain was undeniably on the level of a captain. Yet, here they all are, a perfect roster. The contradiction hangs in the air, a poisonous fog. By all logic, this situation is impossible, unless the killer is now wearing the face of their victim. That can only mean one thing. There's a traitor in their midst. The chilling realization hangs heavy in the air. A muscle in Kanagi's jaw tightens. Su's sharp intake of breath confirms he feels it too. The person who just effortlessly eliminated a captain-level hunter is standing right here, hiding in plain sight. A cold dread creeps up Su's spine. If they don't unmask this threat, and fast, another one of them will be next. If they let this fester, if they ignore the warning, they could be staring down the barrel of a prophecy, one that guarantees the extinction of all humanity. But Icha's lips curl into a wicked grin. She proposes a much simpler, much more brutal solution. Why not just wipe the slate clean? Get rid of everyone here and be done with it. Sue and Kanagi both flinch. They immediately shut her down. This isn't about collateral damage, it's about precision. They only need to find and exterminate the one member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. The name hangs in the air, and Icha's eyes light up with a feverish intensity. The 12 apostles, you say? Her voice drops, laced with a thirst for vengeance. This is our chance to finally get payback for Makoto. After all, they were the ones who put him in the ground. She turns to Kanagi, her gaze sharp. You feel it too, don't you? The memories flood back, raw and painful. Makoto's smile, their fallen squad, a low growl escapes his lips. I do. Sue's fists clench so hard his knuckles turn white. The image of his brother, broken and gone, is seared into his mind. With their resolve forged in grief and anger, Kanagi turns to their ace detective. Azur, what's your call? Azur, the founder of the detectives, steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the grim scene. Let me examine the body first. But the timing couldn't be worse. They're stuck in the middle of an examination. He knows just leaving isn't an option. Still, Kanagi's mind races, weighing the consequences. Maybe during the lunch break. There's a small window of time. However, a sharp voice cuts in. Azure warns him, a single rash move will alert the culprit. The stakes are far too high. If this apostle is as powerful as the one we fought on the snowy mountain, it could easily erase everyone here without a second thought. They had to be prepared for that terrifying possibility. The weight of that truth settled on him. Kanagi made his choice. He'd head to the training ground after the test. But a new, chilling thought surfaced. Is there a chance, he asked, that even the founders won't be able to sense any aura residue at the scene? That's when Pinocchio revealed a critical piece of the puzzle. He'd spent the last month training near a volcano, the very place he'd finally mastered his one-handed sword technique. He laid out the theory. The immense energy from the volcano could be warping the flow of their chi, a natural interference, a perfect cloak, making any trace of residual energy impossible to find. As if on cue, Mage dropped another bombshell. If an aura can only be sensed at extremely close range, then we are almost certainly facing an enemy from the 12 apostles. Azure could only watch, his frustration growing as everyone else did his detective work for him. Just as he's about to argue, Hinoi cuts him off with an icy glare. Find the traitor. Then I'll handle the rest. Back in the cold interrogation room, a subtle glance from Azure gives Kanagi his cue. Kanagi leans forward, his voice cutting through the silence. Forget the captains. What if the apostle infiltrated as one of us? For a split second, Icha's composure cracks. A breath, then she concedes. It's possible. If you mean the captain candidates, yes. But her eyes narrow again, regaining their edge. That doesn't absolve the current captains of suspicion. He hears her, but a new path has opened in his mind. A plan begins to form, a way to flush the traitor out in the open. All he needs is the next stage of the test. A test of strength where no one can hide their true power. But only minutes later, the instructor's voice echoes through the hall. The third stage of the examination will now commence. It will be a written test. The words hit Kanagi like a physical blow. They're herded into isolated booths. Cold walls between them, no devices allowed. His plan, so perfectly crafted for a fight, shatters into a million useless pieces. The paper in front of him is covered in the dense rules of the anti-prophecy, a language he can't speak, a world he was never meant to understand. But surrender isn't in his blood. He grips the pen, ready to fight this battle too, no matter the cost. The instructor's voice echoed, shattering the silence as he announced the final scores. Kanagi's name was called, 0 points, a gaping void on the scoreboard. In stark contrast, Akihina soared to second place, securing a perfect 3. The final cut was swift and brutal. 4 more hopefuls were gone, their dreams extinguished, Shikami among them. A hot flush of shame crept up Kanagi's neck. The top combatant, brought low by a simple written test. The irony was a bitter pill, but as he stewed in his own frustration, a shadow fell over him. Shikami approached, not with scorn, but with an unexpected look of respect. You held your own out there, he said, the words cutting through Kanagi's dark thoughts. They were equals in this failure, both branded with a humiliating 0. But a different fire burned behind Shikami's eyes. A frustration aimed squarely at Akihina's flawless victory. And yet, he set his own pride aside. He acknowledged the undeniable truth. Kanagi still held the #1 spot. This isn't the end, he assured him, his voice firm. Count on me to be in your corner for the final round. His gaze shifted, looking beyond the current exam. The real question is what comes next. After they choose the new captain, the real test begins. The superintendent will be watching our every move. He'll be deciding if this new squad is even fit to exist. Shikami leaned closer, his voice dropping to a strategic whisper. The absolute minimum for a squad is 7 members. That means the new captain must convince at least 6 others to stand with them. He looked Kanagi dead in the eye. You need to start thinking like a leader. Decide who you'll recruit before your choices are taken from you. A heavy hand landed on Kanagi's shoulder, a gesture of alliance. Then, Shikami made him an offer that would change everything, presenting himself as a potential squad mate and making sure to flex his raw physical strength. With a smirk, he turns to leave, tossing a casual wish of luck to Kanagi for what's left of the exam. The moment Shikami is gone, Azure is at Kanagi's side, his voice low. We're going back to the scene. It wasn't a request. The cold certainty in Azure's eyes told Kanagi everything. He'd already solved it. Azure offered a slight nod, confirming the unspoken question. But a theory needs a body, he stated. We need undeniable proof. He met Kanagi's gaze, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. The time for defense is over. We're taking the fight to the 12 apostles. The mage carefully recounted every twisted turn of events that had led them to this point, highlighting how Detective Azure had sharpened Kanagi's instincts with cold, hard logic. Hinwai bristled at the mage's winding narrative, but she could see the reason for it. It was a story meant to build resolve, a small flicker of light against the coming storm. They arrived at the crime scene. Here, Azure took the lead, his eyes sweeping the area, missing nothing. As he suspected, every piece fell into place, confirming the grim picture in his mind. The victim's identity was now certain, and with it, the name of the killer. Hearing those words, a horrifying realization dawned on Hinoi. Their foe had to be one of the 12 apostles, which meant there was a chance he now possessed the Book of Doom, the one spoken of only in whispers. The last apostle he possessed. His mage companion broke the silence. What's our next move? But just as Kanagi opened his mouth to answer, the world tore itself away, pulling him into an endless realm of swirling mist. He was somewhere else, and he was not alone. An old woman stood before him. When he asked who she was, she just smiled, claiming to be a simple granny passing through. But her eyes held no simplicity as she inquired about his work. Kanagi met her gaze, his voice steady. There's been a murder. The killer stole someone's face, and their power is significant. The old woman's expression hardened. Then we should hunt them down now, shouldn't we? A heavy silence hung in the air. The thing is, Kanagi said, his voice low, we already know who it is. This isn't some wild guess. We have absolute proof. Even so, I can't make a move. Not yet. The granny's brow furrowed in confusion. Why hesitate? You find the guilty party, and you eliminate them. That is the only logical path. But Kanagi slowly shook his head. That's what anyone would think. But the problem is, we're not hunting one target. There are two of them. His resolve was a tangible force in the misty air. It's far better to corner them both, and end this in a single, decisive strike. I'll handle it at dawn. But I'll need your help, Kanagi said, his eyes locking onto the old woman. Superintendent, do not interfere. Simply watch. A faint smile traced her lips as she wished him well. She insisted again, her voice a gentle cover for her authority. I am merely a passerby, an old woman who will not get in your way. But as she turned to fade back into the shadows, Kanagi spoke his name, a quiet declaration into the tense air. The old woman's smile widened, just for a moment. Suddenly a tidal wave of power surged through his very soul. He was his own master again, far away, in a sterile, hidden command center. The assistant's voice was tight with concern, questioning the superintendent. Ma'am, are you certain this is wise, to leave him to his fate? The disguised superintendent, however, was calm. She dismissed the worry with a simple wave. Kanagi is on the precipice of understanding. He has a strategy. I can feel it. She claimed her only interest was to witness what he would unleash. Her gaze sharpened, shifting from observer to commander. Signal the other officers, she ordered her assistant. If Kagi's plan falters, they are to provide immediate support. The assistant acknowledged the command, her brow still furrowed. But even after my own analysis of the residual traces, she confessed, her professionalism warring with her doubt, the data revealed nothing of significance. And yet, the superintendent was staking everything on Kanagi's word alone. The assistant couldn't comprehend it. Why? Why place so much faith in him? The superintendent looked away, her gaze fixed on a distant screen showing a lone figure. Because I saw it, she revealed, her voice low and absolute. In his eyes, the unwavering resolve of a man who had already stared into the abyss and refused to blink. The following dawn, Kanagi cut a path through the silent woods. A shadow detached from the trees. Shikami, falling into step beside him, began explaining the next trial. This time, it wasn't about strength. It was a test of leadership, a crucible to forge a new squad captain. Shikami casually mentioned he expected Akihina to play his usual strategic games. But you, he said, his eyes on Kanagi, I'm betting on you. Kanagi didn't take the bait. After a tense moment, he cut straight through the facade. Why did you really drop out of the exam, Shikami? The air grew heavy, the silence between them turning sharp and cold. Shikami slowly turned to face him, his expression a perfect mask. My strategy simply evolved, he claimed smoothly. I realized I don't need to be the king. I just need to be the one who moves the pieces. And for that, I need a strong captain to serve under. Kanagi's gaze hardened into points of steel. You're lying, he accused, his voice low. You did it so you could gut the squad from the inside, eliminating anyone with potential. Unseen, nestled in the high branches, Ika watched the scene unfold, ready for anything. The accusation hung in the air, a naked threat. Shikami's mask finally cracked, replaced by a chilling, honest smile. If a pawn needs to be sacrificed for the game, he admitted, I have no problem taking it off the board. He then laid his weakness bare. During that third test, the written exam, my mind hit a wall. I couldn't create. I couldn't innovate. It can only access and perfect what's already there. A perfect weapon, but a flawed creator. That's why my final score was a perfect 0. What a fool I've been. Forget the mission. Destroying Akihena's body is all that matters now. Then, the trees part, revealing a clearing. A trap is sprung, captains and their squads. They're everywhere. And in the center of it all, Todoroki is shackled to the earth, with Hibiki and another captain standing over him, waiting. Hibiki breaks the silence, her voice dripping with that familiar, arrogant confidence. Well now, Mr. Apostle, care to drop the act? The game is up, the facade is shattered. The voice that replies is not Shikami's, it's deeper, colder. I am Eva, the ninth apostle. Eva casually explains her power, a parasite that steals a body. And a mind, she adds. I can pull any secret directly from the host's brain. Her stolen eyes scan the crowd. I took Shikami's life for a simple reason. Of all of you, his body was the most powerful vessel. Hibiki's smirk never falters. So, the plan was to rot us out from the inside? To sabotage the anti-prophecy? That was the mission, Eva confirms, her tone flat. But you've ruined it, so now, I'll just have to kill every single one of you. But before we begin, a flicker of curiosity in her stolen eyes. I have to know, who figured it out first? Hibiki's gaze shifts. Her finger raises, pointing directly at Kanagi, standing just feet from the imposter. A slow, venomous smile spreads across Eva's face. She turns to him. You. I never even suspected. She never thought he'd have the audacity to stand in her personal space. She whipped around to face him. A wave of immense power pulsed from her body. Her voice was a low growl. Who in the hell are you? But how did it all lead to this moment? Just moments before Eva's consciousness seized Shikami's body, Todoroki had just shared the news of a lifetime with him. He was being put forward as a candidate for the new squad captain. The word sent a current of pure joy through Shikami, but Todoroki quickly urged caution, reminding him that this information was still top secret, with the official announcement not happening until the next morning. His excitement only grew. Shikami laughed, saying that for a secret, they were being incredibly loud about it. Todoroki simply smiled, reassuring him. He told Shikami that it didn't matter. He was one of the strongest hunters they had, a true powerhouse who would undeniably become an incredible captain. Seeing that unwavering faith in his friend's eyes, Shikami finally believed it himself. A new resolve hardened within him. He would give it his all. But as their fists met in a silent promise, a blur of motion, a flash of red. In an instant, his world was torn apart. Shikami was cut down, his body falling right in front of Todoroki. Time stopped. The world went silent. His mind refused to accept the nightmare unfolding before him. And then, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the blood-soaked air. Her voice dripped with scorn, mocking Shikami's pathetic end. She sneered, questioning if this was the best they had. Was this truly the standard for a captain in the famed anti-prophecy unit? The shadowy figure didn't wait for an answer. She answered her own cruel question. Their power, she claimed, was a lie, built only on borrowed artifacts and the one who gifted them. She stepped out from the shadows. My name is Eva, one of the 12 apostles. A twisted smile spread across her face. I'm so looking forward to our future together. She strode to Shikami's broken form on the ground. A dark aura pulsed from her hand. Asterisk, heavenly demon skill, asterisk. His body was no longer his own, but as the profane energy flowed, a roar of fury, a flash of light, Todoroki's times Vajra times connected. Her body vanished in a crimson spray. Tears of rage streamed down his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. But through the silence, a slow, deliberate clap echoed from behind. It was Shikami, standing, clapping. Incredible, the man who should be dead mused. To fell one of the 12 apostles in a single blow. Just as I'd expect, from my own masterpiece. Todoroki whipped around, his mind reeling at the impossible sight. Shikami stood there, whole and unmarked. Before a single word could escape his lips, a searing pain, a blur of motion, his world split in two. He looked down to see Shikami's face. No, Eva's grinning wickedly up at him. And as he fell, she raised her hand, whispering, asterisk, necromancy artifact, asterisk, activate. Resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave bound to her will. Now, under Eva's control, Todoroki agrees to serve her, addressing her as Eva. But before he can say anything else, she slaps him so hard it nearly knocks him over. Correcting him, she demands that he call her Shikami, ensuring that no one grows suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki nods, complying, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kanagi and Azure investigate. Using his unique skill, theatrical detective, Azure rewinds time to witness everything that transpired there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly happened. The only condition is that Azure himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Additionally, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If Azure ever fails to deduce a case correctly, the skill will be permanently lost. This means that for the rest of his days, he would never wield that power again. As Azure laid out the grim reality of this ability, a wave of revulsion washed over the founders. Eva's technique was a desecration, to snuff out a life, only to puppet the empty shell left behind. But then, a suffocating silence gripped the room as every gaze fell upon Kanagi. It was him. Mana poured from his body, a raw, physical storm of uncontrollable rage. A fire ignited in his eyes. He swore in that moment, the apostle would know no forgiveness. Back in the present, that same inferno fuels him. Kanagi unleashes hell, a blinding times flash reflection punch asterisk. Empowered by his times penetration spell asterisk, aimed straight for Eva's core. He adds the times luminance fist asterisk, his knuckles connecting with her face. Impact. A cataclysmic blast of energy erupts. She is thrown like a rag doll. She scrambles to find her footing, but the force is absolute. It's too immense. She tears a trench in the earth as she skids back, a desperate, failing struggle to stand. But as the smoke clears, a sound cuts through the silence. Laughter, maniacal and mocking, echoing from her throat. How cruel, she cackles, using Shikami's voice. Even after taking his ultimate combination, she's still talking. She twists their bond into a weapon, a poisoned barb. Why, Kanagi? Why would you strike your dearest friend with such merciless intent? He had braced himself for this, for her sick games. But a cold dread settled in his soul. This power, this all-consuming rage, it wasn't enough. Eva stumbles back, the force of the blow shuddering through her. But a cruel smile twists her lips. Is that it? Your little tantrum is over? The last tremor of the impact leaves her body. She roars, her voice dripping with contempt. A pathetic attack like that will never even scratch me. You're right, Kanagi's voice is unnervingly calm, but I was never the one meant to put you down. His eyes glaze over, a chilling emptiness replacing the fire within. He was only stalling, buying time for me. A new ancient presence seizes control. This vessel is mine now. Kanagi's form explodes in a blinding torrent of energy. The sheer pressure washes over Eva. Her eyes widen in dawning horror. The satellite's warning, the anomaly. It was him. He wasn't just stronger. He was someone else entirely. But the horror quickly melts away into manic delight. A wicked grin splits her face, pure ecstasy in her eyes. She throws her arms to the sky, and hundreds of mummified corpses tear through the clouds. Their collective shriek is a sound that breaks the soul. Life is so dull without death's cold embrace, she screams. So let's fight. Let's fight until our very hearts burst. Azure stares up at the grotesque rain descending upon them. They're just puppets, he grits out, his voice cold as ice. Empty shells. She's using the bodies of her past victims. Eva's laughter rings out, sharp and deranged. Hollow, you say? Every last one of these puppets carries the same crushing strength as Shikami. Now, come and play. His eyes swept across the battlefield. Hibiki froze, not 10, not 20, nearly 100 bodies. Each one pulsed with the same chilling power as Shikami. The candidate beside him choked on a gasp, his face drained of all color. Trapped within his own consciousness, Kanagi was forced to watch. A wave of revulsion crashed over him. Eva was using the very warriors she'd cut down as puppets. The mage's voice echoed in his mind, a calm storm beside his own frantic thoughts. You have changed, she observed, but so have the founders. As the bandaged corpses plummeted toward the earth, the mage took control. Through Kanagi's lips, she spoke. She has gravely underestimated me. With that, his hand rose. A torrent of lightning ripped through the air. Every puppet was instantly incinerated mid-fall, leaving Eva utterly speechless. The mage took this personally. Eva hadn't aimed. She had simply dropped her minions like stones. A crude tactic, meant to force a reaction, a desperate gambit to see if she could overwhelm him before they landed. A rain of smoldering ash now drifted down from the sky. Eva was reeling, completely bewildered. How had Kanagi just done that? There are hunters who dedicate their entire lives to achieve that kind of impossible accuracy. But Kanagi, he just acted. No hesitation, not even the slightest flicker of concentration. He'd struck every single target, a flawless, perfect counter. Watch carefully, the mage commanded, her voice resonating in his soul. Stand by my side and study this power. And in that moment, all Kanagi could feel was pure, breathtaking awe. Even trapped within this frail vessel, her command over magic remains absolute. She beckons him closer, her voice a low whisper. You only ever wanted power for yourself, Kanagi, the mage begins. But the founders? They craved a vessel to unleash their own might. Kanagi's brow furrows, the words not quite connecting. He doesn't understand what she's trying to say. The mage presses on, her gaze unwavering. Even after everything, drowning in a sea of borrowed strength, you truly believed you were reaching your goal, that simple, childish wish to just be stronger. She gestures towards the others, and them? They are intoxicated by your raw, unparalleled talent. But then, her tone hardens with a chilling sorrow, after the agony of losing a friend. Someone who trusted you with everything they had. I see that now you burn with a rage from the very depths of your soul. She points a trembling finger at the ecstatic, watching faces of the founders. This broken, furious version of you is exactly what they adore. Ava flinches, her confusion instantly curdling into fury. She explodes into motion, charging straight for Kanagi. Enough talk, she screams. The world has one simple rule. The strong exist to crush the weak. Her blade screams through the air, inches from its target. A blinding wall of times, static discharge times erupts before her. Her attack shatters. She's thrown back. Ava stumbles, her eyes wide with disbelief. She looks up, as the very heavens begin to weep thunder. So many think like you, Eva, the mage's voice echoed. But I remember a time. I witnessed a power that could have shattered this tower to dust, and I watched as it was treated like a toy, devoured by horrors from another reality. The mage, who saw comrades torn apart, now saw only their ghosts. Now, I am the voice for the fallen, and I am their vengeance. Walking in Kanagi's stolen form, she loomed over the broken Eva. You are a frustration, Eva. All that power, and you can't even stand. Eva tried to rise, but another bolt of raw thunder slammed her back into the dirt. The mage spoke again, a different tone in her voice. This boy, Kanagi, he trained in the mountains, didn't he? Always smiling on the outside. But inside, a fire of pure revenge was burning him alive. We, the founders, all saw it. We all share this one truth. That one day, this boy would stand on the same peak as us. A hand extended, not to Ava, but to the soul within Kanagi. If you need our help, Kanagi, it is yours to command. If you feel that sorrow, point to the one who caused it, and we will end them, no questions asked. Without a moment's pause, Kanagi's finger shot up, pointing at the hovering Ava, and in that instant, heaven's judgment crashed down, tearing her very being into nothing. The battlefield fell into a stunned, horrified silence. And in that silence, the instructor's eyes widened with a terrible realization. He saw it then, a chilling reflection of a young Midori in Kanagi's eyes. A monster, waiting to be born. Eva's consciousness flickered, her form scattered across the cold stone. This boy, this mere child, how could he have unmade her entire legion? And not just them, but her very body, shattered beyond recognition. Kanagi's footsteps echoed, each one a final judgment. Do you understand now? We have much to discuss. You're going to answer for everything. He leaned in, his voice a low whisper. I have friends. Us, specialists in the art of conversation. They'll help you remember every last detail of what you've done. But then, a change. A voice, deeper and more ancient than her own, rumbled from the wreckage. In this state, I cannot hope to defeat you. My master's warning. It was true, after all. The ground began to shake violently. A stone coffin burst from the earth below, and Eva's voice cackled. But this changes everything. Kanagi froze as Eva began to speak of a legend from centuries past. There was one among the founders. They called him the 10,000 Army Slasher. He was the man who single-handedly brought the great tower to its knees. A wave of pure dread washed over Kanagi. As the coffin lid slid open, Eva unveiled the perfectly preserved body of Hinoi Rishyu. A silent shockwave rippled through the other founders. Hanoki's spirit recoiled in utter horror. Asterisk, his body. She has his body. Asterisk, the desecration was absolute. The silence was deafening. Then, a flash. Mage acted without a word, unleashing time's heaven's judgment asterisk. A divine thunderbolt crashed down, striking the unholy relic. Hinoi couldn't believe the swiftness. The time for games is over, Mage declared, his voice cold as the grave. A chilling laugh echoed from Ava. Foolish. I've already taken what I need. She was puppeteering Hinoi's corpse right before their eyes. The body rose, stiff and unnatural. Its hand clenched around a familiar blade as a wicked smile played on Eva's lips. Now, she hissed through him. The playing field is finally even. Kanagi flinched. The air grew heavy, thick with a suffocating pressure. This malice, this overwhelming aura, it dwarfed anything he'd ever felt, even during his harshest training with Icha. But she wasn't finished. A sharp snap of her fingers echoed. The earth split open, birthing hundreds of shadowy minions. "Behold," she announced, "the second wave." Doubt gnawed at Kannagi, but Mage just scoffed. "Don't sweat it." Eva reveled in her growing army. Then, a sudden flash. An explosion ripped through the air behind her. She whirled around. There they were, Kannagi's allies. Icha stood at the front, Suo at his side. The whole crew, armed and ready. He wasn't alone anymore. A flicker of annoyance crossed Eva's face. "I thought you were supposed to be all alone in this," she spat. But as the words left the puppet's lips, Kannagi's blood ran cold. That voice, it was Hinoi's. Every inflection, every pause, it was him. Even with his friends by his side, the tide wasn't turning. They were struggling, their attacks barely making a dent. Eva laughed. These are a far cry from the last batch. This time, they had a new trick, a times physical hardening times skill. Even a full-power assault from one of their strongest did nothing. The blow landed, it did nothing. The minion didn't even flinch. A cold dread washed over them. Every last one of these creatures possessed a unique, terrifying skill. They weren't just a horde, they were an army of elites. The anti-prophecy forces were being overwhelmed. A direct assault was becoming a death sentence. From the edge of the fray, Habibiki's sharp eyes missed nothing. She had seen enough. Her voice resonated with power, unleashing her times. Sound visualization, release asterisk. A magnificent phoenix, woven from pure sound, burst into existence. It crashed into the enemy line, and a dozen minions vaporized in a silent, violent flash. But even after a display of such overwhelming force, a deep unease settled in her heart. She knew clearing a path wasn't enough. Each monster was a unique nightmare waiting to be unleashed. And just when they thought the chaos had peaked, it found a new level. A deafening snap of iron echoed across the battlefield. Todoroki's chains lay shattered. He moved like a thunderclap, grabbing one of the youngest members and brutally slamming him toward the earth. But in that same instant, Hibiki was there, a flash of movement. She snatched the boy from the very brink of death. Watching the beautiful carnage unfold, Eva's lips curled into a smile. This was the most exquisite entertainment. "Don't you see?" she called out, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction. "In a maelstrom like this, only the captains have any hope of seeing the dawn." Her words hung in the air, heavy and true. Kannagi desperately looked to the other founders, searching for a plan, for any sign of hope. He found only grim, stoic silence. Their faces were masks of resolve and despair. With no other choice, he turned to Mage, his voice low and urgent. "Let me take the wheel." Just for a moment, her eyes widened, a storm of conflict brewing within them. Surprised by the request, but ultimately agrees. Taking control, he confidently mocks Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Hanada finds himself surrounded by minions, but he recalls Lesson 7 from Kannagi. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his attacks. With explosive force, he kicks the hell out of every minion charging at him. A while ago, founder Spirit Wantak had observed Han's muscular yet flexible build, noting his tendency to rely on single-point, concentrated strikes paired with his agility. Another founder, Urson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be far more effective with their guidance. Now, in the present, Hanada flawlessly integrates all the techniques they have taught him, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle, and obliterating the minions with precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kannagi's advice about the transmute technique, an art that transforms the imperfect, turning it into absolute perfection. She once forged nothing but cheap, brittle blades. That was the past. Now, her alchemy shatters all known limits, commanding the very earth to birth stone golems, a technique she mastered back in Lesson 8. And with it, she effortlessly pulverizes the minions' hardened bodies. Kannagi's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know about Suo's status. Hinoi merely smirks, his confidence unwavering, the kid's handling his own. He was always in his brother's shadow, never the prodigy. But his strength is something he forged himself. He moves like a blur, a master of Hinoi's one-handed sword style, now amplified by the power of Time's Skyfall asterisk. He carves through the swarm, one clean swing, a dozen minions fall. He then elevates the strike, merging it with the essence of Time's Kandala asterisk. The blade blooms into a deadly flower of steel, a devastating area of effect attack that obliterates everything around him. From a distance, Icha watches, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Her student isn't just fighting anymore. He's seamlessly weaving skills into a deadly art. Still, a thought crosses her mind. Kannagi's power, the sheer complexity of his abilities, remains on an entirely different plane. Lost in her thoughts, Her own blade moves on instinct, cutting down one minion after another. Suddenly, a wall of flame erupts, twisting into a colossal fire tornado right in her path. Her breath hitches. A sight like this can only mean one thing. The final battle between Kannagi and the 12 apostles has already begun. But as her eyes pierce through the fiery chaos, her shock curdles into pure dread. Kannagi isn't just fighting an apostle, he's facing the legendary founder himself. He's fighting Hinoi. Eva becomes a blur, lunging at Kannagi. Asterisk Hinoi's one-handed style times merges with the deadly times wave-cutting blade asterisk. But it's useless. Our boy doesn't even break a sweat. He dodges with a calm that borders on divine. Her blade meets empty air, but the power behind it shatters the very ground where he just stood. Kannagi counters instantly, unleashing a times mage's thunderbolt asterisk. The bolt strikes true. But against a monster like Eva, it might as well be a spark. She retaliates, her true power erupting as she invokes her times world dice asterisk. Reality itself fractures, slicing the entire battlefield into a million shifting cubes. Friend and foe alike are caught in the blast. She erases her own soldiers without a second thought. Amidst the chaos, our boy endures. He lands on a floating shard of earth, a memory flashing in his mind. He's seen this before, a lifetime ago, when this very power nearly destroyed him. But things are different now. As the world is unmade and remade around them, his comrades can barely keep their footing on the unstable ground. One of them is about to fall. A desperate grip is all that stands between her comrade and the abyss. But in that fleeting moment of hope, a silver arc flashes, the dice slash strikes, his arm is severed, and with it, her world vanishes beneath her feet. She plummets, the only thing left of him clutched tight in her hand. Kannagi's eyes lock onto the falling figure. There is no hesitation. A shimmering bubble of light erupts from his palm, catching them, lifting them from the jaws of death. The mage spirit trembles, her form flickering with panic. She turns to Hinoi, her voice a whisper. What do we do? But Hinoi's spirit offers no guidance, no plan. His words are ice. Do what you want, she accepts. At that exact moment, Eva unleashes time-splitting cloud asterisk, a cataclysm. A wave of pure energy scours the entire battlefield. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, can only stare, utterly floored by the sheer untamed madness. Meanwhile, inside Hinoi's body, Eva is electric, reveling in the raw power of a founder's vessel. She laughs, a chilling sound. This body, it was made for this, but even this incredible strength isn't enough for her. She needs more. Something stronger. She taps into Hinoi's deepest secret, his final technique. Asterisk. Indomitable asterisk. The blade glows, ready to end it all. But then, the unthinkable happens. Kannagi catches the blade, bare-handed. Hinoi's spirit watches, his expression blank. The mage, however, smirks. Her voice drips with scorn. You may have his body. Still weak. The words hit her like a physical blow. A raw, frustrated scream tears from Eva's throat. How? She rages, her voice cracking. How can the legendary body of a founder be called weak? She wanted power. She needed something more. Plunging back into the depths of Hinoi's mind, she desperately claws through his past, searching, ripping away at his memories to find a greater strength. But as she forces her way into the forbidden core of his soul, tears begin to stream down her face. Not from pain, but from a terror so profound it chills her to the bone. What she found wasn't just a memory, it was the ghost of Hinoi's life. Back when he walked the earth during the Age of the Towers. Just one glimpse of that forgotten time is enough to shatter her sanity. In the vision, she sees him, a single, fluid swing of his sword, an entire tower cleaved in two. But this godlike power had a price. With every enemy felled, his eyes grew colder, his soul more distant. Eva watched, paralyzed by the spectacle. She couldn't process it. How could a mere human possess a power that defied the very laws of existence? Hinoi's life wasn't a story of heroism. It was an unending chronicle of absolute destruction. Bodies of men torn apart. Armies of monsters turned to ash. The very sea split before him, the planet itself scarred by his blade. The immense weight of his sins, his endless slaughter, crashes down upon Eva's spirit, and in that moment, she breaks. The pressure was too much. She was breaking. Every path forward vanished, leaving her utterly lost. How could she ever become strong enough for this? The weight of it all was a mountain, and it was crushing her. Cracks spiderwebbed across the very essence of her being. One more second, and she felt she would simply cease to exist. But Hinoi's spirit watched on, cool and unconcerned. Just let it break, he remarked with a casual air. But another founder cried out, a desperate warning. If that happens, she'll go completely feral. She'll unmake everything around her. And in that frozen moment of horror, it was already too late. Eva's spirit shattered. A scream of pure, untamed power tore from her throat. a sound that wasn't just heard but felt, all the way in the distant city of Takasaki. The shockwave ripped through the streets, sirens blared, an immediate evacuation order. People scrambled, staring at their phones in disbelief. The source of that terrifying aura, Nagano Prefecture. That was a staggering 100 kilometers away, and yet, the world around them continued to tremble. Panic flooded the city. A primal fear took hold. Was this the end of days? Had some forgotten god awakened? But back at the epicenter of it all, as Eva's scream finally faded into an eerie silence, the very ground rebelled. Boulders began to rise. An impossible pressure slammed down on everyone there. It felt like the sky itself was falling. A crushing weight slammed down upon them. Weaker hunters choked, gasping for air. Their bodies were pinned, crushed against the very ground by an unseen force. Kanagi watched in horror. "Hinoi!" he screamed, but the spirit was a picture of calm. He just lounged, completely unbothered by the chaos unfolding. He simply smirked. "I've left it all to the mage," he said, and she nodded in agreement. As Eva stalked closer to Kanagi, a predator closing in, Mage slowly raised her sleeve. There, etched into her arm, was the time seal of truth asterisk. Her voice was cold, iron, her confidence absolute. "If I must borrow this body," she declared, "then this ends in a single strike." She unleashed the time seal of truth asterisk. Power exploded from Kanagi's body, a blinding torrent of raw energy. Akane could only stare, her mind refusing to believe what she was seeing. From within Kanagi, the alchemist's voice echoed, calm and ancient. "You and Akane, watch this very closely." He explained, "Be it magic or alchemy, we are all just seekers of the ultimate truth. And right now, the voice resonated with power. Kanagi is about to grasp one of those truths." As he spoke, intricate markings began to burn themselves onto Kanagi's arms. They were the very same seals Mage once carried. The alchemist's tone grew solemn, a question hanging in the air. Could this boy's body truly handle even a fragment of that truth? Or would it shatter under the sheer, unbearable weight of it all? At that very moment, Ava's soul was a ruin, already shattered into 1,000 pieces. The only thing left to pilot her body was the faintest echo of her spirit. Her form moved on pure instinct, a vessel for primal urges. She was no different than a cornered, feral beast. I had seen this emptiness before, in Hinoi, a man once so disciplined and focused. He too had surrendered his body to this hollow state long ago. There is a name for this terrible phenomenon. They call it time's truth ignorance asterisk. As Ava's rage spiraled, she unleashed a maelstrom of dark energy. Her aura was a violent vortex, twisting the very air around her. Mage saw the outcome in a flash, a horrifying vision of a future where that energy, it would swell into an unstoppable tide of destruction. It would obliterate everyone, Kanagi included. Its poison would even reach the farthest shores of the continent. In that single, terrifying instant, Ava wasn't just a threat. She was the end of everything. Kanagi saw the vision reflected in Mage's eyes. He understood the catastrophic weight of her warning. In response, Mage unleashed her final gambit. Asterisk, Magus of Truth asterisk, a forbidden art, crafted for the sole purpose of erasing another's power. The technique was so immense, the world itself seemed to crack under the strain. Reality groaned, barely containing the force she had summoned. Ava poured all her darkness into one arm and swung it directly at Kanagi. He didn't move. He simply raised his hand and stopped the blow cold, a flicker of shock in her vacant eyes. His grip tightened around her wrist, a steel anchor in the heart of the storm. The mage channels a searing light. A nova of pure energy erupts between them. The world turns white. When the blinding glare finally recedes, only a charred skeleton marks where Ava once stood. Kanagi's hand is still locked with what remains of hers. Using Kanagi's voice, the mage leans close. A cold whisper for Ava's fading soul. Her ashes drift away, gone with the wind. The other founders watch, their faces set like stone. But Hinoi staggers to his feet. A scowl twists his face, a silent rage at the prison his own soul has become, separate from its vessel. A cruel smile touches Kanagi's lips as the mage turns inward. He speaks to the boy trapped inside. "Tell me, was that a good lesson?" Sensation crashes back into Kanagi as he regains control. His eyes widen in disbelief. The battlefield is empty, save for his comrades, and they're roaring his name, celebrating a victory he didn't win. Icha, however, watches with a worried frown. He never once reached for his sword. It felt as if all her lessons meant nothing. Hanada just sighs, the tension finally leaving his body. Sue claps him on the back, beaming with pride. "You incinerated that thing with a single attack." But Akane's gaze is sharper, seeing more than the others. She understands what truly happened. Kanagi hadn't just fought his opponent. He had unraveled her, picking apart her skills until nothing was left. Akane's hands trembled, not from fear, but from awe. Could a human truly reach such a pinnacle of power? The doubt was a suffocating weight. Yet, through the despair, a new fire ignited within her. One day, she vowed, that strength would be hers. The instructor wasn't looking at the survivors. He was staring at the gaping crater where his training field used to be, all for an exam. Things hadn't just gone wrong. They had imploded in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. Even Todoroki was gone, and the instructor felt a surge of pure annoyance. It wasn't the loss of a top prospect that bothered him. It was the thought of all the paperwork and having to run this disaster all over again. As the dazed members tried to regroup, a brilliant circle of light tore through reality, sparking raw terror. The instructor's jaw went slack, his composure finally breaking. But what emerged from the blinding gate defied all expectation. It was the superintendent herself. A jolt went through Nie as he recognized her. It was the old woman from the depths of his consciousness. The woman's own assistant, who stood beside her, looked just as bewildered by their sudden arrival. Then, the impossible happened. The superintendent, the most powerful figure in their world, knelt before Kanagi. Her voice, trembling with the weight of ages, declared, "I have awaited your return." She spoke of a long vigil, of waiting hundreds of years for the arrival of the founders. And now, she proclaimed, they were finally here. Every head snapped towards Icha, eyes wide with confusion and demanding answers. But her expression was cold, almost disappointed. You should have realized it sooner. But for most of them, this was the first time they'd ever laid eyes on her. According to Icha's intel, this elderly woman was one of the very founders of the anti-prophecy. She held the highest authority in the entire Japanese branch. Sue's patience wore thin. "We already know that," he snapped. But the real mystery was why a figure of her stature was kneeling before Kanagi. For once, even Icha was speechless. Kanagi himself was reeling, lost in the confusion. Why was this woman, the same one from before, prostrating herself before him? Deep within his soul, the founders searched their ancient memories. They scrambled for a connection, a reason for this impossible scene, but they came up with nothing. And then, a jolt. Kanagi felt it, an aura so immense it stole the air from his lungs. The old woman slowly rose to her feet. "Do you remember me?" she asked. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. "I've grown so old." To prove her point, she turned and began a strange, swaying motion. She called out a name from a forgotten time. "Hinwai, look, it's the waste dance." The founders watched, utterly bewildered. Then, recognition struck like a thunderclap. That woman, she was Io. Hinoi's voice roared through Kanagi's mind. "Switch with me, now." In a flash, Kanagi's demeanor changed, and Hinoi's voice greeted her by name. The room fell into a stunned silence. The superintendent's assistants moved as one. Weapons were drawn, their killing intent focused. They saw only a grave insult against their master. Fury erupts from their ranks. They vow to eliminate Kanagi and force a new examination. But a single voice cuts through the chaos. Io, still in Hinoi's arms, commands them to stand down. She assures them everything is as it should be. Hinoi's hand finds her hair, a gentle, familiar gesture. He jests that she's already become a wise old granny. And his words, they echo through time. Io is suddenly lost in a memory of the past, of him speaking to her in that very same way when she was just a child. After the tension finally breaks, the members begin the arduous task of mending the broken ground and piecing their own composure back together. Meanwhile, far from prying eyes, Kanagi is led deep into the heart of the anti-prophecy, to a place shrouded in secrecy, a sanctuary known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision. The sight that greets him steals his breath, a garden of impossible beauty. Io explains that her true form must remain hidden from the world. Because of this, a powerful barrier shields this place, granting her a rare, undisturbed peace. Kanagi, still in awe, has to ask, did she truly know all the founders? And so, Io begins to unravel the tapestry of her long life. Her story begins with loss. She was an orphan, her family swallowed by the brutal era of the towers. The founders were the ones who found her. They saved her and raised her as their own. The realization hits Kanagi like a physical blow. She was just a child back then. But then Io mentions a detail that shatters his reality, that it was 300 years ago. His mind stumbles, unable to process the scale of it. He's standing before a living legend, a woman over 300 years old. She then reveals the impossible truth. She has been stopping time with a powerful artifact. Its power works only as long as she stays within these headquarters. The moment she mentions the artifact, a forgotten memory flashes through Kanagi's mind. At the same time, Hinoi's spirit explains to Valentine how the device functions, noting it's just like her own time's preservation skill, asterisk. Valentine bitterly agrees. In her prime, she could have done the same. Back then, a feat like this was within her grasp. But a question hangs in the air. Where could Io have obtained an artifact of such immense power? Io then pulls back a deeper curtain, revealing a secret within the anti-prophecy. A truth unknown to almost everyone. A secret division exists, its sole purpose to collect dangerous artifacts. Their very existence was erased from all records. But then came the devastating news. She reveals their secure storage facility was breached not long ago. The consequences were catastrophic. A vast number of their most powerful items were stolen. In the aftermath, a special task force was assembled, with Midori among its members, to hunt down every last stolen piece. A cold realization dawns on the detective founder within Kanagi. He wonders if the ones behind the raid were the 10 apostles. If so, it would explain everything. It would explain their terrifying power in the modern era. Kanagi is left reeling, stunned. The detective unraveled that entire conspiracy from a single conversation. The detective then explains his certainty. It all clicked into place the moment Io mentioned her. The boss was the one supplying her with artifacts. A glimpse into her memories proved it. Another founder lays out the grim reality. Why recruit 12 awakeners stronger than Makoto, when it's so much easier for the enemy to just power up mediocre ones with artifacts? Hinoi nods, his face grim. He points out that the two enemies we've already faced were nowhere near Makoto's level. Io's voice is low as she agrees. She admits they never knew about the 12 apostles until the raid on that facility. She explains that the apostles now wield the same catastrophic power as the anti-prophecy's greatest foe, and that makes them a threat we absolutely cannot ignore. We're throwing everything we have into tracking their leader, she adds, but it looks like Midori is going to find them first. Kanagi's blood runs cold. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the city is a ghost town. The streets are a cratered battlefield. A turbulent spell rips through the air, birthing a tornado of raw power. It smashes into the pavement. The impact shatters everything. In the eye of the storm stands Midori, reeling from a terrible revelation. Everyone assumed the 12 apostles meant 12 people. They were wrong. There's a 13th member, and through a scrying orb, they watch him. A man, draped over his couch, lets a lazy smirk crawl across his face. So, he arrived early. How amusing. His voice, smooth as silk, cuts through the tension. Coffee? Or perhaps black tea? Midori's eyes burn with cold fury. I choose your end. His voice drops to a low growl. Number 0. No more words. Midori attacks. A torrent of pure destructive energy screams toward the floating figure. The blast tears a hole in the sky, a beacon of raw power. Miles away, another task force member, Nisha, shields her eyes. Whoa, Mikado breathes, standing beside her. Good thing this city's already a ghost town. No one to get hurt by that little firework. But still, why is he going all out from the very start? As the words leave his mouth, a chill washes over them. A wave of killing intent. Coming right for them. They dive. Not a moment too soon. A silent flash, and the skyscraper they stood on is cleaved in two. The structure groans, then collapses into a cloud of dust and ruin. They hit the pavement hard, scrambling to their feet. We leave number 0 to him, Mikado orders. We've got our own problem. Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Back at the fight, sweat beads on Midori's brow. His power, it just dissipates against that shimmering, untouchable sphere. He's thrown everything he has at it. His most devastating storms. His sharpest gales. Is this a skill? An artifact? What times is this absolute defense? And through the storm of Midori's rage, number 0 calmly raises his cup and takes the final sip. Number 0 drifts from the shimmering bubble, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that all you have? He sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. No words, only action. Midori unleashes his rage. Asterisk wall of cutting pearls times erupts from the ground. Jagged monoliths tear through the air, aimed straight for number 0. They connect. A deafening blast shakes the very earth. But, through the dust and debris, number 0 stands, without a single scratch. He casually brushes a speck of dust from his shoulder. You are a minnow, Midori. And I am the leviathan of this ocean. A cold dread washes over Midori. It was never the bubble. He had another, unseen shield all along. The defense was just a game to him. Number 0's eyes narrow, savoring the despair on Midori's face. The real attack begins now. You know, he says, his voice a low poison, on any other day. You would be a true terror, a force of nature, someone I would never even dream of facing. But look at you now, so completely broken by the loss of one insignificant friend. You're just pathetic. The taunts cut deeper, twisting the knife. From the moment you drew breath, you were a weapon, a monster, forged only for destruction. And for all that power you were given, you couldn't even save the very people you cared for. Something inside Midori shatters, not with grief, but with pure, unadulterated rage. He explodes forward, a hurricane of raw, unrestrained power. His eyes are no longer his own, burning with a forgotten fire. A memory surges, unbidden and sharp as glass. The memory of that day, 23 years ago. Deep within the mountains, a catastrophe had unfolded. Shinonome, a member of the special task force, could only watch. His eyes were wide with disbelief. A column of brilliant energy tore through the sky, erupting from a vast crater. A raw shout escaped his lips, this gaping wound in the earth. It was all that was left of the Midori family estate. Beside him, Superintendent Io surveyed the scene, her gaze fixed on the smoldering ruins, and at the epicenter of the devastation, something pulsed. It was an impossible torrent of power. She moved closer. Then she saw the source. A single infant radiating an aura so immense it warped the very air. The sheer intensity was staggering. There was no other explanation. The birth of this child had leveled a mountain. There was no hesitation. Superintendent Io charged into the storm of energy. The pressure was like 1,000 blades, tearing at her skin with every step. She ignored the pain, her focus absolute. She reached the child. Gently, she lifted the infant, her voice a soft whisper against the howling energy. "It's all right now. You're safe." In the warmth of her embrace, the baby's cries began to subside. The violent tempest of power around them calmed, then vanished. The silence that followed was deafening, revealing Io, bruised and bleeding, but holding the future in her arms, yet firmly holding the child in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years pass, and Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinwai Hiradu along with a 1-2-year-old Icha tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he cryptically states that this was the very reason he let Midori live. Ika, standing nearby, feels the tension in the air, but suddenly starts laughing. The master, annoyed, questions why she's doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking every record and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick toward him and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and holds his sword forward in invitation. At that time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. With that, they begin training together, but no matter what he tried, Midori could never land a winning blow against Makoto. The frustration ate at him, yet he refused to quit. Again, he'd demand, his voice raw, "Just one more time." And Makoto, knowing this was a lesson Midori had to learn the hard way, would always accept. Every single time, the outcome was identical. Defeat. Midori slammed his wooden sword to the ground, a cry of pure rage tearing from his throat. "Why? I'm giving it everything I have! Why can't I beat you?" Nisha, watching from the sidelines, finally spoke. "It's because you're too strong, Midori." That was the real reason for his failure. He stared back, his mind reeling in confusion. "Too strong? I lose every single time." Then, another voice cut through the tension. He meant it as a compliment. The voice belonged to a boy, to a 14-year-old Makoto, a memory from a time long past. He pointed to the splinters on the ground. Midori wasn't just losing the fight, he was shattering his own wooden swords with every uncontrolled swing. "Think about it," Makoto said calmly. "Even if you landed a hit to win, your blade would break before mine." To make him understand, Nisha held up a simple, fragile egg. "When you use all your strength," she explained, "it's like trying to fight while holding this, without crushing it." But Midori still didn't get it. The frustration was clouding his mind. So Makoto took the egg and hurled it at the ground with everything he had. Midori flinched, expecting it to shatter, but what he saw left him speechless. The egg bounced, it rolled, not a single crack marred its perfect shell. Makoto laid it out simply. Midori just had to learn balance. He needed to match his destructive aura with a protective one for the shell. It wasn't a trick, it wasn't a skill you could just learn. It was a sense you had to develop over time. As he spoke, a blur of motion caught their eyes. Nisha, without a word, launched a volley of eggs straight at the wall. They hit with a series of soft thuds. Not a single one broke. Midori's eyes went wide with disbelief. He stared, dumbfounded, at the perfectly intact shells clinging to the stone. Makoto tossed an egg into Midori's hands. "Listen up. If you ever hope to even stand against me in a sword fight, you first have to master your own power. Once you get this, that monstrous aura of yours won't be a weapon against your own allies. You'll finally have control, and you won't be a danger to those around you." Makoto turned, his lesson seemingly over. A voice called his name, followed by a wet time splat times against the back of his head. He slowly turned around, a trickle of yolk running down his hair. It was Midori, a defiant look in his eyes, challenging him to join the training. A slow, dangerous grin spread across Makoto's face. "You're gonna have to say you're sorry for that first." Then, with a sharp kick, he sent the entire egg crate into the air. His power flared, and every single egg froze, levitating in a perfect, swirling cloud. Midori, fired up, tried to copy the move. The result was a disaster. A storm of exploding shells and splattering yolk erupted around him. He didn't give up, though. He kept trying, again and again. Then, it happened. Midori launched an egg that shot forward like a bullet, punching a hole clean through the wall. And when he looked, the eggshell was completely unharmed. Perfect. With that breakthrough, a new chapter began. They drew their blades, the real training about to start. Because now, Midori finally knew how to control the beast within. They can spend a whole day sending blows at each other. Seeing this, Nisha and Makoto are also excited and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Midori is taken into the special task force and Makoto leaves for his own ventures. Midori is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch as he heard, there is a special rank prophecy called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still looking for a swordmaster to teach him. Makoto confirms it, reminding Midori of his own words about finding a master by himself. Makoto puts his fist forward, claiming that he wants to stand equally with him. Midori with a smile fist bumps him, revealing that he will be waiting for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends. As long as they are alive, Midori has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for their sake. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles took that away from him. Coming back to the present, remembering all that, Midori charges toward number 0, with full-on killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly. However, just as he's about to strike, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. A spell erupts. A blinding wave of power. Asterisk. Berserk life. Stampede. Asterisk. It ignites the space between them in a sun-like blast. The other special task force members reel back, shielding their eyes and wondering, is that Midori? As the searing light finally dims, a lone figure emerges from the afterglow. It's Midori, but an alien, suffocating aura pours from him. Mikado shouts, his voice filled with hope. Did you do it? Is number 0 gone? But there is no answer. Only a cold, empty stare from the man who was once their friend. Their desperate calls are met with a horrifying calm. Then, Midori speaks, his voice a stranger's. I don't know who you are. Ice floods Nisha's veins. This is worse than defeat. Mikado, get away from him, she screams. Her warning is swallowed by the silence. It's too late. Midori's hand is already on Mikado's forehead, a cruel smile twisting his features. He whispers a single word. Asterisk, turbulent asterisk. A violent vortex of wind explodes from his palm. After the 3 elite members of Japan's special force were declared missing, a new team was dispatched from the USA branch. Maris and Ashton, specialists in disaster zones, were sent to uncover the truth. The moment they step onto the scene, Ashton kneels, his hand pressed against the cracked earth. The residual energy is immense, humming with terrifying power. This was the epicenter, he states, his voice grim, a massive detonation. Maris scans the horizon, her breath catching in her throat. She's stunned by the impossible size of the crater Midori had carved into the world. He was a legend made real, the reason they called him the world's strongest. But the question remained, clawing at everyone's mind. Why would someone as untouchable as Midori simply vanish, taking his entire team with him? Even Ashton had no answers, no theories, just a cold, empty silence. The news hit the Japanese branch like a tidal wave. It didn't just spread, it detonated. The world descended into chaos. Inside the Everlasting Vision hut, the air was thick with tension. The assistant superintendent's composure was fracturing with every new report. He couldn't make himself believe it was real. Io's voice was strained, laced with a fear she couldn't hide. Is there truly nothing? Not a single trace of him? She turned her desperate gaze to Midori's assistant. To Ren. But Ren could only shake her head, her own hope extinguished. The artifact that had once connected her to Midori was now just shattered fragments. The link was severed. Io's shoulders slumped. This was more than a tragedy. It was a catastrophe. Into this suffocating despair, a new figure stepped forward. Kanagi, now officially a squad captain. The weight of the captain's cape was still unfamiliar on his shoulders. He shifted, a hint of the man he used to be flashing in his eyes. But the assistant superintendent's voice cut through the air, sharp and clear. This promotion wasn't a request, it was a unanimous recommendation. From every last captain, and the superintendent himself, the man's words hung in the air. You fought Eva. Because of that, everyone believes you're the only one left who can fill the void Makoto left behind. Kneeling down, Kanagi recalls his vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust and with the founders' legacy behind him, confidently declares that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Hearing this, Io becomes excited, claiming that she always believed he was the best-suited candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly grows serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on a pressing matter. A while back, Kanagi, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting in front of the superintendent, being asked for his opinion. The situation feels like it has escalated quickly. As the IO adorned with a tiger drawing, the sudden appearance shocks Kanagi. And as the door opens, IO introduces two members of the special task force, Nisha and Makoto, both in a severely beaten-up state. IO reveals that Nisha and Makoto were part of the same special task force as Midori and are the only ones who know what truly happened. Makoto's voice was low, heavy with the truth. He began to speak of what happened in Detroit. He told him how Midori's body had been stolen by the leader of the 12 Apostles. The words hung in the air. Kanagi's world shattered into a million silent pieces. But Makoto wasn't finished, his expression a mask of grim resolve. The power they used to control him, it was just like the one Ava used before. He was certain an artifact was behind it, but the details of the cursed object, they were meaningless right now. What mattered was the one, critical point. The devastating truth Makoto had to drive home. Midori, the man who once stood as a shield for his friends, was now a puppet, a sworn enemy of all humanity. That monstrous reality coiled around Kanagi's heart, squeezing the breath from his lungs. You have to know, Makoto's voice strained. He fought back. He resisted with every fiber of his being. That struggle bought just enough time for Nisha and Makoto to get away. In his final moments of clarity, before he was lost completely, Midori managed an apology and one final desperate plea. He asked Kanagi to do what he no longer could, defeat number 0. The burden of that request settled on Kanagi's shoulders. He stood there, speechless, crushed by the impossible weight of his friend's last words. A firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was the assistant superintendent. He looked at Kanagi with an intense gaze. We have high hopes for you, son. However, his tone shifted, a sharp reminder of the rules. You still haven't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for your squad. Kanagi's squad was still a skeleton crew, Honda, Akane, and so. He needed 3 more members, and he needed them yesterday. This wasn't a suggestion. The assistant superintendent made that brutally clear. It was Kanagi's one and only priority. With the pressure mounting, Kanagi hit the grounds running, hunting for anyone with a pulse. His eyes locked onto a young kid, a member of the Habibiki squad. The chase was on. He begged, he pleaded, "Join my team!" But the boy was a cornered animal, scrambling in pure terror. "No way," he shrieked. "I'll never abandon the Hibiki squad, never." He thought he'd finally shaken him, a brief moment of relief. Then he turned a corner and ran straight into a wall named Akane. She stood there, perfectly still, blocking his escape. In her hand, a single sheet of paper, a permission letter, signed by Hibiki himself. The kid froze, his mind screeching to a halt. His own captain wouldn't. He couldn't. How could Hibiki just let him go? But as his eyes scanned the words on the page, the sick feeling of betrayal washed over him. It was real. Defeated, he finally nodded. He would join Kanagi's squad. And just like that, Kanagi and Akane had their 4th member. Elsewhere, a different kind of recruitment was underway. Hanad had cornered his own target, Akihina. But his method was something else entirely. He began a bizarre rhythmic dance. He slams his foot down, a theatrical, ground-shaking stomp. The gesture is a clear invitation to a fight. Akihina can only stare, finding the entire display completely absurd. But Hinota insists this isn't a request, it's a direct order from the captain. He makes his intentions crystal clear. I want you on my team. Akihina's refusal, however, is swift and absolute. He explains that his sights are set on a much higher prize. He's aiming for the next captain's examination, a spot that only opened up after Todoroki's tragic fall. The rejection doesn't even faze Hinota. In a flash, a devastating kick slices through the air, aimed right at Akihina's head. A test. A brutal, sudden test of his reflexes. But Hinota is shocked by what happens next. Akihina simply sways, the attack missing him by a razor's edge. His evasive movements are otherworldly, a skill that defies logic. Impressed but far from finished, Hinota grins and presses the attack. A spark of interest lights up Akihina's eyes. He proposes a challenge. He'll join the squad, but only on one condition. Hinota has to land just one. A single touch, right here in the courtyard, within 60 seconds. If Hinota can manage that, Akihina will be his to command. Hinota's eyes narrow. Anything goes? He confirms. And upon getting Akihina's silent nod of approval, a brilliant dragon of pure energy erupts, coiling around his body. The stakes have been set. Akihina calmly taps his device, and the countdown begins. But this present confrontation echoes a past meeting, deep within the anti-prophecy unit's limestone cave, a time when Akihina stood before the formidable Captain Surakai, a man who seemed to be fishing inside a 17th dimensional tear in reality known as the Underjaw. That man, Surakai, spoke with an unnerving calm. He mentioned catching some real titans in these waters. His gaze finally fell upon Akihina. "You're here for the Todoroki squad's replacement exam, aren't you?" Akihina nodded, his resolve firm. "I want to be a captain who doesn't have to die." A faint, knowing smile touched Surukai's lips. "A noble goal," he said, his voice echoing in the void. "But you don't need to be a captain to achieve it." The words struck Akihina like a physical blow. He stammered, "Do you think I'm not worthy?" Just then, Surukai's line went taut, and he effortlessly reeled in a leviathan from the abyss. As it thrashed, he stated plainly, "You're just lacking something." Now, in the present, that memory burned. Hanad lunged, a raging bull. Akihina was a phantom, a whisper of movement. Hanad's knuckles grazed empty air, inches away. Again and again, his fists met nothing. Not a single hit landed. A look of pure disbelief twisted Hanad's face. This wasn't simple speed. It was some kind of impossible evasive art. What he was witnessing was time's omni-egos asterisk, the very technique Akihina had kept hidden from the world. His secret weapon, asterisk omni-egos asterisk, allowed him to instantly teleport to any marked spot within a 100-meter radius. The only condition, he had to have set foot on the target location at least once before, but once a point was marked, it was his to command. He blinks through space, his teleportation instant and precise. Haneda unleashes a relentless storm of attacks, but Akihina is untouchable. He flows between the blows, a phantom evading every strike. This level of speed is a true test for Haneda, but he welcomes it, a smirk on his face. This is just a warm-up. The perfect practice for the day he finally faces Midori. As he warps around the battlefield, a blur of motion, Akihina's voice cuts through the chaos, calm and cutting. "Tell me, Haneda, what redeeming quality could you possibly see in Kanagi?" Haneda's assault never wavers. "I don't have a specific reason," he grits out between blows. He pivots, launching a devastating kick. "But I know your type," he continues, his legs slicing through empty air. The perfect, calculating captain, obsessed with raising the squad's survival rate by just 1%. "It sounds admirable," Haneda admits, landing softly, "but let me tell you something." His eyes burn with intensity. "I would never put my life in the hands of a leader who only cares about the odds." For the first time, a flicker of irritation crosses Akihina's face. But Haneda isn't finished. When someone is only focused on survival, when they only think about themselves, they can never achieve what truly matters. As he speaks, the memory hits him like a physical blow. A childhood shattered. The image of his family, their bodies cold on the floor, all because of a single prophecy. In that moment of absolute despair, a fire was lit. A cold, unyielding determination to silence fate itself. And with that single, burning motive, he would change the world. He finally saw it for himself. Kanagi possessed the power to truly change things. And that was why. That was the reason he chose to follow him. The words struck Akihina with the force of a physical blow. In that moment, he understood the one crucial thing he lacked as a leader. It was trust, the kind of strength that inspires others to follow. He refocused, his body a blur of dodges. But he was still winning this. This fight was his to control. He'd use this lesson later, after he claimed his victory. The countdown echoed. 5 seconds remained. Hanad smirked, his thumb tapping out a quick message. "Right on schedule," he murmured to himself. Akihina's focus wavered for just a second, and then the sky came crashing down. Suo descended from above, his times Chundula times spell crackling with raw energy. He unleashed time's skyfall asterisk. The courtyard exploded, the ground beneath them erupting into rubble and dust. In a single, devastating instant, Akihina's battlefield, his ability to teleport, was completely erased. And Haneda seized his chance. He dropped from the rooftop like a stone. A flash kick tore a scrap of fabric from Akihina's uniform. The timer hit 0, but the torn cloth was proof. It counted as a touch. Haneda was the victor. He landed softly as Suo approached. Was leveling the entire area worth it? Haneda just shrugged. "Perfect timing. Couldn't have done it without you." Across the ruins, Akihina stood trembling, his knuckles white with silent rage. But then, he pulled out his terminal, his fingers flying across the screen. The fire in his eyes cooled into a hard, clear resolve. "Fine," he said, his voice steady. "I'll join Kanagi's squad." At those words, Hanoda and Suo slapped a victorious high five, just as Kanagi and Akane dragged in their newest acquisition. IU, bound in chains. Kanagi's eyes widened, finally taking in the cratered courtyard. The sheer devastation left him speechless, but Suo just smirked, clapping him on the back. "Don't worry, I'm counting on you." And to write a very, very convincing apology letter for all this. Hanad stepped in, trying to play peacemaker. "Relax, Ren can probably fix this mess with his abilities. But that's not our biggest problem right now. We're still one person short for the mission." Akane shook her head. "I've got no one else." "Kanagi, you know anyone who fits the bill?" A slow grin spread across Kanagi's face as he gestured toward the shell-shocked members of the Special Task Force, Ika, Mikado, and Nisha. Funny you should ask. I've already accepted their applications, and just like that, a new alliance was forged. For now, they were Kanagi's subordinates, fighting under his command. But in another, darker corner of the world, deep within the watchtower, the last of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse gathered in the gloom. Only 5 of them remained. But their numbers meant nothing. Their confidence was absolute. Because they held the world's most terrifying weapon. The vessel known as Midori's body. With it, the annihilation of the anti-prophecy unit was no longer a dream, but a coming reality. Number Zero's voice echoed in the chamber. Never forget our creed. Everything we do is for the sake of the end. A prophecy was beginning to surface in this world. Inside the anti-prophecy's research chamber, the air was thick with tension. The assistant superintendent's voice was low. Did you acquire it, Director? The director gave a solemn nod. The Book of Doom, he revealed, once believed to be held by the 12 apostles, is not 12 books, but one torn asunder. The 8 volumes Midori brought back confirmed our fears. His eyes were grim. This latest catastrophe, it's all part of the text. Specifically, a passage concerning a special rank called the Bhagavad Gita. He leaned forward, the weight of his words filling the room, to unmake the world. The 12 apostles require Midori's power. Her strength, and hers alone, is all they need. At that same moment, far above a churning sea, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 apostles, soared through the sky toward an unknown fate. The silence between them was a world of its own. Midori broke it first. Hajime, have you ever read the Gita? He simply shook his head. It's an ancient Hindu scripture, she explained, her voice distant. It speaks of fulfilling one's duty, with a heart free from selfishness. Her gaze fell to the world far below them. Whoever wrote a fate like the one we're living must have despised humanity with their entire soul. They descended through the clouds, the neon glow of New York's Times Square rising to meet them. And on the street below, a family looked up, their moment of peace about to be erased. In the crowd, a child's voice rings out, filled with pure awe. He points to Midori, hailing him as the world's strongest hero. A ripple of recognition turns into a tidal wave. Cheers erupt. Phones are raised, desperate to capture a moment with their idol. Whispers pass through the crowd. Hajime had called him a samurai. A sea of adoring faces presses closer, their energy electric. They saw their saviors, their hope made manifest. Amidst the roar, Midori gives Hajime a single chilling order to begin. There was no hesitation, no second thought. Midori's palm begins to glow, gathering a sphere of volatile energy. The crowd's cheers only grow louder, their smiles wide and trusting. They had no idea they were cheering for their own end. A father smiles, framing the perfect shot on his phone. His child, beaming, with the hero Midori standing just behind them. In that instant, Midori's hand shot towards the heavens. The energy sphere was unleashed. It didn't just fly, it consumed the sky, blotting out the sun. The light warped, twisting into a colossal tornado of raw power. From inside the vortex, the real Midori's voice screamed, a desperate, unheard plea for Number Zero to stop, but his cries were lost to the storm. It was already done. Number Zero had invoked the cataclysm. He had cast time's turbulence asterisk. Miles away, in the sterile cafeteria of anti-prophecy, Kanagi's lecture is cut short as Sue sprints towards him, his face pale. He shoves a phone into Kanagi's hands, his own trembling. The screen blared with a breaking news alert. The live feed showed New York City being torn apart, swallowed by an inferno, all under Midori's power. A grim-faced reporter's voice crackled through the chaos. An awakener, one of their own, had just declared war on the world. Meanwhile, in the silence of the everlasting hut, something stirred. Inside the American branch, the situation is spiraling out of control. Superintendent Vice's voice is raw, tearing into Io, demanding she do something. He's incandescent with rage. Midori has just wiped an entire city from existence. Io tries to manage him, but the air is thick with the weight of the tragedy. Countless souls, gone in an instant, right in the heart of the world's economy. New York is gone. Then, she drops a bombshell. The destruction wasn't Midori's doing. It was the leader of the 12 apostles, hijacking his body like a grotesque puppet. She lays out the intel, her voice grim. They have an identity, a man named Warren Hastings. An Englishman. Io's theory goes deeper, suggesting he's in league with invaders from another dimension. The revelation hits Vice like a physical blow. As he reels, Io continues, revealing the 12 apostles are wielding artifacts completely invisible to anti-prophecy's supervision. Her implication is terrifying. Someone, or something, far more powerful is backing them. But her reasoning means nothing to Vice. He fires back, pinning the responsibility directly on her. It doesn't matter who was pulling the strings. The man who leveled an entire city was a product of her Time's special task force. His warning is chilling. The White House is talking about deploying nuclear weapons against Midori. But it's a desperate, useless gesture. Vice knows deep down that even nuclear fire will be useless against Midori's power. He looks at her, the fate of the world in his eyes, and asks what she's going to do. As that question hangs in the air, the scene shifts back to the cafeteria. Kanagi's gaze settled on Sue. Lesson 15. Report. Sue confirmed its completion, but the words that followed left him speechless. As of now, Kanagi declared, "You are vice captain of the Kanagi squad." He didn't wait for a response. "Your first command is to ensure everyone masters their lessons. Keep them sharp until we're deployed." His eyes narrowed slightly. Irian and Akihina. Their bickering is a weakness. They will learn to synchronize. Force them to work together until they move as one. I expect perfection. Sue hesitated. And you, Captain? What will you be doing? A ghost of a smile touched Kanagi's lips. He said, am going to sleep. And this time, it will be a very, very deep sleep. His voice dropped, turning to ice. Do not let anyone wake me. It wasn't a request. It was an unbreakable law. Sue bowed, his trust in this man absolute. The order would be carried out. Far away, inside the everlasting hut, a new strategy was being forged. Io's voice cut through the tension. We will face Midori directly. I'm taking our strongest unit. We're ending this. Back at headquarters, Kanagi stepped into his private quarters. The moment his body hit the bed, his mind plunged into a familiar, violent world. His sword was already in his hand, the cold steel a comfort. Before him stood Hinoi, a predatory grin on his face. The other founders watched from the periphery, silent judges in this brutal classroom. There was no opening move, no warning, just a blur of motion, a flash of silver. And Kanagi's world tore apart. His body reformed in an instant, only to be shattered again by Hinoi's relentless blade. Hinoi's voice echoed in the void, calm and cruel. You were the one who told us not to hold back, Kanagi. The time for games is over. Now, he will be consumed. With that, he explodes forward, a blur of killing intent aimed squarely at Kanagi. One of the other founders lurches forward, trying to stop the slaughter, but Wanak and Mage intercept him, their bodies an unmovable wall. Dissent ripples through the other founders, their voices low and urgent. They admit that this kind of brutal, accelerated training has its place. But Kanagi is breaking. He has died too many times. His very soul is threatening to fray and scatter to the winds. Yet, even as they protest, a cold, hard truth settles over them all. Midori is the absolute pinnacle of power in this generation. And as he is now, Kanagi is nothing before him. Not even a challenge. This training method is a madman's gamble, a soul-crushing, desperate trial. But it is their one and only path to victory. The founder from before speaks again, her voice tight with worry. Every man has a breaking point. But the alchemist simply offers a chilling, placid smile. Don't you worry. Kanagi was never built for gentle hands. Mage watches from the sidelines. He sees Kanagi torn to pieces, over and over and over. And still, his faith remains unshaken. He knows Kanagi will claw his way out of this hell. Kanagi can barely breathe, whispering an apology to Hinoi. The sheer force of his presence is a physical weight, crushing him. It feels like a tangible force, like being thrown naked into a raging blizzard at the peak of a frozen mountain. He gasps, forcing air into his burning lungs. He rises, he faces Hinwa, and in a flash of steel, he is cleaved in two, again. But this time, as the world fades to black, he sees it a single, severed strand of Hinoi's hair, drifting slowly to the ground. Before, he couldn't lay a finger on him, not even a single hair. But now, he's finally broken through. He's died more times than he can count, but the hunger to grow stronger burns away the pain. So Kanagi gets up, again and again. Meanwhile, at the gateway of India in Mumbai, Aradib, leader of Anti-Prophecy's Indian branch, locks eyes with Midori, a grim fire igniting within him. His voice cuts through the tension. Don't you remember, Midori? Without me, that special rank prophecy boss would have turned this city to ash. A cold smile spreads across Midori's face, a smile that isn't his. We fought side by side to protect this place, Aradib pressed. Are you here now to watch it burn? Midori's head tilted. The voice that came out was dismissive, alien, such futile loyalty. Make no mistake, this is my body, but it is number 0 who pulls the strings. The entity wearing Midori's face mocked Aradib's hope. You think he can fight me? That he has any will left? Number 0 scoffed. To twist the knife, he did the unthinkable. He reached into his host's mind and broadcast Midori's true thoughts for Aradib to hear. A broken whisper echoed, the real Midori's voice. I'm sorry, Aradib. Get away from here. But Aradib stood his ground, his resolve hardening into steel. This is my home, and I will defend it until my last breath. Far away, within the everlasting hut, Io revealed a terrible history to the superintendent's assistant, a 100-year war between humanity and the invaders from another dimension. It all started back in the Founders' era, she began. Before anything else, the tower appeared, followed by the crack and the prophecies. Throughout the long history of war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains, one of the assistants watching the news of India's fall grows alarmed, realizing the enemy now seems to be heading toward Europe. Io expected this, but remarks it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that since Number Zero only recently took control of Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully harness its power yet. Io then turns to Tengen, her assistant, and informs him that he will also be deployed to the battlefield. Tengen responds with a joke about how they only use him for manual labor during peacetime. However, the real shock comes when Io announces that she will personally join the fight as well. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only true hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Io orders the other squads to stall him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take. Io reveals that according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then announces their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will attempt to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle. As Midori charges toward them, he casts his powerful turbulence spell directly at the group. However, it is stopped dead in its tracks by Io's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes while Io smirks and mocks him not to underestimate them. A while back, as the captains were heading to the ocean, Hagi and her squad members ran to their captain, pleading to be taken along to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hagi, tearing up, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen such an unreasonable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't return as the power levels are vastly different, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave their subordinates behind. While some break into tears, others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying, and they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean where they now stand face-to-face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's spell, the other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori too is taken back by this unknown ability. Number 0. Reading through Midori's memories recognizes Io as the superintendent of Anti-Prophecy, a mother figure to Midori who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io standing before him declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before, but now before their very eyes, she activates her 8 mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulent spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. Fortunately, Io knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, the captain is shocked to see Midori remains unfazed. Suddenly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he restrains him. Hibiki instantly activates her sound visualization release Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, striking Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his wall of cutting pearl spell, generating a massive blast of tornadoes that crashes into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he senses a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a massive sun-sized energy ball, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes this ability grows stronger the longer it is channeled. As he attempts to summon his own energy ball to counter it, the female assistant uses her slave maker spell, shackling his hand. Midoriya is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have an awareness. he is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack closing in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind-based attack at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side created by Io using her mirror spell. The lady raises her arms toward Leon Vault, saying that for the sake of everyone's future, he must die. He is trapped in an energy chain and curses the old woman. Someone is watching from afar with the help of binoculars. Two flaming spheres collide and cause a sinister explosion. Like a huge atomic bomb, the mushroom cloud rises into the sky, and that explosion takes over the entire landscape. The soldier using the binoculars gets worried about the situation. He lowers his tool. An aircraft carrier and several military ships are approaching the target rapidly. In disbelief, one of the soldiers handling transport asks them to look at the situation. The white light must be at least a few thousand degrees, and he doubts anyone could survive that, whether they are an enemy or an ally. Pointing at the screen, he says he believes that should be enough to handle the situation. A very stern man with crossed arms observes the situation, and they call him Mr. Richard. With a grim face, he says that this isn't over yet. The light energy that formed in the sea begins to glow with a violet star at its core, and looking closely, a silhouette of a man can be seen in the middle of it. The long-haired blonde man is shocked to see that. No one can believe that someone was able to survive the gigantic explosion that just occurred. Leonis Vault puts his hand on his head and asks if they sacrificed their own people to try to kill him with that explosion. He knows he owes them praise for catching him by surprise with all their efforts and for making such an elaborate plan to manage a successful explosive blow against him, but he bets they didn't imagine what was coming next. He grits his teeth, trying to contain all the emotion in his chest. Then he starts yelling, telling them to look at him because he is completely unharmed. The boy opens his arms and says he was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball, and there isn't even a scratch on him. While the blonde guy boasts about surviving the situation, a crosshair begins to lock onto him, and at that exact moment, a troop of several planes starts hitting him with multiple direct shots to his body. Missiles are also launched from the aircraft carriers and planes toward him. Some pilots are injured in this operation, and they begin to notice the loss of troops. The sea rocks with all that explosive war, happening more so than in a storm. With the force of a massive wave, the aircraft carrier shakes in the sea, and the planes start getting hit too. The boy is in a state of euphoria and starts to laugh while various explosions and deaths happen behind him. Another larger ship begins to approach the battle site. Mr. Richard yells for Marcus to act according to the plan. A golden aura descends through his body. The ship they are on then gains a protective shield, but it doesn't last long and soon it starts to take damage and crack. Marcus is dumbfounded by such power. He says he can barely hold on even from this distance. He knows that with power of this magnitude, this guy would be capable of destroying the entire world if he wanted to. Mr. Richard clenches his fist, getting very nervous, and says no. He insists that this isn't over yet, and they cannot give up under any circumstances. Leonis starts to feel an uncomfortable dizziness and puts his hand on his face. In his thoughts, he begins to hear voices saying they knew he would use too much energy at once. Now he is in the company of a white-haired lady who asks if he finally ran out of energy. She holds an empty vial and calls the boy number 0. In another location, we see a small house with a thatched roof and a few people gathering. Satsuna asks if they have no chance against the guy, but a blonde man with glasses tells her not to ruin their morale. She asks if she always needs to sugarcoat things for him. The boy gets annoyed, but the lady warns that they probably won't be able to defeat him anyway. The white-haired woman asks how the commissioner lady intends to stop him. She says that even without winning the battle, they can still achieve their goals, and to do that, they will need to use an artifact they possess. She picks up a vial with a liquid. This artifact is the Sandless Cage, and it is now imprisoning Leonis Vault. He observes the bars of that prison and feels that it looks very familiar. The commissioner lady bets that he recognizes that cage as it's just like the artifact he gave to his henchmen. Leonis's memories come rushing back. He really has seen that cage before. It was used by the man who ended up losing his arm in that situation. He didn't imagine there was more than one of that artifact, but he maintains his posture and asks, "So what? If he wants to get rid of that cage, he will need to use a massive amount of aura. But since he practically drained all his power, that will be impossible." With a dark look, Leonis stares at the old woman, and you can feel the hatred in his eyes. He lets out a small smile and asks if they are just finding a way to buy time, but this confuses him because he says that trapping him for a moment won't change anything. The lady is confident and says he wouldn't say that if he knew what was on her mind. He has no idea what is coming. We can see 2 swordsmen training, and the lady continues, saying that if he just waits a few days, he will certainly witness something very interesting. Placing a hand on his chin, Leonis asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what they are planning. The blonde man asks if it's something related to a boy named Minato Kanagi. Io's expression changes instantly. She is shocked to hear that question. Pointing to his head, Leona says he had enough time to fish out some memories from her brain. He asks if the lady knows what Midori Ichihara thinks about him and reveals that he thinks the boy is the one who will end all prophecies. Io's eyes go wide and she thinks that Midori said that about Minato. Feeling extremely impressed, Leona says that the moment he took control of his body, Minato became the top of his target list. He clenches his fist and repeats with hatred the phrase he just said about the boy being the end of all prophecies. With an outraged expression, he questions if they should allow this and that Minato must be stopped at all costs. Io now has a very unfriendly face and curses the blonde man in her thoughts. But he says he still has something else to say, and she is surprised again, accumulating a violet energy inside the cage. Leonie says that she is the one who doesn't know the half of it. Even now, as they talk, Midori Ichihara continues to get stronger. The woman is now in a panic, not knowing what to do. The amount of aura he has used so far is nothing compared to the total power in his body. All they have done so far is melt the very tip of the iceberg. The more Leonis fights, the stronger Midori's body gets and the more aura he can command at once. A yellow energy begins to come out of the lady's body, the Yata mirror. She feels the force of a blow hitting her straight on without her being able to dodge. Leon's hand goes through her body, causing a huge wound. The cage in the background explodes into 1,000 pieces. Io had no chance to defend herself, and the blow was a direct hit to a vital point. And now that he has dealt with his opponent, Leonis wonders which way Japan is. While that battle was happening, our protagonist is sleeping, and the symbol on his hand begins to glow very brightly. The Japanese CPU did everything it could to try and imprison Midori, but their plan ended up failing miserably. Number 0 ended up learning how to release massive amounts of aura using Midori's body. A vortex of violet energy begins to form and can be seen even from Earth's orbit. Leonis's power has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shinji and Icha are training, and he says he could feel a gigantic wave of dark aura approaching. Scratching her head, the girl with long black hair thinks the plan has failed. Midori is training, and they decide to return to the headquarters. Kurosagi is also in the middle of a fight, but can sense the different energy. Everyone at the academy becomes apprehensive and worried about what is happening. Icha says they need to prepare to face the enemy. Shinji already readies himself to grab his sword. Meanwhile, at the CPU headquarters, inside the monitoring room, the woman with her hair tied up is desperate, asking if they are waiting for the video images from the American fleet. Her assistant is working on the computers and says the American fleet was practically wiped out by the enemy, so she asked to see the satellite images. The woman is extremely apprehensive. She knows she can't use Raven Eyes at sea, and she wonders how the commissioner lady and her team are doing. A group of people appears behind her, and they call for Ren. She looks back, yelling for Shiki in a cry of concern. The group is badly injured. There are many people, and the white-haired girl says they need her recovery techniques urgently. Ren quickly approaches everyone, running as fast as she can. Her expression changes. She panics when she notices one thing, that Commissioner Io is extremely injured, unconscious. Shiki has tears in her eyes and says it's a very critical condition. Observing Mrs. Io, it's possible to see that life is, unfortunately, already draining from her body. In recent memories, Mrs. Io asked Shiki to listen carefully. She said that their survival on that mission would depend on the girl. After going over the entire plan again, she said she needed the girl's help to stun the enemy while she and Tangen used the heavenly descent. Shiki gave a respectful bow and said she would give her life to ensure it, but as she was about to complete the sentence, she received a slap on the head which startled her. Mrs. Io got angry and said she was a fool and had just misunderstood everything because she needs to stay alive no matter what, to bring everyone home safely. She asked if Shiki understood that because it is very important that she survive no matter what happens to her. Not accepting this, the white-haired girl tried to argue, but Mrs. Io made such a frightening face that it would silence even the bravest of stubborn people. With tears in her eyes, Shiki tries to express herself with a trembling voice. She remembers when she was just a child, and Mrs. Io took such good care of her and the others. She said she doesn't want to lose her. The girl recalls the woman's reassuring smile at that moment and that afterward she put her hand on her head trying to calm her down, saying that everything would be okay and she wouldn't let anyone die. Smiling, Io said that this was the main point of the mission they were about to execute, but now that calming smile is gone and the lady is on an oxygen mask and extremely injured. The group mobilizes to try to heal her and save her life. Shiki yells for Commissioner Io not to leave them. She tries to pressure Ren, who is doing her best to help, but it's a complicated task. Her healing ability isn't working properly because of that artifact that stopped time for her. The woman with glasses and long hair tries everything to help, but says the most she can do is keep her alive for now. However, time only stays stopped for Mrs. Io if she is inside the CPU. So the idea of taking her outside comes up, but she is in a very critical state. But a very loud noise interrupts everyone's conversation. Tanjin, Shiki, and the others are surprised. Tanjin looks up and realizes they have already arrived. Outside the CPU building, someone with their head covered by a turban can be seen observing everything. He is accompanied by 3 other people besides Leon's vault, who is wearing a frightening smile. Shiki has fire in her eyes and yells that she will end the life of every single one of those bastards. Ren warns her not to do it, but it's already too late and the girl is gone. She appears near all those beings that emerged outside the CPU. With hatred in her eyes, she joins her hands and uses her spatial division ability. Shiki Kitamore's ability instantly connects different parts of space, allowing her to teleport between different places with extreme precision. But in large open areas, this ability becomes very unpredictable and results in damage that can be catastrophic. Space and time begin to distort. The image of everything becomes confusing. Tangen is furious with the girl's recklessness and says that the commissioner lady is still there, Leonis. Vault concentrates observing the girl who just arrived at the battle. Then he calls for Hajime, who already prepares his next attack. Holding his sword, he uses the artifact Relic of the Abyss, firmly gripping his sword in its sheath. Drawing his blade, he cuts space and uses the Kulika strike ability, causing a beam of light with his slash. This catches Shiki by surprise, and her eyes go wide. A part of the location is shattered like crystal, scattering various shards through the air. The girl's arm is severely injured by this blow. The girl in red lets out a little laugh and says that Hajime is truly relentless, making the villains almost feel sorry for the good guys. But while still holding his sword in a battle stance, Hajime tells them to stay alert. The swordsman looks out of the corner of his eye, suspicious. He realizes the good guys haven't been defeated yet, and he manages to locate Shiki. She is badly injured, but her friends have arrived to help her, and Shinji holds her in his arms, asking if she is okay. The white-haired girl doesn't let the injury shake her and asks about the Kanagi unit. Leonis notices that more enemies have arrived for him, and he says he is getting really tired of swatting these little flies around him. Special Agent Icha Hinoi holds her sword and already prepares to draw it from its sheath. All the enemies watch attentively at what she is preparing, and energy starts to come from the girl's body. She apologizes and says that her captain happens to be a sleepyhead and begins to approach. So until it's time for him to wake up, they will gladly be their opponents. The purple-eyed blonde man makes a disgusted face at the girl's statement. Leonis Vault is looking down on all the movement of the determined good guys, finding it very strange. He can understand why Makoto's younger brother and Special Agent Icha Hinoi are fighting him. His eyes scan over all his opponents, analyzing them one by one. He stares at Koname and Isuk and wonders why they are willing to fight him. There's nothing recorded about them in Midori's memories, so he believes they aren't a threat, so he questions why. They would be risking their lives to this extent to save someone who is so far from their level. Koname meets his gaze and gives a very suspicious little smile. This causes a peculiar unease in Leonis. He then begins to notice the boy's aura shining strongly. The blonde man gets in front of all his partners and stretching his hand toward the two, he uses his turbulence ability, and in the blink of an eye, they disappear. Shiki, who is injured on the ground, yells to everyone about what just happened, but the teammates also disappeared along with the disciples. She wonders if this is some kind of teleportation ability and who was responsible for it. Koname is overjoyed and strikes a pose asking how he is, but suddenly Isuki reappears and says he sent them somewhere else. He is holding a first aid kit and says he did this teleportation with his ability. Shiki is surprised by the young man's technique and asks how he managed to do that. Isuki and Konami start arguing because he says he helped too. It was a combo of abilities. Shiki just wants them to explain. Basically, it was a combination of the My Sweet Home and Extended Self abilities. Konami's ability increases the range of the ability of someone he is touching. Normally, Ishizuku's ability only applies to himself, but with Koname's help, it was possible to teleport everyone who was near him at that moment. The purple-haired boy may not have the same range as Shiki, but he can teleport any object he chooses. Hajime was teleported near Icha. He already prepares for the confrontation. Isuk managed to teleport everyone so that the fights would be fair. The only ones left were the 3 of them, but the rest of the team prepares for the next fights. The white-haired girl is surprised by this strategy. Isuk adds that he made a point of sending number 0 to a special place just for him. We see the blonde man floating in a mysterious place surrounded by what looks like a red liquid. He is extremely confused and can't tell where he is or even which way is up or down, but something special catches his attention. A group of sea monsters appears in his field of vision. Shape-shifting sharks, octopuses, and even sinister fish are there. They begin to approach number 0 rapidly, forming an aquatic ambush. A man in a uniform holds his sword and looks at a kind of lake. He believes Leonis must be in the limestone cavern inside the CPU facilities now, specifically in the 17th rift known as Shimoa Hito. The rift is a passage to another dimension that grows approximately 4 inches every year, and there is no way to stop this growth. Not even Midori figured out a way to stop this prophecy, so they'll see how number 0 fares while he's trapped there. Meanwhile, on Mount Nagano, on Mitak, Hajime and Ichika are face to face. The white-haired swordsman looks up and wonders what this place is, questioning if someone teleported him there. Icha can't hold back her laughter and starts to chuckle. As she approaches the young man, she says that apparently the divide and conquer operation worked. Hajime asks what they did to his boss, and she explains that they sent him to a place he will never be able to leave. While holding the sheath of his sword, the young man says that if that's the case, they should have sent everyone else to that place too. Icha waves her hand and tells him not to be a fool, as one of them could have an escape artifact and ruin the whole plan. They needed to be sure there was no chance of him returning, since nothing can happen to the commissioner lady. The boss might even have an artifact, but anyway, she preferred the idea of dealing with as many of his minions as possible. Hajime starts to concentrate energy in his body and asks if the girl thinks she is a match for him. Smiling, the woman says it will be like taking candy from a baby because only their boss is a real threat. The rest would be nothing if they didn't have the artifacts. That remark from Icha makes the young man extremely irritated. He furrows his brow and with agility, he uses his Kika strike attack, cutting the space between them with several beams of light. Some beams seem to have hit Icha's body, but her eyes glow red. Cherry blossoms appear in her gaze, and she uses the Dawn Solitude ability. The woman's eyes shine with a neon light. Dawn Solitude is one of Icha's natural techniques, which she was born knowing. On the surface, this ability seems quite simple and was considered useless for many years. But there is much more to it than meets the eye. The ability can block all internal and external influences, allowing Icha to maximize her mind and body potential. She continues her movements, her eyes still glowing like a pink beacon. In short, the ability gives her 100% concentration in any circumstance, no matter where she is or who she is fighting. The girl can summon in her full strength to deliver a lethal blow. She approaches her opponent and everything goes dark. Only the pink glow coming from Icha's eyes can be seen. A single cut is made on Hajime toward his chest, but this single cut is enough to throw him back forcefully, unbalancing and destabilizing the young man. She finishes her attack. Transcendents specialized in martial arts spend countless hours honing their physical skills, so they understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly trained body like hers. With a serious and superior look, the girl says he doesn't even compare to Makoto. Meanwhile, back at the CPU's large-scale practice area, a pair of good guys and a pair of villains face each other. With a mocking look, the girl in the red hat, Sede, says it won't make any difference to change to a 2-on-2 battle. The pair of CPU warriors doesn't look frightened or anything like it. Sede turns to Ashara and asks what their plan is now. It starts to rain at the location, getting all the warriors there wet. With his eyes closed and a sad expression, the man says he can fight them if she holds them, but a fist is already approaching his face. The punch hits him hard, and Ashara flies far away from the force of the blow. Midori asks if he thinks they will just wait while they get trampled. Set watches the white-haired warrior advance on her teammate. While she is distracted, her opponent's long hair grabs her. He starts to have memories of when he was a child, his little red-haired friend touching his locks, and with hatred in his eyes, he asks if she is one of the bastards who killed Makoto. Already almost completely wrapped up by the boy's hair, she says she understands now, and with a smile on her face, she asks if he is still mad about that. Red lightning begins to appear in the sky, turning it dark red. The two good warriors have to dodge the lightning bolts that seem to be trying to hit them. With a maniacal look and surrounded by playing cards, Sai starts to laugh while her eyes widen. She uses her Queen of Hearts ability, and her cards start to grow legs and arms. The long-haired man notices that this ability seems to be some kind of telekinesis. She orders her loyal minions to disperse. A gigantic army of cards begins to appear, and she asks them to find Minato Kanagi for her, but her opponent is not willing to let her go after Minato. He starts to charge energy, and again a Scarlet Thunderbolt tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge quickly. The pair of CPU combatants is reunited side by side again. Ashara appears through the mist and smoke and says that his ability allows him to physically manifest emotions. He puts his hand in front of his face and uses the Mask of Thousand Faces ability. With a sinister voice and a frightening aura, he tells them to prepare to die. Now his eyes are black, his face is unrecognizable. That is the face of anger ability. Dozens of lightning bolts begin to fall on the battlefield, causing a deafening noise all around. Meanwhile, in Tokuzawa, Saitama Prefecture, loud noises can be heard. Kisaragi is using her even menace ability in a challenging battle. Her partner is fleeing from the unrestrained blows of the man with the bandaged head. With one of his arms much larger than the other, he throws several punches toward the blonde man who tries to defend himself. The villain's punches end up hitting the rocks and mountains around, causing a loud noise and a lot of destruction, and the big-armed man doesn't give up, persistently going after his enemy. But a familiar voice interrupts that distressing chase scene. It's Shinji who appears using the soaring Tengu ability. A smokescreen forms and the enemy starts to try to clear a path through it with his giant hand, and he quickly succeeds getting rid of that sand whirlwind. There are 3 CPU warriors down below and they observe the enemy. Kirasagi looks worried. She imagined this battle would be difficult, but the enemy manages to be even stronger than she imagined. He stares at them with empty, dreadful eyes. That bandaged man is named Dry, one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse. He deduces that since they survived his attack, they must be very strong warriors. But to him, the 3 of them are just a minor annoyance at best, so he prefers to save energy and finish this quickly. The blonde man gives a small smile and says he seems pretty confident for someone who's about to lose his life. Shinji starts to prepare an attack and says he will teach this idiot a lesson he will never forget. Kirasagi notices that Shinji is starting to lose his patience and fears he will act without thinking. Of course, she can understand why. She starts to remember the day of his brother's funeral and that it was the 12 disciples who were responsible for Captain Makoto's death. Dry observes more carefully and says he noticed the prophet-deshin, red-haired boy might be related to the weakling Makoto Suo. With a provocative voice, he asks if he is that boy's younger brother. Shinji just widens his eyes and feeling a chill run through his entire body. While showing his disgusting tongue, he asks what it feels like to have a pathetic brother who couldn't defeat a loser like Doze. That infuriates the redhead who really starts to lose his composure. Without thinking and consumed by mortal hatred, he charges toward the enemy holding his sword. Dry's gigantic hand begins to transform into a strange, flesh-like cannon. He is preparing his La Traviata ability, and from the tip of his anomalous arm, a purple energy ball begins to charge. The 3 good guys are caught by surprise by that move. They all look surprised in the direction of the ability. Meanwhile, at the CPU headquarters, a tense situation is happening. The women are still trying to heal Mrs. Io with everything they have. They start to be able to feel a pulse. Ren takes the lady's hands and can feel her heart beating. She is relieved, unable to contain her emotions. A tear of relief and happiness starts to run down her face. The other woman yells for the Ushima unit to give an update on their situation. The girls reply that they have almost finished healing the captain's wounds. So, 4 other powerful warriors are ready to join the Kanagi unit. But the young man with the cap and sunglasses asks them to wait a bit. They will need to deal with one little thing first and several cards. They appear in the location looking for Minato. Tengen orders everyone to take their positions and says they need to keep Minato safe until he wakes up. So, while one team fights to heal Mrs. Yo, the other part of the warriors prepares to deal with the cards. But the man with the goatee notices an extremely large energy that has managed to hit an entire area. Isuke and Koname can also feel a tremor that closely resembles an earthquake. But Isuke knows this isn't just a mere earth tremor. A gigantic purple vortex appears in one location, messing with the energy of the entire environment. The man in the uniform who is watching Number Zero's prison realizes he has escaped and says that guy is a real monster. Konami panics and starts yelling, saying that he was trapped in a rift forever. Isuke knows they don't have much time and asks the boy to help him send that bastard somewhere even farther away. Koname seems a little reluctant, but the purple-haired boy insists because they need to save the captain. But before he can try to convince his friend to help him further, something catches his attention and he looks up. His eyes are wide and he can't believe what he is seeing. A beam of blue light is coming from inside the CPU building. And now helping the girls heal Mrs. Io, Kanagi Minato is there passing energy to her. With tears in her eyes, still overcome with emotion, Ren watches the boy who just woke up. He is focused, his eyes fixed on Mrs. Io, determined to heal her. While helping with Mrs. Io's recovery, Minato asks how long he was out, and Ren replies that it was for a few hours. She fixes her gaze on the boy, curious to know how he managed to wake up so quickly. While they are with Io, Number Zero is escaping from his prison, and she asks if he is capable of defeating him. The protagonist looks at the girl and says, yes, he will defeat him for her. But first, there is one thing he needs to do, and his hair starts to change color. Now with white hair, he continues to pass energy to Mrs. Evio. He asks her for forgiveness and says he didn't want to leave her waiting for so long. Believing that, Minato must be strong enough to do it now. With the woman's help, he uses his sacred medical tome ability. An energy so strong it almost liquefies begins to flow from his body toward the lady. Sacred medical tome is an ability of Warrenine, the sovereign apothecary. It allows the user to instantly activate the supreme healing ability inside the imaginary medical tome in Warrentine's mind. The wound that was previously very severe on the woman's chest now begins to close little by little, and finally it closes completely, leaving her intact. The women who were trying to heal Mrs. Io earlier are impressed with the demonstration of the technique. The girl with glasses is dumbfounded because she realizes the wound didn't just close completely, but it also healed entirely. Even the woman's organs are intact. She really wants to know what the mechanism of that ability is, and it doesn't take long for the woman to slowly begin to regain consciousness. Ren's eyes fill with tears again. She starts to call the lady by her name. Mrs. Io moves her eyes toward the protagonist, showing she is well and conscious. Her vision is a bit blurry, but she can identify that it is Minato who is there, smiling at her. She smiles back, saying that he finally came. With the little strength she has, the lady raises her arm toward him, and suddenly, she no longer sees Minato, but rather Warren, the woman who healed her. The protagonist holds the lady's hand with both of his hands very gently. Smiling calmly, the boy says she should be more careful. Io says she tried her best, but wasn't much help and apologizes, but he says that on the contrary, she was spectacular. Warren asks her to rest now that her wounds are healed, and as soon as she wakes up later, they can all have a meal together like in the old days. Then the memories of the two of them when they were very young surface, having fun and eating together. That memory makes Io emotional and her eyes well up. She agrees with her old friend's plan. Warren observes the situation from a screen and addresses the other souls who are there. So, everyone is ready to continue the protagonist's actions. Meanwhile, a shower of cards with legs and arms begins inside the CPU building. One of the young men there grabs his sword and uses the metal reinforcement and thousandth blow abilities. With this, he uses his body's momentum to use the sword like a baseball bat, knocking the cards away as well as cutting them. Some little cards are chopped into several pieces, being defeated. The blonde woman uses her martial arts skills and the lethal chain blast ability. The two join forces to defeat those minions. The girl is giving it her all but only managed to knock out one card. This is very similar to when they fought Ava. Each of these minions is as strong as En Shikami. In fact, they are much more powerful than that. She fixes her eyes in a direction behind her trying to protect herself. A 3 of clubs card lands a direct kick to the girl's face, sending her flying from the force of the blow. But with perseverance, she manages to regain her balance and hold on. Determined, she thinks that she refuses to give up without a fight. A flood of cards approaches her, but the woman does not intend to be defeated. She remembers Captain Makabe with a smile on his face, saying he is counting on her to save the world. Since he is counting on her, that is why she will battle until the end of her days. Then, while she is trying to attack the cards with her martial arts ability, she feels she is not alone. It's Captain Makabe who is helping her, using his stone punch ability and decimating some little cards over there. Not believing what her eyes are seeing, the girl starts to shout the captain's name to make sure it's really him there. He looks at her with a smile on his face and apologizes for coming back, since a true warrior should die in battle. Suddenly, someone using the golden bat ability manages to defeat a bunch of cards all at once. The boy in the cap looks at this somewhat confused. It's Captain Yoruzuya who is holding his pose and all pompous, defeating several cards while moving with his bat. With a serious expression, he asks everyone to listen to him. He needs to finish off all these cursed little cards and asks them to help him finish every last one. The two young people are much more energized, and their morale is much higher with the presence of their captains there. But before starting to move, Captain McCabe asks them to wait a bit. He can see Minato up high near the armored batter. The protagonist is holding his sword in the middle of several cards, and Makabe thinks he is about to do something. Then the boy changes his stance and holds the sword. As the cards notice his presence and begin to approach, concentrated, he charges the energy in his body, letting it flow to his arms like a drop of water falling into a river. It is the Hananoi style, the sword technique. And finally, he unleashes the Shadow Vortex ability with all his strength, quickly cutting down all the cards there one by one. Spinning his sword, he forms a true vortex with his blade, which covers the sky and leaves the boys down below impressed. A shower of paper begins to fall. All the little pieces of the cards and he chopped up are now inanimate as they should be. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, several red lightning bolts are still falling all over the place. Sai suddenly gets startled by something, her eyes widening. Ashara asks his partner what is happening there. She can't believe her eyes because there were over 500 cards in total, and yet they were eliminated in the blink of an eye. With pure hatred in his eyes, the white-haired man asks if this is the work of Minato Kanagi, their main target, and now he promises he will kill him. Then his gaze turns to the opponents on that battlefield. The two are dodging the lightning bolts, and he says he has better things to do than fight with these little worms. He yells at them to stop resisting and just die already. Midori lets out a long sigh and prepares to act. Changing his stance, The man begins to charge his next attack. He holds one arm with the other and points at the two enemies right in front of him. And as his arm begins to emanate energy, he says they are the only ones there who are about to die. The veins on Ashura's face begin to pop, such as his rage. While staring at him, he asks what Midori thinks he is doing. But before he can do anything, a mark on his arm appears and begins to glow. It is the powerful ability of the man in sunglasses, the holy seal of exorcism.